going to the podcast or something? There. Little Turk. Live stream. It's too overt.
I will leave my phone with that one.
You're a veteran over here. You should know the ins and outs. So what's the catch now?
I lost my not wired mic in LA. I left it.
What, the unwired mic?
Yeah.
You had a... This is up the dead mic. As we get tanzen auf dem Tisch, the tom-toms are not going to, the snacker is not going to help. You're not responsible. You're going to have a warning. You came already stacked. What's in
No.
See, it's good. Here's some recall, yeah. Look at it. Chaim. You do that the Rebbe's first. That's I don't think it's even first. The only Farbrengen that the Rebbe Farbrengen for Bachrim Timothy was Bais Iyar. Tavshin Yud. Bais Nissen came to the Rebbe to ask for the Rebbe should Farbrengen. The Rebbe said that now it's Pasnish, and then the Rebbe got the small calendar and said Chodesh. So Bais Iyar, the Rebbe Farbrengen. And the Rebbe was Messiachas of the Farbrengen as a Farbrengen for the Bachrim. Second Sikha, the Rebbe said that the Farbrengen is not for Bachrim, so when you get to the Bachrim. Later there were different Farbrengens that were, so you had the Simchas Beis Sheva Farbrengens, and the Yods and Chavs that were for Bachrim, but it wasn't for Unzera Bachrim. Rasmi was for Talmidei Yeshivas, not for everybody, but Dafke not for, it was, the whole Sprachen was Farbrengens, there would be a lot of Gemara and Medrash. Modern, I was learning Pnimis Atayr, I was learning Chassidus. So Kowski told me that by the end of the Yud, Zayin Yud Ches, it was only Lubavitchers coming to the Farbrengen. Because we became bigger and the other Chavers stopped coming, we said Komini Sibis, but it was still titled Bnei Yeshivas. But the Farbrengen is Farbrengen Yeshivas. I was all unsere Bachrim and Junge Leid. But the Farbrengen, this went on until after Chavdalid. There was one thing that stopped Chafei. So there were those Farbrengens, and there were the Chidus Klalis for Bachrim, the Chidus in Bais, and there was Brech Sabonim. Farbrengen for the Bachrim of the Yeshiva was Bais Iyar Tavshin Yud. The Rebbe was Magia Tzayin Lashon Kodesh, Tzayin Yiddish, like a few of the Farbrengens. I think also Shmuli or Shabbos before. Also, the Rebbe was Magia. It's interessant. This is mamish right after Yud Shvat. The Rebbe wasn't Mekabel in Siyas, and when they gave out, one of the sichas was a bit later, a month or two later. They wrote on the top of the sicha. They wrote that it's from. It was Chakra Mashlita. So the Rebbe crossed out Chak, and then the Rebbe crossed out the whole thing, Chakra, the whole name. In other words, the Rebbe said that the sichas could come out. The Rebbe explained because to print the sichas and the Rebbe would even be magia the sichas. Das something can't on viel fire Shvat. And the Rebbe had a hero from the Shver to bring Shams and Barchim, and the Rebbe is Ma'ir the Chassidim. So the Rebbe Farbrings. And let these words go out there and be Mechazik Chassidim around the world.
So if you're Farbrengen, it's not a problem to go out there. It's a good thing.
One nothing. But it's a long game.
Be quiet.
So this Farbrengen, so the Rebbe Farbrengen get to the Bachrim, and the Rebbe Yamato Geret that the kesher of the Bachrim, of the Rebbe to the Bachrim to the Rebbe is Chai Yechida. Be'akdame, and this is the Kud that the Rebbe spoke common upon Tavshin Yud, Tavshin Yud Aleph, Yud Shvat Yud Aleph, at the Farbrengen Kvols and Asiyas, Basi Laganis, the Rebbe also Geret there, the Rebbe Moise Geret, Afilu Tifer. And the Kud that the Rebbe said is that whenever the Rebbe spoke to somebody, and Tzmach Nishteis, if it was a Maimer Chassidus, if it was a Sicha, if the Rebbe sent a letter, if the Rebbe was helping him Begashmias, or giving me a bracha Beruchnias, whatever it is, so l'chayra, if you're looking objectively, each one of these, his askis, and each one of these brachis and hashpois, are a different dargi. And nefesh ruch neshama chai yechida, each one is connected a different Indian. So you'd say a bracha begashmias or his askus binyan gashmiim for a chassid is in of nefesh ruach. Yeah, not with the grace of mevinim and how in Rebbe Shenyonim. L'chayra, based on what Chassidus explains, what the dargis benefesh are. And if you look at and talk about even when you get to Yeskasheros, Amol Retzich, right? When you do the Rebbe's Ma'aseh B'Poyel, where you do the Asiyah, connecting your nefesh to the Rebbe's nefesh, and Limud, a Nigun is not Checher, Chai Yechida. That might be mitzad the Chassid. You hear the Rebbe said that even though the Rebbe might give you his ashpo in Kol Minei Yoifanim, that chilik is only in his pashtus. But the etzem ashpo is Chai Yechida. If the Rebbe gives something to a Chassid, it's from Chai Yechida. The Bitui is in Azaif, in another Eifen. Yud Shvat, the Rebbe was Moisev as Chai Yechida Eichnisht. Etzem Shalamayla Mi Yechida. The Rebbe already went to Nachecher. And here also in the Sikha, the Rebbe also, some stage in the Sikha, the Rebbe says the Chai Yechida on the Atzmi. But not as a Dober Noisav, like as a Hemshech to this. So everything comes from the Chai Yechida. Aber sof by regular chas and a regular yid, even though the etzem is kashrus is Chai Yechida, the etzem kesher from the Rebbe Chai Yechida, but it's nispate, it's direkt zichais in andere yifan. But by the bacher in yeshiva, so by them the kesher from Rebbe Tzei is direct Chai Yechida, not keches makif and there in Slavish and keches pnim. It's Chai Yechida. Yeder zach is mamish Chai Yechida. Begolui. And that by the Bachrim, some Monsich, Avtzarik, Azezel, and Pereach Chev, and some Rebbe, Eichen et Chai Yechida. By a regular Chassid, a regular Yid, it's because that Shpa Sof is in Slavish, in Nefesh Ruach Neshama. So you can say, okay, so for me, it's a Kum Turch Nefesh Ruach Neshama, so I can also respond with Nefesh Ruach Neshama. But because by a Bacher, the Kesher is Begoli Echet Chai Yechida, so it's Monsich von a Bacher Chai Yechida. Our Chai Yechid and the Rebbe's Chai Yechid is auch beina reich mamish. Fine. So auf dem kann man sagen, al derech was man vorhin chsid ist, b'chol ma'idecha, ma'id sholcha, that our ma'id is connected to the Eibishter's ma'id. That the Eibush is Mekabel our Ma'oid, even though it's the Chayr, when we fast MS, what's our Ma'oid? Our Ma'oid is that you learn the extra 2 minutes, yeah? But in their Ma'oid, for you it's Ma'oid, Ma'oid Shalchan, it's connected, the Eibush is Ma'oid. Oh, there's over here?
Yes, this time. Which have you? Huh? Yes, this time about you and Moshe Rabbeinu.
Okay. Yeah. So Derech say here, when you get to the Nasi and the Chassan and the Bacher, that you're Ma'oid. So what's this Ma'oid? What is this Chaya Yechida? So yeah, their Bacher, it's even Prati, everyone has what's their Chaya Yechida. But then there's an Indian Klali for every Bacher. And the Indian Klali is the Viniflinu. That Rebbe said, when the Friedrich Rebbe came to America, so they were tainis on him as a red Wildkeit. When they're Mond Wildkeit. And the Bachrim are Wilde Bachrim. When an Amerikanische Yid came to the Rebbe, came to Friedrich Rebbe with tainis, the Bachrim want to learn, gesund der Hey, so man viel learn in 20 Shata. That's not the issue. The issue isn't to learn. Let to learn all day, let the mamish be masmidim. The problem is, was darf man schreien, wenn man lernt? Was darf man schocklen, wenn man lernt? Was darf man sein wild? The Rebbe brought there also, und als man hat a Scheile, so man aufheben mit dem Finger, also if it's no in America, these are the tiniest. Should be good students, American boys, and be proper American Bachrim, yeshiva boys. So that's the Chaya Yechida. The Rebbe had my lad in Ketz, the Rebbe had in Chaya Yechida. What's the Chaya Yechida? The Niflinu, not to be a Amerikanchika boy. That's the Chaya Yechida. In his kashas the Rebbe read. This then the Rebbe said, Altach Negel Maise. So for Nemena Inni Bepoyel, you had this also in that year, Yud Aleph, Kama Pomim, certain Farbrengen, the Rebbe month, over the next few months, it was Yutas Kislev till Yud Shvat. This pula, that pula. So here the Rebbe Gemont Epis. And I think, so Yudo brings that Erev Rosh Chodesh Sivan, the Rebbe went to the oil, so before they went to the oil, the Rebbe asked that everyone, that people should give into the Rebbe, all the Bachrim, the ones that were Mekayim, the Bakasha, the Rebbe had by the Bais Iyar Farbrengen, before they went to the oil, Erev Rosh Chodesh Sivan, the Rebbe asked everyone should come to the oil, before they should give in a pan to the Rebbe, that they were Mekayim, and how they were Mekayim. We'll see in a second what the Kiyum is. Then the Rebbe went to the oil, Erev Rosh Chodesh Sivan, the Rebbe came back, and then the Farbrengen on 770, and Steichemed, Robinson then paid off the mortgage. We had some 770, Al Pi Chassidus, that there's Bais, Levush, and Mozin. Some 70s even of Bais, Makif Arochik, Makif Kloli. Anyways, then Beis Iyar, the Rebbe Gemon, Zwei Sachen. That everyone's autonomy in from his Kashros, Benegea La'atzmi, Benegea to the Zulas. Benegea La'atzmi, Moisev Zayne Inni, Befrat Benegea to Yisof in his Kashros zum Rebbe. And when get to the Zulas, to bring in noch a Yidin zum Rebbe. Was heißt, und was meint bringen a Yidin zum Rebbe? So wie zu bringen, there's different Ifanim. And it could be, then the Rebbe started the whole Arichis, when you get to Moifsim, Ken Zayin, that durch them they'll tell him a Moifis, that will be Mo'eder him. Even though for a Bacher, the Yidin from Moifsim, definitely is a Geya. That if a day goes by and no moifsim happened, he's not nispal, and a moifsim that does happen isn't moifsif, and a moifis that doesn't happen isn't gereya.
Moifis is not moifis?
A moifis is not moifsif for a bacher. Yeah. See the sikh that Rebbe's magir. That by a shiva bacher, a bacher's 70, moifis is not moifsif and not gereya. And then the Rebbe added in and cooking the michtav of atomim, the famous letter of the Friedrich Rebbe. The Rebbe that by chassidim, moifsim wasn't a Indian. Now, there said, when you get to Mekarev Yidin, so could be the way to Mekarev him is through Moifsim. This is what the Rebbe's taina was to the Friedrich Rebbe. The Rebbe answered the Friedrich Rebbe's letter. That in unser der, Nismatu Amoichin, Malavavis, the people are in such blood that they need a Moifis to erase Kirchen from the blood. So the Rebbe says, when you get to Mekarev Yidin through a Moifis, or Ken sein durch a Moifis. But the Iker is Take is Kashrus, and what's the MSA is Kashrus? Soll sein verbunden mit den Rebben. B is soll sein Maimik bedach ve'esek ba'avedas atfilah. That was the last. It was a moifsim, mechites, say if you need moifsim. But the skashros und bringen noch jeden zum Rebbe is, was sein a Maimik bedach ve'esek ba'avedas atfilah. Then the Rebbe said that betzim gedarf da resken zum Gas und schreien Yidden, wir haben Chassidus, and everyone has to learn Chassidus and bring in the Geula. Well, das doch the Ike. So then, when the Rebbe, every Shchedish, when the Rebbe went to the oils, the Rebbe asked that Bachrim should give it a shim, and I think they're supposed to write, could be they should even write down who's the Gid that they were Mekarev. Or give me names. What taka happened? Later, I think it was Yutas, when was it? It was Yutas Kislev, it was in Yud Aleph, for Yud Shvat, the Rebbe asked, Biz Yud Shvat, zum Mekarev sein 10 Yidden. I think there was yeah? Huh? Mekarev 10 Yidden, which also Nun Bais, a few weeks before Chav Zayin Oder, it was Yisra, dacht sich. The Rebbe said the same thing. The Rebbe said, "Mit Geret Amol wegen dem, Yisra Nun Bais." 40 years later. As was Mekarev sein 10 Yidden. Mekarev sein 10 Yidden. But here the Rebbe started with Mekarev sein 1 Yidden. 1 Yidden soll sein, Oisik Bedach, Maimik Bedach, basically what is it? The next day in Bais Iyar, so Yale writes about it, and you speak about it. Then there was a sifis in the weeks leading up to Bais Iyar, the week before. But you get that this, that was Makabal and Nesias. So a group of Ziknei Chassidim and some young light went to the oil because the Rebbe was tining. The Rebbe was always tining as a Chamish becoming kin heroes. So they went to the oil and said, if the Rebbe needs heroes, he'll heroes. So the Rebbe still wasn't Makabal and Nesias. But Fun Yemot on, the Rebbe stopped saying that that Taina as heroes at the Nishbar Kumin, the Rebbe didn't say. The Rebbe said it doesn't have Keiches, it's busy, whatever it is, but there is going to. It's also Bais Iyar. Kolponus, this was the Bais Iyar Farbrengen. Then the Rebbe said the word that es gekommen achos zu mir bis Bailos, der Rebbe hat ihm gesagt, als wird sein verbunden mit mir, als wird sein verbunden mit mir, you'll be kosher to der, was ich bin kosher. So the Rebbe said, when he told me that, when the Chos told me that I didn't want to be mekarer his Slavos, he was only spoiled, through this, he was kosher to the Friedrich Rebbe, he was kosher to the Rebbe Rashab. I didn't want to be mekarer him. Aber bei uns, weiß man, or bei uns darf sein Negeya, the einzige Sache, was uns Negeya is dem Rebbe. Who the Rebbe is kosher to, whoever he's a kosher will be kosher to, but that's not what's Negeya to us. And here the Rebbe wrote B'Ksav Yodi HaKadosh, the Rebbe added in the whole beer, the Rebbe was mefire that it's al derech, when you have an Aver, gets its chayis, it'll get its chayis from the liver. You say, Noch Hecher gets its chayis from the lev. Noch Hecher gets its chayis from the rosh. But you won't come and say, Noch Hecher gets its chayis from an andere rosh. Das nicht. Because it's da ein liver and ein lev and ein rosh. It's your rosh, your head. Huh?
The ben is comes with my house.
It's dein rosh. So we mele elamai, so we have to be, was darf sein is, mahota ever chai. Veroitzeli is chai. The Rebbe added in the Ksav Yad itself, the Rebbe adds in these bubbles, the Rebbe adds in a Ever chai, veroitzeli is chai, ve'ene roitzeli is meduldel. You don't want to be an ever meduldel. So when that's verbunden mit den rosh, it's da ein rosh. Later, in one of the Farbrengens, Shavuos, or a little later, the Rebbe gave a beer. The Rebbe said that this chassid was only spoiled as durch for time verbunden mit den Rebbe, but time kusher to the Rebbe. So the Rebbe's mekusher, he thought the Friedrich Rebbe means the Rebbe Rashab. We haven't so the gemeint, so that's muss ihn say. It was Farbrengen Bais Iyar, and Venus the Rebbe connected Bais Iyar to the Bachrim to Chetmim, the Rebbe's Bachrim. It was only mit ihnen von the Niflino, L'chaim.
Keine Brache. Ja, mama,
Simcha, it seemed that you were struggling with the Nekuda of the Yachas to the Moifsim. Cloud, the Kostach, Lachreina, and the Indian. Yeah? The Tansin, because the Moifsim, and Alin Yanin. Yeah. Yichidis Klolis, Nisim, and Aleph. So the emes is that the Rebbe's Yachas, the whole Yina Moifsim is very colorful. Right, because until the Rebbe in Lubavitch, it was very clear. This is what the Frierdiker Rebbe brings out in the letter in Atomim, that the famous story of the Alter Rebbe, that there was a chassid of the Alter Rebbe in one of these Shtetlach, Derfel, that next to him were other chassidim in front of the Rebbes, and they were chapping him, telling him, "Hey, your Rebbe, they're saying, but Moifsim. We have more moifsim, more brachas, and it was all down. So when whatever was called then was the mashpia, the shliach, right? They had the chassidim that would go around from shtetl to shtetl to be the mashpim. So once a year, come to the Rebbe and get the marching orders for the year and what to tell the different chassidim, different heroes, different inyanim. So the Rebbe told me, you come to this shtetl, you should tell this chassid, as a getracht dingen, v'yeh loyleis v'lacherim l'moifes. Lacherim, for other people, it's a moifes. The other people will say, wow, how did the Rebbe know? A moifes. For the chassid, it's not about the moifes. It's the ois. It's a siman. The Rebbe tracht in there. And the famous lashon that by the Magid, that the Rebbeim would bring, and the Rebbe brought that Rebbetzin, Rebbetzin Chaim Mushke, the Alter Rebbe that by the Magid, yeah, the moifsim were unter tish, yeah. So we never say there. It is what it is. Obviously, there are moifsim. Even there, the Frierdiker Rebbe says at the end of the letter, the emes is that sometimes I feel bad that we didn't record the moifsim. I mean, we didn't record the moifsim because by us was all about the Torahs. The Torahs we had recorded. The moifsim were never written down. By Andra Kreis, by other citizens, they write down every single moifis. By us, we didn't. It's unter tish. But the emes is I feel bad sometimes that we didn't write it all down. But the Rebbe responds, sof, yeah. Right, and some of the Farbrengen, it's mashma, the way the Rebbe brought the conversation, it seems that the Rebbe said that the Frierdiker Rebbe was masking it, at least, or acknowledged the Indian. So the Rebbe was mekabel.
Is it only because we're low, or?
Well, that's what the Rebbe writes in the letter to the Frierdiker Rebbe. That the Frierdiker Rebbe accepted the reality as medarif, that today the people are so low, they push. In other words, yeah, in a healthy and a comfortable place, so, or in a situation of fiyarch, like kosis b'pshitis, Fine, it's not about the moifsim, it's about Gila Likos, they're Chassidus. But where people are so trapped by Gashmias, you need something, you need a jolt, something to club me, some boring Chassidus, you need from Nes, Nes V'Teva. You need Nisim. But that's in the Kudah that even as when the Rebbe said to me, Farsim the moifsim, and all the Inyanim, but it's always a Hakdameh. You have to remember what's the Iker. Yeah, the Sprach, we get to Rebbe Marash. So we're Indian that the Rebbe brought Kama Pami Farbrengen, we get to Rebbe Marash. So one Maise the Rebbe brought Kama Pami that when the Rebbe Zayda, Mir Shloimot, was a Yoshev in Lubavitch, and he came by the Rebbe Marash, and he came back to his city, and he was giving over Chazar, what's going on by the Rebbe, and he was metar by Richtus, by Flo, that Shiris, that the Rebbe Marash is an Haggah. And then people came to him and Chepit and said, really? That's what we're using the money for? Now it's called the time. It's about like Blamer parades. It's a time for people to complain that all that money on like Blamer parades and floats. Yeah, there's so many poor people.
I've never heard that time.
Yeah, it's all about him. It's
by the Chidon, yeah.
By the Chidon.
Not about
I forgot. It already moved to the next event. Very good. Yeah, that's what we're doing with the money. The cane with gold on it, and this with gold, and the chariot with gold. And the Zayda ge'emfert, petach. Who's the gold for? For mir, for dir. Le'nivra zav, elu beis hamikdash. Who's it all for? It's for the Rebbe. So that's mitzad echad. The mitzad echad, the Rebbe Marash, his anhage was ashirus muflage. And the Maisa, someone came and brought something to the Matana, to the Tzemach Tzedek, and Tzemach Tzedek said, I don't need it, give it to my son. The Marash, it's under Sugan Hage. Leidach, it was a Purim Farbrengen in the Chavs, Leit Chavs, Chazayin Chav Ches. So I said, Leidach, you have the Maise, and the only reason we know the Maise is because of this Goy, the idiot that went against the Hiraf and the Rebbe Marash. So the Goy that would take the Rebbe Marash, every day the Rebbe Marash wake up early, and then early in the morning the Rebbe Marash would go on this Merkava, mit the Ferd, all against a whole shena, and very rich, full of gold. And he would take him to some Wald, and there he would get off, and no one knew what he would do. He would go there for a certain amount of time, and no one knew what happened. And the driver was sworn to secrecy. He couldn't say anything. But one time, I guess they gave him some mashke, and he said, "Your Rebbe, your Rabbin is a modern." He gets off. He sits over there. And he starts crying, and as he starts crying, all the ants and the bugs and all they come and they crawl all over him. And then at some stage he stopped crying, and they all walk off. Kind of nicht verstehen how it works. It's a very weird situation. And he comes back and he goes back home. So I said, only b'schus this guy. I said, on their guy, what would we think? The Rebbe Marash goes on his morning routine, on a walk and on a trip in his beautiful carriage. Only because of this guy. And then he fired him, but then he promised he's not gonna say it again. So the Rebbe Marash brought him back. But only because of this guy, we know.
He's not going to say it again.
He's not going to betray the trust. Nachamal. Might be a shini and hage.
Yeah. Probably the andere Stück this time.
If it's only because this guy, Azoy, without it, we would say it's all part. People would continue complaining. The Rebbe Marash, look at his anhage. These rich people, they go out, they have time in the day. Klal Yisrael is suffering, and here at Zeit to get spazieren and have his thing. Only because this guy we know, but because we're Yidden, we're smarter than the guy. The guy couldn't understand. The guy couldn't understand how mitamol the bugs come and they leave and what's going on. Mir wissen doch that.
What's up to Tzavenen?
What's up to Tzavenen? That was his taina, yeah.
Who's taina?
The guy. Like what?
Yeah, it's good.
He
has it all.
He says, but we at least know what's going on. We know what he's crying, and we understand that if they came and then they left when he stopped. So mir verstehen doch. Right, the guy didn't understand. He just couldn't. For him, it was like a whole flood. How all of a sudden all the ants disappear. Just understand. Mir verstehen, yeah. Even though we heard only from the guy, mir verstehen mer wie the guy. Akoponim. So was that meant? Mitzad echad l'chayre b'chitzoynis and an hage was an hage von ashiris. But Leidach, and the Rebbe was mekasherit to Rabbi loinene be'etzba ktano. It was never. In other words, he had that shiris, but he didn't have enough from it. He didn't need that shiris. But genutzt the shiris for Ilan Hage. And the Rebbe brought this in beneged to Kamakam Yom Beneged and Hage bepoil. It's also b'chlal in the Farbrengen during the years. The Rebbe said it, and the Rebbe was mevared in different ifanim. In the Mems, the Rebbe already took it the place as there's two Ifani and Haga. There's the Ifan and Haga of the Tzemach Tzedek, Ifan and Haga of the Tzemach of the Rebbe Marash. That's why the Tzemach Tzedek told him to bring the it was a sled to bring it to give the matana to the Rebbe Marash, and he had big windows. The Tzemach Tzedek's and Haga is an Ifan from Precious and no Shaykhs to Elam Hazeh. But then there's Ifan and Haga of the Rebbe Marash as Menutz Iyar Elam Habe and Shiris Elam Hazeh and Shiris Nal in Yonim. But the word is Menutz. But you don't need it. We use it out because we're able to use out the world as well. When as medarf nutz Elam Hazeh, we have Elam Hazeh, but it's loy nen. Right. So the selbe Zach over here, as medarf onkommen zum Moivsim, medarf onkommen zu solche Sachen beseder. So man nutzen. Han hagen oifen von Ashiris. Whatever it takes, and any oifen, whatever's negea. Aber sosum dar wissen sein, that what's the Ikerinyan, meinik v'dach weiss v'abedes atfilah. Yeah, and you have to reach a place where a moifis is in moisif, and a lack of a moifis. Lack of a moifis doesn't mean that you just didn't see a moifis today. It means that things didn't work out exactly how you would like it to and how you planned it to. It's not geireya because your shaykhis, your kesher, it's from a whole different place. It's in your primi. It's go around the rain. When you get to that sikha, now it's very interesting. Yeah. So the Rebbe speaks about the Chavches was Ba'imer, Chavches Ba'imer, Chavtes La'imer, and the Rebbe goes till Bais Iyar. The Rebbe's Mekasher bis Bais Iyar. So the Chavches Nissen, so the sikha was Thursday night. Right? Chavches was Friday. The Chidus Klalis was 2 nights before. Right? I'm not going to say that there isn't a bigger chibur havchim, but these two sichas are mamash min hakatze lakatze. Yeah.
What was the Yichidus?
The Yichidus, that's the du kosten them.
What?
Yichidus klalis. Yichidus klalis. Chav of Nissen, the Rebbe said that haytachin mekazen azalcha isus u'meivsim in Eretz Yisrael, and haytachin that people have the bushe, people are embarrassed again tanzen in gas. And where is the Akara Sateiv? And why isn't there the Pirsum and Nisim? And when that Akara, people would only know what kind of Moivsim went on. Right? The Rebbe already wrote this in the Michtav Kloli in Oder. The Rebbe added in there that the major Nisim that happened on Divas Veisim was Tom Acheri Akloim. Those that know what's really going on know that the Nisim were Moifin Nifla B'Yoyse. So the Rebbe is Gemont, with Darf Tansin and Makir Tevazain. And the be makir than this, understand the major, that the gila likus is going on. Then right after that came the sikha. It's nicht mufrich beim, it's heint bei Nacht, and morgen, and Mosai mit den Emes. What's the word? If your son is spalled from the Nisim and you see it, the gula is do, whatever the sprach was then why are you so anxious and why are you so frustrated and why are you so?
Because Nissen was over.
Because
Nissen was over and nothing happened.
But the sikha of Chavchas Nissen, the Rebbe is var that the flaw is that we're in Nissen, that it's in Chaydish Nissen and in the week. And
oh yeah.
so you're saying so
right,
there's still 2 days left in Nissen.
No, you're right. I was thinking Bais Iyar right now. It's still Nissen, yeah. Didn't work.
This Torah didn't work out. Okay, well, we'll try again.
Next time. We'll figure it out though.
Norva then farker, that's the whole vort. In the Chavches Nissen Sikha itself, the whole Sikha until the last couple of minutes, right, till the last page in the Mugge, it's all about the Hafloas Hayom. Mitzad the Tairich, mitzad the Shavua, and mitzad the Chodesh, and we're in such an opportune time for the Geulah. Yom Zakah, I think the Rebbe calls it. Yeah, Yom Zakah.
Can you see the Tzachar from Math, Tzachar from Zman, Tzachar from?
Same why, because Chavches Baimer.
No, the Ramel Dai is 29. The other Sikha.
Bichlal, throughout Nun Aleph. The whole Nun Aleph, the Rebbe kocht in 3 and 3 mal 3. 3 mal 3 could be Chav Zayin, it could be Chav Tes, it could be Chav Vav, it could be Lamed. It always works out to 3 mal 3. Chav Chesivin also. But the vart is, all this leads. Okay, so now the Rebbe is saying like this: the Sikha, the end of the Sikha, the Tmiyah Chigdeila. The Rebbe didn't start the Sikha that way. For the first, 10 minutes, the Rebbe brings you to that place. Yeah, you can only be in that space and come to Azah Kare and at Mosai and Mosai mit den Emes and Ton Alts was here Ken when the Bistecher, right? This is the Rebbe's tiny to the Frierdiker Rebbe. That when people are in the blotte, you tell a guy, you come to a guy, chrapping, he's sick in bed. Eine Karavelt Hind. Shkoyach, give me my Motrin. Yeah, what's willst du from here? I just want to sleep. I really got, I just fell asleep an hour ago. You see all the oisis and moifsim, and the tanst in the gas, right? So, and after there's the Gilali Kuz, and there's that car of the moifsim, and the Sikh of Chasnissen. The moifsim is not just the moifsim of missiles from Iraq. The oisis and moifsim is the date that we're in. We find sich in Chedesh Nissen, the Chedesh Hagula, and the Tairich, and the Sphira of the day, and of yesterday. This wasn't just Chavchas Nissen. So many Farbrengens. Yeah, the first Sikh of a Farbrengen. It's going to be Brach, the day, and the week, and the month, and the Kviyas, and never. The same Kviyas happened 2 years ago, but such a Kviyas never happened. Yeah, you bring a person in. The Rebbe is coming and speaking to Van the Behemoth. Yeah, they're just coming from whatever they're doing before. You bring Zeirain, behave Zeyof. Famous marshal the Rebbe gave to the Frierdiker Rebbe gave to Schallenberg Gordon of the Schwitz. Yeah, the guy's in the Schwitz, and the guy gives him the clap. He says, "Oh, give me more." The next day, he meets him on the street and gives him a frask, and they'll take him to Bezdin, they'll take him to court. Yeah, was is given. Here, mit dem Angewarnt. Yeah, when you're Angewarnt. So that's an Nikud, you have to be Angewarnt. If they come there, but once you're there, what's an Nikudah? Shais ad Masai, Sebadet your Golos, Vaid Veikar Golos Prim Lavedis Hashem. Right, ultimately that's where it has to lead to. That's an Nikudah. So if if we need Oisus Umayvsim, and the Rebbe Taka took this, it wasn't, you could say, maybe it was Chatchil B'diavad, but the Rebbe Taka made a big story from them. And the Chatchila, the Rebbe didn't even want pictures going out. Yeah, every few years there was one picture. It was like every 5 years there was a special picture. The Rebbe was Ma'asher. I think the Issur would be to label Raskin for his calendar.
She made a calendar?
Yeah, Zichar. In the Mems, how did the name the Rosh Hashanah of the year, how was it in his gala? Label Raskin's calendar. You were given this calendar to the Rebbe. What's the Teish Nas of this year? And that's how the name came out. It's very interesting. That was very interesting. Drachim, how to be Megali.
You need 12 pictures for a calendar.
Okay, so it was before the Tzivos Hashem museum calendars that every month has another picture. Yeah. So that would be the picture. There's a famous picture of the Yud, the picture of the Chav. So there was this picture. Then later the Rebbe led it, and also the same thing with Yimanim, that it was Chatchila was unter den Tish. And then in Nun, the Rebbe was writing Kol Mefaret Tereza Meshubach, right? Because it's not enough that you wrote what time the Rebbe came in and what time the Rebbe walked out. That's not Mefaret, right? And the Rebbe was like, there's no Mefaret Zayin was mer. The Gilui there Zayin, the Zun shine. The Gilui has to be b'chol Makim and the Yisrael Meivsim. But the destination is the same destination. The destination is bringing Yidden zum Rebbe. Bringing sich zum Rebbe. Bringing Yidden zum Rebbe. Seine Meinik Bedach, weiß ich, wer das tut. I raised him in the goals, Prim Navedis Hashem. Yeah, that's the Matar. And everything else is a step, is an Ikudah, is Sdarv Zayin, and the Rebbe came on, when the Kapishner was by the Rebbe, and the Rebbe was speaking to him about Ashiris, and he was arguing with the Rebbe, and Toshchai. He was arguing with the Rebbe that Ashiris and Soyin of Ashiris is an Soyin that we won't be able to handle, and the Rebbe wasn't taking any of it. And the Rebbe was saying, no, Zomen Haben as an Nisoyin, and we've went through Nisoyin of Aniyas, let's go through Nisoyin of Ashiris. And then finally the Rebbe tells him, yeah? I think at least that he was masking. Yeah. Yeah, but what was the matar of the Ashiris? Yeah, in Truma, the Numbez, yeah. The Ashiris Beruchnis, Kodesh HaMisharim, Samchilei. It was all in a Kudah that now, in order to have all that slach, Zomer Rabnem and Almanias be Kuvin. Or Mekum, there was ein Emes Yidin, and Emes Chasidim. L'chaim.
It doesn't lead to Admasai in that terms.
I don't feel Rebbe demanding to answer with an Emes.
No, I mean, Admasai is a question.
The end of the drasha was just for you, just to start you off. The end was just to start you off. You saw the Siddur Chafam? You saw the Chafam in Yechidus? To see the video. The Rebbe read, it's like the Gilui and the Simcha and the, like there's no worries in the world. And then the next day, the Rebbe comes and says, when is it what? So you're saying after the tzaveh that only when there's a chava begashmi is the admasa is real. So it's not admasa is causing your tzara. That's what you're saying. I'll say now a different thing. I wasn't going there. That's different. I was saying before. I was saying they're going to find a man who people scream admasa. When they just got out of bed from their motzei bingo. Yeah, they just slept for 2 weeks. Say, you're cropping, man. They never know what cloud you say. Understand what just happened? It's the most constant guy. Understand that it's a dismiss. It's a yoy misaka. Alright, now, let's talk like that. You're saying different. I didn't even go there. I was saying, now that you're onto there, I was saying more shit to L'chaim. So that's one oifen. And it's mass until the Rebbe says here in the Farbrengen, Bais Iyar. In mer grobbeis is So this is one of Steinsalz's big times. Even Yisrael, yeah. No, this word L'cheri said Mitzad Steinsalz, as we said already. So.
Just Sunday, Yossi Papil was bringing on the Total's thing, and he's in Dayak, and he's not saying Steinsalz, and he's saying Yisrael.
Oh. Okay, so you'll hear this word, you'll hear this word, we ask him that it's Steinsalz. So he was struggling with the idea, he spoke about this, he wrote it in his book. That, how did the Rebbe allow the Deir Shviness and that whole and the whole pictures and videos and moisim and dollars, that whole Shinei Akav in Lubavitch to take place? The Chabad, yeah. It's like L'shitase, his Drasha you do over here, Yod Shvat Tov Shenun. Yeah, the Bachman Kennen. You have to see it, huh? Yeah. If you agree with it or disagree with it, you have to see it. You have to see.
I think I know what he's talking about, I don't remember it.
The Kitzer, Yod Shvat Tov Shenun, so the Rebbe didn't Farbrengen, was already after Memches. The Rebbe Farbrengen Shabbos before, Yishvat was Monday, so Shabbos was Cheshvat. The Rebbe Arboim Shni, and Kohen Jnei to the Rebbe said a Sicha. But the Rebbe said a Sicha on Yud Shvat. The Rebbe started the Sicha. It's like, Vayihi Arboim Shana, Ba'ashtei Yasser Chedesh, Ba'asiri LaChedesh. I was like quoting the Pasuk in Dvarim. Yud Shvat, the Rebbe gave Tanyas. The Chassidim Farbrengen. And it was one of the most packed times with Arboim Shana. And the Rebbe was preparing for like a whole year. The whole week, from already Yud Shvat Mem Tes. The Rebbe was trying to get Shnas Arboim, Arboim Shana. All of the Amorim were the title, Shnas Arboim, Arboim Shana. And a few weeks before, especially from the Shchodesh Shvat from Be'era. Anyway, so the Elam would come into fun. And the Farbrengen, and you see the Elam's dancing, and the Rim Musaruach, and it's Arboim Shnin. Anyway, they call up Adin to speak. And in 15 minutes, he in the balloon, he punched the... took all the ear out of the room. What are you guys dancing? What's going on here? Fertzik Iyar, Kratzin Mikveh. What are you doing? The Rebbe can't sleep for 40 years, and you guys are kratzing in the mikveh for 40 years. What are you dancing about? The Rebbe's trying to get you on up in Vagon and do something with your lives. Whatever, you give a... Remendel wasn't Meichel him, because what he did, how he ruined the celebration. He ruined the party. He ruined the celebration. See, from that, that's it. It was like until the year, the person dancing and shturim, and from there he just completely sucked the ear out of the place. But anyway, gerecht is there, yeah? Just a Kol's man Bais. Or he'll come in Taina, he was Taina, this is what the Rebbe was gemont on Shabbos. He was Taina, the whole Sikh on Shabbos, the Rebbe was saying, Chevre, Koya died to the Rebbe, get the Rebbe's Asogis. The Rebbe's Asogis is not just to sit and kratz and dance. The Rebbe's Asogis is Einem in the Welt. Anyway, so he's saying, what's going on? How did the Rebbe allow it? Ella Maise, so come days be'em, the Rebbe looked around, saw the Matzav Adoir, a bunch of shallow people. They're not shaykh to anything. So he said, you know something, give up pictures and videos and dollars and alin yonim, and then maybe some, elef nichnasim le-mikra, we'll get a few chaver to become real chassidim. So that's the Steinsalz, you have in Israel.
It's not even...
It's only Steinsalz. That's in Israel. It's the famous guy. Meir would give the same drasha. Your Harley was to talk about it years later. What a mistake, we let him talk. but the MSC is a sach tiffer. So the Indian of the Rebbe Marash, the Rebbe always kochs in, is that the Welt sagt, und ich sag, lechat chil haribir. You don't say the Rebbe Marash. Yeah, all the years, whenever the Rebbe would quote that Indian, any of the Sikhs, Igris, so whenever the Igris was referred to later, when all the Sikhs, the Rebbe brings the Chatchil HaRibber, so where's the Rebbe Mitzayin to? Look what the Sikhs Chelik Bais dacht. Because it wasn't printed anywhere. It didn't exist anywhere else. The first Makar was the Sikhs. Chelik Aleph, Chelik Bais. So the Makar, the Rebbe Marash, it's like the Rebbe Marash, well, it wasn't even the Rebbe Marash's word or the Rebbe Marash's theme. Der lechatchila riber. Yeah, that's the Marash. Der lechatchila riber. Man soll singen, the nigen von der is the nigen lechatchila riber, there's nigen von der lechatchila riber. From the Marash. The Rebbe the lechatchila riber, right? The lechatchila riber is everything. When the Igros of Friedrich Rebbe were printed in the Mems, so then found that in one of the letters, the Friedrich Rebbe, though to be honest, it's not just a letter. It's the brief in Cheshvan Peiches, right after the Friedrich Rebbe left Russia. So he wrote a long letter. I think it was to Tzvav Cheshvan Peiches, where he's metayer the whole from Tafresh Pei till Pei Zayin, what was going on in Russia and his Pa'ulis, and how he was defying the KGB and the whole lead up to the Meiser. And he's metayer there that what kept him going was what was how did he have the koyach to fight under such pressure? The Rebbe Marash would say the Veltzok when he was like Chilariber, and this was the
Veltzok. I'm saying, how was the introduction to the memory that he was like he always said like.
It wasn't always, but I think that it was more than just said it once. It was hanhag. I have to see though. I didn't see it lately, but it's. But definitely when you get to the Friedrich Rebbe himself, the Friedrich Rebbe is mitar that his hanhage in Russia in those 7 crazy years was l'chatchila riber. That's where it came from. Right. So when the Rebbe heard it from the Shver, it came in that context. It came l'chatchila riber al hanhage. But zicher by the Rebbe l'chatchila riber became outs l'chatchila riber. In Chassidus, in Aveda, in life, every Hira, it always boils down to l'chatchila riber. In these Asias, Yena Asias, l'chatchila riber. Now, who's the Welt? Who's the Welt v'zok as mekenish darunter geht mir riber? Who's this? In the yeshivas, there's a lot makshin oilam. Yeah, the Welt zok. Whenever you want to give a shir on something and you have to say something, a psachidish, you make up a oilam. The oilam zokt. If they said it or not, and then you say you're chiddush, you're mechadish on the oilam. So who's this oilam? So in Chassidus Gebrach, and the Rebbe has it as well. The Rebbe has it in the Mamorim Tavshin Yutes, Tisha Yutes, the Chamer Tika Hemshich. You get the Tshuva, the Torah, Tshuva Yilah, Shmul Bar Nachmani, and it's a Hemshich that starts in Elul, the end of Elul, and goes into Tishrei. So the Rebbe brings from a Maimer, I think from the Rebbe Shmaseid, which is Musan Maimer, Tzedek, Middle Rebbe, that the Seder Ragul as a Yid Avtzon. What's the Seder in Tshuva? You do Tshuva Tata. What if Tshuva Tata doesn't work? You're not Matzliach. If Tshuva Tata doesn't work, then you have to go Nachach at the Tshuva Yilah. Ukilashin Ha'elam, as Mekenish Arun, there geht man Riber. As Mekenish Arun, there geht man Riber, that's the Derech of Chassidus. And the Rebbe himself brings in the mind. First you do the regular Seder from Gvul, Seder from Tam V'das. In extreme cases, you don't learn Tam V'das. Yes, regular people, you don't start with Tam V'das. You start Tam V'das, you start Al Pi Seder. Tshuva Tata. In extreme cases, you go Tshuva. So, as Mekenish Arun, der geht mir Riber, it's a Derech Ha'olam, it can be Derech Ha'olam in Yiddishkeit, it can be Derech Ha'olam even in Chassidus. V'ula yesh loymar, that this was even called Derech Chassidus till the Rebbe. Right? There's a Seder. But the Rebbe tiny as ich sag l'chatchila riber. No, the Rebbe is medayik. And now the Rebbe was mevair. In different similar issues other times. The be'etzem mitzad Yiddishkeit darf sein as mekenish arunter geht mir riber. Right? Like also kucharichu nisal magana and in soimchen ala nes. You don't do crazy things. You act like a normal Jew. And normal Yid, you do what you have to do. You don't do a chatchila riber. Ich sag. Who's the ich sag? The Nasi. Mitzad the Nasi is a chatchila riber. Und zusammen mit dem, it comes with the Akdame, as the Welt sagt. Why have to say about the Welt? So who cares about the Welt? Ich sag. What do you have to bring the Welt? It's a competition over here. Because the tachlis is mitzad echel zayin ich zog, it should be the derech of the nasi, but it's we go into the Welt. In other words, after I acknowledge sta Welt, and I know where the Welt stands, where the Welt, who held the Welt. Then the derech of the nasi, the derech from Rebbe, comes in a zav Welt, and in a Welt where l'cheire halt by arunter, and then you have to read l'chatchila riber. You know, you have people l'chatchila riber, they never heard of Elam Hazeh Bichlal. Yeah, the Rebbe's Tainen, the Yud Gimel was Yud Gimel Nissen Sichet, Shlomo Kunin, Mem Gimel. So Mem Gimel was a year of the Rebbe Marash, because it was 100 years in the Stalkus the Rebbe Marash, Tafresh Mem Gimel. So the whole Mem Gimel, the Rebbe stark gekocht mit Chatchila Ribber. Looking for Chatchila Ribber Siches, every Farbrengen of Tafresh Mem Gimel is Chatchila Ribber. One of the Sich sometimes, the whole Farbrengen. So Yud Gimel Nissen, the Rebbe Geret, as Echad Be'echad Yigashu, Yud Gimel Nissen is the Tzemach Tzedek, Yud Gimel Tishrei is the Rebbe Marash, but even Yud Gimel Nissen is the Rebbe Marash, because Yud Gimel Nissen is the Stalkus of the Tzemach Tzedek. With Mele, as Cholos and the Rebbe Marash. So Echad Echad Yigashu, there's a whole Sikha there. The Rebbe didn't say his name, but the Rebbe was speaking on Shlomo Kunin. That what's the Pshat Chatchila Ribber? And Medalig Alaharim, yeah? The Medalig Alaharim means a Sedah Har, yeah? There's a starting point, there's an end point, you're jumping over something, there's a thing that you're jumping over, yeah? So lots of other sikhs, Sedah Welt, and in that Welt, you're defying Welt, you're overriding Welt. Aber Sedah Welt, you acknowledge Sedah Welt, und nicht, there's no Welt, and was that Kufa? He came. What he had? Millions. Huh?
40 million.
No, it was 18 million. I think 50 million, 18 million. He got it. He had 50 million. They would give him 18 million. It's a whole.
Yeah, but sure.
Kids, there was millions of dollars of chayvus because they're told Shlomo Kunin.
Don't do it again. I'll take care of it.
Huh?
I'll take care of it.
He did it again. He did it many times. Shlomo is a walking lechatchila river. Yeah, we're all playing house here when we speak about lechatchila river. Shlomo is lechatchila river.
Yeah.
Oh, but in Tacheni, the Rebbe says in the Sikh that he's not lechatchila river because lechatchila river.
He's just nuts.
Shikoyach simcha for teaching goyis in the Pashta Asius, yeah. But there's Kunins here. You have to be careful. There's.
The swan we're coming back today.
I don't think we're hosting.
Mit Shlomo mit dem Rebbe. Right, so the Rebbe's taina was that when we say lechatchila river, it's darv zayin. There has to be a baseline, right? There's mishor, there's no, a bika, and there's a har that, and then there's a lechatchila river. But you're starting somewhere, you're landing somewhere. It's not a veld, and in this veld it's not lechatchila river. Lechatchila river, meaning the veld that exists is in consciousness. In other words, you're aware of the veld. But right off the bat, right out of the gate, you're going lechatchila river. You're not trying. I'm sagenish. Okay, Berechnish. In other words, Nes is koidim leteva not only because we're so low, so we don't come to Nes to the Greichen teva. No, lechatchila that's the seder. The seder is meheiton mit moifsim. In the Sikha of Chai Elul, the Mem Zayin, even there you see how the Rebbe acknowledged the Welt, right? The Rebbe started the Farbrengen, the Pelach he got. The Rebbe started with a Maise. That's a Maise Mufla. That Chai Elul, what's the Chai Elul Ayim Yem? The Torah of the Baal Shem Tov from Taf Reish Nun Bais. Yeah? Because there's not enough stories of the Baal Shem Tov B'chayav, and Torah's B'chayav, Baal Shem Tov was in Stalik Tav Kuf Chav. But there's the Shiva Torahs of the Baal Shem Tov of Taf Reish Nun Bais. When the Rebbe Shmul said and went L'mayla, and heard the 7 Torahs, and some of them were B'hakel, yeah, they were Kachtav, some of them B'hakel, and every Chai Elul Farbrengen, the Rebbe would speak about these Torahs. In other words, never mind all the Torahs, Keser Shem Tov, Savasar Yivash, that the Rebbe spoke about other times, other Farbrengens. The whole Chav Shin Chav was 200 years from the Baal Shem Tov. Every Farbrengen, Chav Chapal, the Rebbe was Mevara, one of the Torahs of Savasar Yivash, and connected to Tanya. It was a whole Arichas. But here, but on Chai Elul, the Rebbe speak. What was always the Koch? The Torah, the Torahs, the 7 Torahs of Taf Reish Nun Beis. It says, what's going on here? We're Chassidic Chabad. And Bifrat, who heard these Torahs? The Rebbe Nishma said, the Rebbe Rashav is the Rambam of Chassidus, is the ultimate Askala of Chassidus. What's going on with these stories? The Rebbe Rashav went L'mayla and heard Torahs of Baal Shem Tov, give it over to Friedrich Rebbe. What's happening here? Out of all the Rebbes of Chabad, the Rebbe Rashav. And the Rebbe was Mevayer for Kert. Chassidus Chabad heaped on Chassidus of Baal Shem Tov. Chassidus Chabad, you know, Chassidus Chabad, you learn it. It's great Askala. and great avodah, and it's in a way you might call Chassidus Chabad a runter, right? In other Kreisen was a riber. Chassidus Chabad is a runter, seichel, tavadas. Right, that Tzemach Tzedek, when he said a story of the Alter Rebbe that he used the mirror, and someone said that they broke the mirror off the Shmek Tabak, and he said, it can't be, because the Zaydev wouldn't break anything. We don't break, we don't jump, we don't break, we don't machen Meshugah. You go through Teva, we use our Teva. Yeah, you learn this, the Mamar, K'mitzeichel, Meretz Yisrael, Niflois, the Milo of Teva, Dafka Milo of Teva. But no, Taket, Chassidus Chabad goes into Teva, but the starting point is Chassidus Baal Shem Tov, Teres Baal Shem Tov. The starting point, you know where the Rebbe Rashab got his great idea, Samach Vavai in Bais. He went Lamaila and heard the Baal Shem Tov, and Rosh Hashanah, it wasn't Rosh Hashanah, when it was Chayel in Tavrishon Bais. That's where it all starts. That's the starting point. That's where it all comes from. Und Dafke Chassidus Chabad, the Rebbe Dafke Chassidus Chabad has to know that it's Chabad. But what's its shoyrish? What's its starting point? Hecher from Seichel, Hecher from Welt. L'mayla mitamadas. Le'idach, when they wrote up the Sicha, they gave in the Rebbe the Sicha, and it's a Yiddish Sicha, so Simon wrote the Sicha, so he gave it into the Rebbe, and that's the way they wrote the Sicha. That's how the Sicha started. So the Rebbe wrote Mamish Charifas. First, the one thing because I wrote there, it looks like you guys still think that these hanachas of the Farbrengens is like Likut Sichos. The Likut Sichos, Kiilo is you could speak
the proper treaties, like
and inside Torah, you don't have to be in a spell from Olam Hazek. Interesting, because we look at it as Likut Sichos is for the Welt, for the Torah Welt. The Rebbe said, what we're doing here is you're giving over was Mageret, the Raivin, and Shul. And you have to bring it to the people. What? You know what I'm saying? We're writing in Argumenta Journal. Yeah. What's Sefer HaSich? Sefer HaSich is the Argumenta Journal in Kfar Chabad. The Likut HaSichos was printed as a liquid and put in shuls. Sefer HaSichos is Argumenta Journal in Kfar Chabad.
So it's all meant for everyone to hear.
It's newspaper writing. It's for people, they come, they buy the paper, I want to hear something, something to do, and then the psavart on the parsha, and something practice. But then the Rebbe said like this. But we get to this with Pratis, the Rebbe wrote. You're starting with a story of the Rebbe Nishmas and going to the Baal Shem Tov in Gan Eden, Tafresh Nun Bais. What are you doing? You start to write about El and the 5 Rosh Tevis. And the Hirol and Maisa, and what we have to do, and the whole Indian. And then later on, Al Pizeh Yuvin, the Rebbe rewrote, basically, the Rebbe rewrote the whole Hanacha.
In retrospect, that is accurate to the way the whole Saint Press is.
That was.
That's how it's ordered always. It always starts off with.
Right, even though by the Farbrengen, they might have said the last sif in the beginning. Right? Yeah.
You stand that I said the first sif from the beginning.
No, that's what I'm saying.
This was unique.
No, because you see Mem Zayin in Sefer HaSichos, Mem Chet, you see it's much closer to the original Farbrengen, and with the years, by the time when Bais came, the Hanacha from the Farbrengen is already a whole different belt. Yeah. But Kolponim, it's interesting. The whole word that I was trying to bring out is Chassidus Chabad, is L'mayla mitam v'das, it's Heiton in Gan Eden. It doesn't start from someone having great ideas in their room. It's not that Rebbe Rashab just sitting in Menton and thinking of Ayin Beis, yeah? Or sitting on Keser Wilhelm's chair. It's all Baal Shemske and Yonim. But when you're actually printing the Sikh and putting it in the paper, no. You have to. It's a shtickle harunter over here. So here on the day, what to do, and a biur, and then come. Right? Because at the end of the day, there's always going to be that tension. There's always going to be that tension where we're dealing with a Welt, and we're dealing with Seichel and Nushi, and we're dealing with an Arunter, and they're here in Asada, and we're kennen Asada and Arunter. It's not a Welt. We don't go straight to Ich Zog. The Welt Zog. In other words, we're not coming from cluelessness, and we're not coming from naivete. We're not coming from Bachrim, we don't know what's going on. And, we're talking American. We're American boys. We're not. And Dafke Azei v'niflinu, it's a decision. It's the Rebbe comes. Yeah, we said that the Rebbe was saying Yideya say Lama Mechaven Limrid Be. Who was it? Echad Am said it. Yideya say Lama Mechaven Limrid Be. Yideya say Lama. Yeah, there's no mitzvah. not Hayrat Tabach, you have to be Yidei get the Prat from Elam Hazah. But whatever context of Elam Hazah you are, V'chavin Limrit B'y, V'chatchila Ariber. There's no... Anyways, this Nekud L'chila Ariber, in the context of Moifsim and Nizmyonim, it's not just a b'diavad, it's a lechatchila. It's a lechatchila that Chassidus hebt on von a Platz von l'mayla mitam v'das. L'mayla mitam v'das. Wir sind Hecher von Welt. Aber der Tachlis ist, so eine Maimik bedach, weiß ich gar, wer das Tchila. It's der Griechen dort, the Chodedi. The Chetzonis comes before the Pnimius not only because we're not holding by the Pnimius, because the Makif is higher than Pnimi. And after Makif, then you reach Pnimi, and that's the Etzem. Fine, you guys didn't learn the Chodedi. Somebody learned Yudal Kislev, or you heard your friends Chazri. L'chaim.
In the Tesla, we said that the Yitzhak on S, but then when the S becomes your Teva, in the beginning of this, then the Yesham, really.
Meir, no? Hey, man. You're not the Almanagan? Huh? You're just a Bacher.
You're not a Bacher.
Ya ma ya Sometimes life is easy. Right now, look at Chilariver. I'm not thinking about tomorrow. Here, that cost I'm paying for many years already. He was born into my family. Yeah? Was that enough course over there? So in the Bais Iyar, it helps you with Farbrengen, which is better from the only Bais Iyar Farbrengens. I think there was maybe one more Farbrengen, but even that wasn't so much Bais Iyar as much as it was about Jerusalem and Hay. The Rebbe had like 3-4 Farbrengens, the end of Nisan and Shchedesh Iyar, Keshet Yisrael was. I think that could be the Rebbe didn't even mention Bais Iyar. Lamed Vav, there was Lamed Vav. Yeah, sorry, Keshet the Chinuch. Lamed Vav. Shabbos Achrei and Erev Shchedesh Iyar, 12 Psukim. That year there was a parade, even though it wasn't Sunday. Yeah, the Rebbe announces the year Shnas HaChinuch in end of Nisan. Yeah. It's like I say, the Eila, huh?
So you're starting for that.
Yeah, I'm saying it. Shnas HaChinuch. Versteh. What I'm saying is, the Rebbe B'chlal kocht doch in Iyar, and especially from Bais on, where it was Teishnas. B'chlal the Eila, especially in Eila Yeshivas, yeah. After Nisan, it was like, okay, let's. So shtickle 1 foot in, 2 feet out. It's nish the hair. Shnas HaChinuch. And later it was Memches in Av Elul. The Rebbe started Shnas Yelad V'Yalda. It's Kamal Heben on Heben Iyar. It's say that right now. Heben on Iyar. Shnas HaChinuch. Anyway, so the year the Rebbe brought the story, and the year the Rebbe brought it for the first time, and in the seas the Rebbe brought it, I don't know if it's Emlikam, but many, many times. The Meisim mit Alter Rebbe and Yom Kippur. Yeah, you going kochen. And kochen a Eichel. So each time the Rebbe said it was different years. So what was it? Was it Ne'ilah? Was it? I think on Bais the Rebbe says was Shachris. Or it was Kol Nidre. Yeah, it was Shachris Musif. There's every girsa. It's in all different. Basi Lagani Tavshin Yud Aleph the Rebbe brings it. Yeah. Yutis Kislev Imdal the Rebbe speaks about it. Says on television. And the Rebbe said, so here the Rebbe speaks about it in Tavshin Yud, and the Rebbe said the same thing in Memdalad, that Amol, they wouldn't say this story. The Rebbe, so Beizir, the Rebbe said, the times that Tzemach said they didn't say the story. The times that the Rebbe Marash, they would say the story. So the Chatchila River. Because Haitachin, Alter Rebbe goes on Yom Kippur, and when they asked Alter Rebbe, was there nobody else that could do it? And he said, the answer, mitzvah begadol. Yeah, mitzvah begadol. So, and the Shver said that Amol, Mechlal, we shouldn't be mefarsim it.
Yeah.
But Lepoyel, so this is something very interesting. In the Rishimis, there's Kama v'Kama in Yonim, Kemchlal, the Rishimis Yiman is the Mali in Yonim that the Rebbe heard from the Friedrich Rebbe. There's Kama v'Kama in Yonim that the Friedrich Rebbe tells the Rebbe, but it's Behakdame that this is Pnimi, and was only mefarsim zayin. I can't say every single one, but if all of these in Yonim, the Rebbe gestorben by Farbrengen. One after another, huh? So in Chof Kislev, Lamed Zayin, the Rebbe was mevar al pi halacha what the Rebbe's heter for that is. Because the Chayr, the Rebbe told him no. How do you go against the Rebbe? It's the Rebbe schwer. Because Chof Kislev, Lamed Zayin, the Rebbe gerät wegen Druck, it was Chof Kislev, it's doch Jutas Kislev, that from Tonne, in was in the Getz Chassidus. So the Rebbe's 2 in Yonim. That's when the Rebbe started in Yom Shpiyim. That's when you get dark Chassidus. That before the First World War, before Bilbul Oilam, there were shtetl, and every shtetl had a Rav and a Mashpiyah, but then it was Bilbul Oilam. This last 50 years were completely all over the place. So I'll bring back Mashpiyim. And Ayin Bais, Druk and Ayin Bais. So the Rebbe gave the whole Arichas there that so when Friedrich Rebbe went to Neusland, so he gave the Ksavim to the Rebbe to watch Chutzlar. Oisland. Chutzlar. So he gave it to the Rebbe for safekeeping, right? But with Tacheni, there were a halacha. The halacha is if someone gives you a zach l'pikadin, you're not allowed to touch shlichus yad. Shlichus yad is like pshia. But if you give a sefer to a Talmud Chacham, he's allowed to learn it, because if you give it to Talmud Chacham, you know he's going to. The guy read Zechariah Ken Einhalb. So the Shver, the Rebbe, the Shver knows the Rebbe, and one of the Rebbe's tchunis is that the Rebbe can't keep anything for himself, and the moment he gives something to the Rebbe, he'll be mefarsim it. So, that's in fact that the Shver gave the Ksavim to the Rebbe, even if it came b'tnai that shouldn't be mefarsim, it's asking me mefarsim. So the Rebbe said that when you get to Ksavim, the Rebbe said when you get to Kol Inyan, every single Inyan that the Shver told to the Rebbe, even if it came with a disclaimer that Mizol Nisht Iberzog and this Inyan Pnimi, and it's very delicate, but the Rebbe can't just help. Yeah. And by the Rebbe is the Inyan. Until the Rebbe, one of the Chidushim of the Rebbe, until the Rebbe, there was Taket. There's the Rebbe and there's Chassidim, and the Rebbe get ashpot to the Chassid. But there's very, very clearly certain Yom that are Beis Harav. There were certain Yom Tovim that were Beis Harav. Only the Rebbeim knew about it and celebrated it. There were certain Toiris that were Rebbe Mipi Rebbe, didn't go out there. The Rebbe came and said, look, I can just einhalten. Anything that I heard goes to the Oilam. Any Yom Tiv now becomes a Yom Tiv for the general. The Rebbe said that the Friedrich already started, right? Because in the later years, in the Shins, once the Friedrich came to America, one of the letters in Tafshin Yud, the Rebbe speaks about Basi Lagani. The Basi Lagani read in the Oitzris. The Oitzris are Kmusim, that the Melech, that no one saw it, and now he gives it to everybody. Bizbuz Oitzris. So what are the Oitzris? So the Rebbe says, L'mashal, for all the generations, there were 2 Yom Tovim that were only celebrated by the Rebbeim. Chai Elul and Gimel Dislichas. Chayel, the Rabbi would say Gut Yom Tiv, to one Rebbe to the next Rebbe, to the Mishpacha, and say a Maimer. And Gimel Deslichas also, they would say a Maimer only in Beis Harav. And then in America, in the later years, the Friedrich was Megale, Chayel, and Gimel Deslichas. That's the Oitzris. That's the business of Oitzris, Chayel and Gimel Deslichas. The gewaltige line from Pinto. Some 70 bachrim for bringing your Gimel Deslichas. That's like 2 o'clock in the morning, 4 or 5 bachrim, and we're at a mashke. So like, okay, let's go home. So I went to my house to get mashke. So I'm walking home with 2-3 chaverim. So it's Yisraelic and American. Walking on Kingston Avenue. When you meet Pinto, 2:30 in the morning. So Pinto looks at us and sees us walking around as a shtickle. It wasn't back of the grade yet because it was only 2:30 and we had to get more mashke. So it was. So Pinto, Frek, what are you guys doing up at this hour and where are you going? So I say, Gimel Deslichas. So Pinto, Frek, what is Gimel Deslichas? Gimel Deslichas? We don't know what Gimel Deslichas is. So Pinto opens as he's wide-eyed. Getting there, cook. Pinto says, Vemis, schon 40 Jahre ich prave Gimel Deslichas, v'lo yadati shelo yodim ma kara v'Gimel Deslichas. There's a lot of depth. There's a lot of depth over there. Pinto lived and died by the bottle, literally. Yeah. So then I'm just.
Heather and Leifus is not my little.
This is Heather and Leifus. So these are the answers. Right? So the Rebbe took this to the next level. There's nothing. You have the Sikhe, Chukas, Mem Aleph, Chukas, Chelik Lamed Gimel, Moshe Yisrael le Moshe. As a filo di in Yonim, as in Moshe, the Yonim of a Nasi, that he's Nasi, Menusu, Merum, the Indian of a Rebbe that's moved from the Am, his personal things, even the most personal things go and gain an Ibrit zum Am. The Ksavya that Rebbe wrote during the court case to Yudel to give over to the lawyers, that by a Nasi there's no zich. It's all the people. It's the people. There's no after whatever is taken care of for the Am. If there's any Yonim, but the Rebbe is only Yonim Prati. So if the Shver at Iber gave an episode to Rebbe, and even if it's an Indian Rebbe, Pi Rebbe, Indian Achi Prati, one way or another, in a Siche, in a Maimer, in a Briv, in a Sichas Chul in Kibiyach, it's going to come out one way or another. It can't help. When the Rebbe told J.J. Hecht, Lamed Ches, about the 3 dargas in Baal Soid, it wasn't going to get to Zich, when to get to what they heard from Friedrich because everything came out. The Rebbe told J.J. why he called J.J. because the 3 dargas in Baal Soid, and he wanted J.J. to be the highest darga, and within an hour the whole Lubavitch knew. Yeah, the Rebbe chose J.J. to find one Baal Soid because he had to tell his brother Avram Hecht.
But Farbrengen, what was it about?
The Rebbe made a Farbrengen, Zeis Chaneke, as soon as he died. He told JJ to get the chalas and prepare the frame, but he told JJ what my catch of JJ Hecht, because the Rebbe has to find the Baal Soid, and there's 3 dargas in Baal Soid. The Rebbe quoted the Shver. The Rebbe says the 3 dargas is different than the Friedrich Rebbe. I think the 3 dargas with the Rebbe said it is, one darga is you have a soid, no one knows you have a secret.
The highest darga.
That's the highest darga. And then the lower darga is they know you have a secret, but you're not going to make it. And then the third one is that you get it out of him. So he asked the Rebbe, could he tell this guy? Could he tell that? He asked, could he tell his son in Morristown? So once he told the Bachrim, it's as if he told Australia. So finally, he got Rishus to tell Avram, his brother in Coney Island, to come in, and all of a sudden Avram shows up. So what are you doing here? Kitzer, Gans Lubavitch. By the time the Farbrengen started, after the Rebbe looked in the whole Lubavitch, the Rebbe searched for a Baal Seid. There was a Farbrengen. But Kopan, the Rebbe is Megala out. So this story that the Rebbe heard from the Shver, and it came back dumb that not megalo this story. We don't say the story, but the story of the Alter Rebbe with the soup on Kippur. You're not megalo. The Rebbe says in one for Yud Shvat Tavshin Yud Aleph. Yeah. Ma'amer Kabbalah and sees, and it was Magiyah. On television, the Rebbe says the story, and with the disclaimer that I'm all matnish. But there's a kama v'kama in yonim that the Rebbe that you see in the Rishimis that mizol nish megalazim. So one in yonim is that the Friedrich Rebbe tells the Rebbe that it's not only shouldn't be megala. The Friedrich Rebbe says I'm uncomfortable with this, and zichem is nish megala zayin. That aber es kommt eis bei mir that the difference between the Tate and the Zayde, the Rebbe Nishma Seiden and the Rebbe Marash, is that the Rebbe, as the Tate is Tainug, and the Zayde is Rotz. The Tate is Tainug, the Zayde is Rotz. Rotzin is Machriach. Tainug Tzitzu. Right? The way Rotzin and Tainug works, and the Rebbe has, what was the Maimer? Loving there is Chanukah, and look at Vav. Yeah. The Rebbe brings the Rebbe's Isis are a bit different. But Bechlal, yeah, Samach Vav and Ein Bais, Rotzin and Tainug. Mailus of Yeder Eine. Rotzin, is a Sai B'negeh to one person over another, and Sai B'negeh to a mensch of Zich, of the Eigene Koiches. So Rotzin works, once a person wants something, right? Even if your brain isn't there, your midis aren't there, all your koiches premium aren't on board, but once you want something, right? And that's how sheikhad works. This guy, you would come to without sheikhad, he would tell you very clear, Reuven is gerecht. But because he has rotzin that Shimon should be matzliach in court, because Shimon gave him a nice hundred. So all of a sudden, his seichel starts working that way, right? Because the rotzin pasha takes and manipulates all the koiches. Tainug doesn't manipulate the koiches, doesn't force the koiches and pressure them into submission. Tainug, what the Rebbe has in Loving Years Chanukah, is the chayis, right? It's the etzon. It is the koiches ta'alein. You see it more begoli. You see it by benegeh to yachas somebody else. You have two ifanim in anhagen. This is what the Friedrich was saying about the tat and the zayda. You have two ifanim in anhagen. You have two kind of manhigim. There's anhagen and ifan of rotzin. Rotzin is you have a person that comes and he has strong willpower. Rotzin, right? When I fear on with them. What happens with Rotzin is Rotzin comes and just shuts everyone else down and forces everyone into Tainug. A person that gives off Tainug for carrot. It's geschmack. And when someone's geschmack, it's everyone's on board. It's natural. They're not forced into what has to be done. It's not the dictatorship, right? It's Tainug. It's geschmack. Monarchy according to Chassidus, Melucha.
Melucha is really rotten though.
See, Melucha depends which Machus B'Rotzin Kibbalayim is. Anyway, yeah. So the Zayda was Rotzin, the Tata given Tainug, but the Friedrich was very very nervous. Like Azazach, it's not like first of all uncomfortable saying it. The way that in Lashon Hara, the Rebbe would speak about the Rabbeim, Mi Yera, what's the Lashon? Mi Tanya, Mi Orav Liboy, yeah. Tzacheni, or the Chassidim, we have to understand, so we have to try to understand. But it's not, the Rebbe said, Kam Pom Farbrengen, Gimel Tishrei Farbrengen, but the Rebbe Marash, the Rebbe gets back in there. There's a Merdika letter that the Rebbe writes, Bekesher to like graphologist analysis of the Rebbe Marash's handwriting. Right? What's more you do is the Alter Rebbe's handwriting. After Behemshich, the Alter Rebbe's handwriting, and that the Rebbe spoke about Farbrengens, held gechapt, right? Because Be'etzim already Behemshich to what happened already to the Alter Rebbe in Meiser, when they analyzed the Alter Rebbe and saw that the Alter Rebbe has a Meshicha to a Melucha, and they understood that the Alter Rebbe wants to take down the Tsar, and they were right because it was Malchus Datzilis. Well, there's also in the
handwriting now.
In the handwriting they found that so Behemshich did also the Rebbe Marash, and it came to the Rebbe. That's her name was Maras Zucker, the way that writes in the letters. It was the same lady. She did both Alter Rebbe and the Rebbe Marash. And all the Rebbe, Alter Rebbe and the Rebbe Marash. So the Rebbe writes in the letter, it was even to Shazar, maybe he was arranged it. So the Alter Rebbe you have in the Sikhs and Nigris, but the Rebbe I don't think it's printed in Nigris. So the Rebbe is murdik in spall from the analysis of the Rebbe Marash's handwriting, because the whole part is that whoever analyzed it had no clue who the Rebbe Marash is and didn't even know Hebrew. Because if you know Hebrew, you're biased already by seeing the Maimer, the Sikh. You see the Teuchen. The point is they shouldn't see any Teuchen and understand what's going on. Just the handwriting in a language they don't understand. And it seems in the letter it's not clear what she wrote, but I think her analysis has been printed. And the Rebbe is mamish nespal how she chapped. Many in Yon we get to the life of the Rebbe Marash and the Rebbe Marash's signet. Ad kedei kach, it seems that she wrote there that the Rebbe Marash, it seems that he went through tons of Yisurim throughout his life. And these Yisurim, whatever writes in the letter, hichsinu Yisoi, they chisun. They immunized him. I
will walk out of this Farbrengen right now.
Chisun. No. They vaccinated him. They made him immune. Basically, they made him able to makabel tons of yisurim, and therefore he was always besimcha. He was always besimcha. This is something the Rebbe speaks about a lot by the Farbrengen. The Rebbe Marash always walked around with a smile, and he was always besimcha. And even though he went through tons of yisurim, the Rebbe Marash was very unwell. The Stalkos was very young. He was very unwell. He was always going to doctors, and his goof was very wasn't healthy. And it's amazing. And the Rebbe was mafli how it's amazing how someone could pick that up, that inyan, amongst other inyan. The Rebbe says, but dafke the fact that she understood and understood so much about the Rebbe Marash. How did she miss out on such a fundamental part of the Rebbe Marash's personality and Yissis? What did she miss out? That his whole style of Anhage and Yissis was in a oifin of toike faratzin ubelaz dictatora. Ubelaz dictatorship. That the whole style of the Rebbe Marash was Shulam Rabbi Zakta Indian and Azayidas. Toike faratzin. And the moment he said something, he demanded it and he expected it to happen. Masha'en came by the Rebbeim Shalafanav v'Shalachrav, that it wasn't that way. Where by the other Rebbeim, even though they had a nekuda of toikif, but it always came in a signin of bakasha, and the mekabel existed. There was the chassid was able to had a voice and was able to respond and was part of the equation. Mashenk and the Rebbe Marash was a dictator. But what the Rebbe's taina is, it was such a double boiled in his nesias, and you got it. How did you miss that out? How did you miss that out in the graphology test analysis of the Rebbe Marash? The toike faratzin of the Rebbe Marash. The Rebbe must say, and the chayre based off this letter, in some way the other Rebbeim were tainu. The Rebbe must say in Zinyan is Chassidus, Bais, even Torah Shon, where it's very streng and sharp for Oasis. We see the Farbrengens, Chassidus. You see the Friedrich Farbrengens, yeah, the Sichus, Shal Echad, Hiksha Echad. There's a back and forth. It's okay. There's a conversation. The Rebbe Marash. I think the Rebbe, he's also in Shem. The Rebbe brings that the Farbrengens, the Sichus were, the whole Farbrengen was 15 minutes Sichus, and the rest was Mamar. The Sichus were very big kids. It wasn't a Farbrengen. It wasn't sitting around and Farbrengen. Gerat Chassidus, we Yaben Heroes, and was very streng. And the Rebbe would always be mafli mitzad echad. The Rebbe Marash always smiled and was besimcha. Mitzad sheni, people were so scared of him. The Rebbe Marash, he would walk around. People had a pachad. They would bring the story that the train with the goyim. What's the story? It's also it was a mukit kemaimer. L'kachtam lochem. The Rebbe Marash came and he came on the train and the people came to be makabel upon him and the goyim came and he just came out and people saw the Rebbe Marash's face, tzir upon him and people fled from fright. It was pashut a pachad, even though he had such a simcha, because of the toike faratzin Rebbe Marash. And that's a L'chatchila Riber. L'chatchila Riber, where the Mekabel, you're involved, you're not involved, you agree, you don't agree. But the Rebbe had this Indian, called the Kesher of the Rebbe Marash. The Rebbe wrote Sefer HaToldos of the Rebbe Marash. That's it. It's the only Sefer HaToldos the Rebbe wrote. The rest is for Chanech Glitzerstein. Yeah? The Rebbe wrote Toldos Admar Marash. In Nifla. Even say Pashas, that it seems the way that the Rebbe writes, that he was planning to do all the Rebbe. To start from the Rebbe Marash, out of all the Rebbe. It's a Kesher of the Rebbe Marash.
Maybe you just started writing in Beis Iyar.
Huh?
Maybe you just started writing in Beis Iyar.
Okay.
Tavshin Yod, the Rebbe says that Bais Iyar is the day of the Ascholas Ksiva Sefer Torah Shel Mashiach. And because that a Yid is Yesh Yishim Rebbe Yisrael Torah, Yisrael is Yesh Yishim Rebbe Yisrael Torah, so Yisrael and Torah are one. So the fact that Bais Iyar was the Ascholas Ksiva Sefer Torah Shel Mashiach, hates that it's the Yimeledes of Chassidus. It's our Yimeledes. Bais Iyar.
Like the 12 Pesukim are in this thing because it was like that.
Yeah, fine. But at the end of the day, these become 12 Pesukim. Yeah. So at the end of the day, Bais Iyar, the Rebbe Marash, the Marash. And this nekuda, of course, but the Rebbe ultimately, the Rebbe had out, but this nekuda of rotzim, and the Rebbe will say many times by Farbrengen, the will jetzt, will nicht, versteht jetzt, versteht nicht. The Chatchila Rebbe, take it for rotzim. You call dictatorship, That's what it belongs. It's not dictatorship. And nekuda, that as the Indian darf sich durchführen, Chaim. Bais Iyar Memtes, the Rebbe. Well, those years there weren't Farbrengens during the week. It was after Memches. Mitzad Sheni, Kaklasenu, Taknosenu. So Mitzad Echad, there weren't Farbrengens in the name of the Pagras. Mitzad Sheni then started Sichis from the Bimen. And with the Sichis, without having to make a whole Farbrengen, so now even the small Yom of the Pagras, the Rebbe, we could say a 10-minute Sicha that. Oh yeah, you had Kislev Memtes, where the Rebbe turned Kislev into Toiv Lemish the Tamid. The Bais Iyar Memtes, I think that was for the Sicha, that was Magia, that was the Rado taking Katzer. One of the only Tikkun Katzers, that was Magia. The Rebbe Geshturim, the Rebbe get it, I'm so Farbrengen, Bechol Makim Umakim, uneven was 70. The Rebbe spoke Bais Iyar like this Kislev sprach. The Farbrengen, Bechol Makim. But the Rebbe there went through how L'chatchila Riber, ganz Yiddishkeit is L'chatchila Riber. It's not a var that the Rebbe Marash once said, and the Friedrich Rebbe brought in a letter. Ganz Yiddishkeit L'chatchila Riber. Terish Bichsav, Heibton L'chatchila Riber. Pirkei Yavaz L'chatchila Riber. Rambam, so they went through a whole list. Mishnah, everything's just L'chatchila Riber. We explain how it's L'chatchila Riber. Bereishis bar Likim es Hashmayim es Saretz. Before there's a world, before Yamot Hastah Welt, there's a Welt that says Arunter Bereishis Bar Likim es Hashmayim es Saretz. There's the Ichzog that comes before everything. The other Rebbe said a murder Wort. So Bereishis Bar Likim es Hashmayim es Saretz is Brias Yesh Meyayin. Who is Boire Yesh Meyayin? Who can be Mahava Yesh Meyayin? Simen Chav Iyar Zakaydish. Ishabos Yesh Meyayin could only be Bekeach HaAtzmos. Alright, in the Lashon of the Rebbe, only Dartin where there is. No, that's not Alter Rebbe. That's already later. Ein La'ila V'Siba. So only he could create Ein La'ila V'Siba. Today, the Rebbe quotes Simen Chav Iyar Zakaydish that only Mitzvah Metzmusi could create Mitzvah Metzmusi. That's not what it says. No, it's not what it says. It's not the Pashta Pshat in the Alter Rebbe. The Rebbe is saying a bit of a different part. The Rebbe is saying that to create a world that nothing that with Ilah V'Olol can't exist, through the process of Ilah V'Olol can't come into existence, because Ilah V'Olol will ultimately create only Yonim Ruchniim. You need something that didn't come from Ilah V'Olol. But I think it starts from the Rebbe Nishmas Seidim, where the Rebbe brings it's a Sach Tifer. that the hergish of the Welt, the hergish of the Welt, Mitziusim Atzmusei, comes from the emes and Mitziusim Atzmusei of Atzmus. A bit different, it's stiffer, it's a bit of a different part. But either way, only Atzmus can have as Mitziusim Atzmusei. Can have as So the Rebbe says like this. So this that the world is created from Atzmos is the Chatchila Riber. Why? Because the Welt could come from Giluyim, from Lahar Ba'elamis, Lachar Atzimtzum, or the Shekoidem Atzimtzum, the Lial Sasmusei. There's many levels of Ishtalshalos. And yet the Eibishter creates the world, Dafka, it's Abba Lam Haza, is Dafka from Atzmos. That's the Chatchila Riber. But for the Shaila, why is the Chatchila Riber? There is no other option. The world could only, Gashmis can only come from Tzitzim Etzmos. So it's not like Chatchila Riber, it's not like there were options. Okay, we'll create the world with Mamala, Soiva, V'Atzmos. I'm going to bypass the system, Chatchila Riber, and create the world and use Koyach HaAtzmos to create Elam Hazah. There are no alternatives. Mamala can't create Gashmias, Soiva can create Gashmias, even Oyer Mein Amoyer, even Kol Batzmos can't create Gashmis. Only Atzmos through the but only Atzmos could create Gashmis. So what's the Chatchila Riber? And Be'etzim the Rebbe asked the same shaila. The Rebbe asked the same shaila in Parshas Chodesh Mem Daled, from a completely different place, but the same shaila. In Parshas Chodesh, so it was Tazria Mem Daled. So the Rebbe in the first sichos of the Farbrengen, the Rebbe learns the Hirah from the Parsha and the special Kviyas. So the Rebbe said, what can we learn from a Chodesh? So a Chodesh is in of Chidush, is Chadshus. Where does this Chadshus start? By the Eivishter. The Eivishter is Mechadish Betuvoi B'chol Yim Tom in Ma'aseh Bereishis. Uvisis Mevur Barichis in Sharichot Ve'emunah, that the Eivishter is Mehavad the Welt B'chol Rega Michadash. Fine. So if it's worth a scholar and understand how the Eibishter functions, it's very nice. Well, ultimately everything has been to get Ma'aseh B'poil. So what does it mean to us that the Eibishter is Mechadish the world B'chol Rega V'Rega? So yeah, the Kinus and Sheikh Chabad, the Rish Chedesh Tammuz and Aleph, and whatever said, what can we learn out of it? The that we have much to do shaykhs to the Eibishter. If the Eibishter was having the world only at the beginning and then just going on its own, so our kesher to the Eibishter today is miyosed on the kesher from a moment before and a moment before all the way back till Sheish Mei Bereishis. But now, as a Yiddish akin zok shahaka niya bitvarei, it's the water right now is havid ruch Eibishter. So the Eibishter made it that way that we will have a kesher tamidi and a fresh kesher to the Eibishter. We hear the Rebbe say like this. I'll that from learning Yamagid Dvarav Liyakiv. So the Rebbe say like this. Just like the Eibishter is Chadashim Amish, every Rega is this Habos Tamidis, is this Chadshos in this Habos. So the same thing in our relationship to him, it has to be Kachadashim and B is Chadashim Amish. Every moment, it's a new moment, it's a new Taka, the Rebbe used this Inyan, Miguel Poyo, in Farbrengen Chof Shvat, Tavshin Lamed, when the Elam came in for Yud Shvat Tavshin Lamed, Esrim Shana, Yud Shvat HaGodel, so Chof Shvat, Chaver came with their suitcases on the way to Kennedy to take Elal back to Eretz Yisrael. Yud Shvat Tavshin Lamed. And all of a sudden the Rebbe announces a Farbrengen. Wow, Schneer? The Welt sagt, und ich sag, and they have their start of Farbrengen, and the Chevre have their flights, and there was no online check-in before. Yeah, you had to come to the airport, and the plane and Elal, and the Rebbe's Farbrengen. And all the Farbrengen, the Rebbe says that there's two kinds of people here. There's people that are looking at the clock, and there's people that are not looking at the clock. From the Chevre that have to fly, people not looking at the clock. So the Chevre, the people looking at the clock, they're the problematic, right? They're the ones that are, their minds aren't, they're not, they've had chadas, they're not Pesach Farbrengen, because looking at the clock. But the MSEs, those are not looking at the clock, are even worse. Those are looking at the clock, at least see there's an hour left. Those are not looking at the clock, they don't even know what the time is. And maybe the plane's already left, or it's leaving. So lavdafke it helps. You're trying to be mechabed the Rebbe, not looking at the clock, but internally, the pnimius, you're doing worse. Aber the emes is, as medar vissim, yishin shayich the emone, as stois habos tmidus bechol rega. Uvimele, Kennedy Luftfeld, und Elal, is noch nicht nishabe geworden. The flight's in a half hour, in an hour. It wasn't created yet, right? But the Rebbe, this Indian, Avtzon. Right?
Rabbi Yisrael with his food.
Yeah. Rabbi Yisrael Sava, the Rebbe is speaking to the Israelis that came to Yud Shvat. Understand?
You didn't know.
Wow. I'm not sure who's more racist in this conversation. Yeah. By the Rebbe, every year is a Rebbe Sava. Every year is Yitzvah Tzadik. Yeah. The Hechadar from B'tachin. Yeah. Barely, you have it all figured out already. Oh, very good. Yeah, very good. Okay. Anyway, so Lamaisa. So that's what the Rebbe said. But here the Rebbe. Okay. So the Rebbe said. So what's the Hayirah? But the practice Hayirah, just like the Eibush is mechadish b'chol rega. So derech zeh, we have to be mechadish our avodah b'chol rega. Kechadashim biz chadashim mamish. Fine. Then the Rebbe asked the Shaila. How can we say that we have to learn Hayirah from this, that the Eibush is mechadish b'chol rega, that we also have to have our avodah in the from Yischachus? The Chayre ain't a muscle, they milinimshal. We can't learn from the Eibush there. Why not? Because this is the Eibush is mechadish b'chol rega, it's because he has to. Right? Because for Yesh Me'ayin, Perik Aleph and Bais of Sheikhul De'emunah, in order for Ishabos Yesh Me'ayin, okay, what am I supposed to do right now? I'm still stuck. Right? In order for Yesh Me'ayin to happen, you need Ishabos T'midus. Because it's not doimah to yesh liyesh. It's not like the what's the lashon al Rebbe there. That you have the when he's yoitzer a tzoyrif, yeah, a tzoyrif. You have the tzoyrif there. So it's yesh liyesh. So once he takes the silver and turns it into a kli, the kli stays. He doesn't have to constantly babysit it. But the Eibush there has to not just babysit the world. The Eibush has to constantly recreate the world. Yeah. So the Eibush there has to be mechadish. But as a yid doing his avodah, I don't have to do his chadshus. I'm a fruma yid. I was in Schanech as a kid and as a bacher. I figured out Yiddishkeit, so I could just go on cruise control. I don't have to be mechadish. What kind of a chacha is it from the Eibush that we have to do it? The Eibush has to do it because he's mochrech. Right? So, it's a similar shaila. Like, why is it that the Eibush created the world through Atzos, not through Giloyim? He can't create through Giloyim. Only Atzos could create Elam Hazeh. So what's L'chatchila Liber? And the Rebbe gave the same answer. And this is the Rebbe's L'chatchila Liber. Right? The Rebbe said in Memdalid, the Eibush that creates the world has to have his Habas Tmidus. Who says? Verzok. Verzok that Yesh Me'ayin needs Habas Tmidus. In Klolei Seichel Enushi, the way we see things is that you do Yesh Me'yesh, you take silver or gold and turn it into a kli. So we call it Yesh Me'yesh, and you're just changing the tzores, so you don't need you need Tmidi. But you take a Evan and you throw it, because it's Yesh Me'ayin, because that's in the Evan, shouldn't be going upwards. So you need Tmidi, constantly you need the Koyach Hazrika in the Evan. But that's all Seichel's up to say. But who created Eibush there? Eibush is not movable in all those rules. So the Alter Rebbe says it's Mochrech. It's Mochrech because of two things. Because the Eibush wants everything to go through Seichel, so I'll be Seichel, it's Mochrech. V'kach kibul meira boisav. I've never heard from the Maggid and the Baal Shem Tov that that's the way it is. That's the way it is. But it's not Mochrech that way. So Be'etzem the Eibush there could have created the world in Oif and that there's no Ishabos T'midus. So why did he choose Ishabos T'midus? It was a choice. It didn't have to be that way. Once we say the Eibush chose it, it's a choice. So the reason he chose it is for the Yirah for us. That we also have to do our Avodah in Oif of Yischachus. So the same thing the Rebbe says here, when you get that Ishabos Yesh Me'ayin is Me'atzmos. Who said that Yesh Me'ayin can only come from Atzmos? Simon Chofi Geras HaKodesh. Right? Because Al Pi Seichel, all the Giloyim can't create Yesh Me'ayin. Something that's Mitziyosei, not Me'atzmosei, can't create Mitziyosei Me'atzmosei. But it didn't have to be that way. They could have done otherwise. There's a Meredith Kasich and Kutnik Debor, the Freak Rebbe is Mitayr. He says, I can only imagine the Chassidim's response to Yigaras HaKodesh Siman Chav. Siman Chav was written by the Alter Rebbe in his last days. The last Indian Mamish was Yigaras Nefesh HaShvela that they found in the Alter Rebbe's pocket by his Stalkos. But in the week leading up to it, it was a week, 2 weeks, I think in the week leading up, he wrote the letter Siman Chav Yigaras HaKodesh. The Rebbe is a Sikh Chelik Tazayin. But in the last week of the Alter Rebbe's life, the Alter Rebbe did a complete 180 from the Torah of the Alter Rebbe. The Alter Rebbe asked any Yid, what's the Alter Rebbe? Tanya. It's the Ruchni, it's the Neshama. The Nefesh Iker, the Guf Tofel. And in these two in Yon, the letter of, in Geras HaKodesh, Ivich Yui Chad, and Hashimas Nefesh HaShvela, he writes about the Mailas HaGashmias. In the last week, in the last few days, Alter Rebbe went full Deir Shvi, Mailas HaGashmias. So the Freak Rebbe is Mitayr. It's a tier that he thinks that he's Mitayr. I can only imagine the Chassidim when they received, or when it was printed, the letter of Yivach Yui Chad Yigaras HaKodesh Siman Chav, the sragshus they had, and how the cook they had on Maisa mitzvahs changed min hakotz al hakotz. Everything they learned in Tanya and they heard from Chassidus before, it's a kumnish to Yigaras HaKodesh, because Yigaras HaKodesh Siman Chav is that Dafka Asiya is Moshe Shanatzmus. So Dafka Ilam Hazak can only come from Atzmos, but Lav Dafka. If the Eivishter wanted to, Mali Kolam, it could be Mahava Atzmos. Save Kolam. Bria could bring Atzmos. Could bring Ilam Hazak. You don't need Atzmos. This that the Eivishter created the world through Nor B'Koyach Atzmosei Yisbarech is the Chatchil Harib. That he wanted that Dafke Atzmos should be connected to Ilam Hazak. That every single Yid and every person and the Guf of a Yid and the Gashmis of the Nivra should be connected to Atzmos. Meaning, in the Rebbe's Chassidus, God's Chassidus lechatchil haribur, because so much of Chassidus is based off certain axioms. It's based off certain yesoidis. You have to be makabel. Right, like every seichel, like Chassidus, that even the deepest seichel will always be miyosna on a certain number of ma'alim tamata. So you have to accept them, right? Certain number of zayidas. The Rebbe in Chassidus, the Rebbe went to places that none of the Rebbeim discussed. Right? Who said it has to be this way? Who said that? Parvos. You had the Alfis Lamed Bais when the Rebbe gerät wegen the famous Shaila Iraqim Chassidus, that the Eibusher has to have a table hativ. So why do we have to work so hard? Let the Eibusher give us brachas and give us our ashbos without any avodah. Why everything come through avodah? So what's the regular answer always brought in Chassidus? That the emes at teva table hativ is when it comes through avodah. Because if you get something without avodah, it's not with the chisufar. You see practice. People are born into riches. People are born into gold. They struggle in life. Because something that you get without avodah, without working on it, without investing in it, you don't appreciate it. So they dafke because he's teva table hativ. So therefore, he said everything should come through avodah, because after then you could appreciate it. This is the beer gebracht Iberal Chassidus, and it's rolling with the sichas. It's always the Michtav Klali. If you read Alf Lamed Bais, this was the teichem of the Michtav Klali. Adam Alim Valid, and everything comes through avodah, and that's the true freedom. But by the Farbrengen, the Rebbe asked, who created this teva, this nature that you only feel satisfied when you work on something? If you get something as a gift, you don't feel happy with it. The Eivishter. No, so the Eivishter set us up. Right? Hagufe is no. If you're talking teva, create us with a different teva. Create us with a teva that we are happy with getting things in matana, and then it wouldn't be a rigged system, right? But the Rebbe has to get common in Yonim that Chassidus, the Haskalah, and even Avodah of Chassidus started after a certain Yisoid. The Rebbe in Kam Yonim challenged the Etzem Yisoid. Tzimtzur Kipshute, the Rebbe told the Rashag, but Mir Kumtois Davke Apiseichel Tzimtzur Kipshute makes more sense. The whole fight of Chassidus at Tzimtzur Lav Kipshute and Tzimtzur Kipshute is what the Rebbe writes in Perek Zayin, Sheikhul De'amunah. How could you say that? But Mir Kumtois. I mean, by the Rebbe, all the Yesoidis, all the certain Pratim Chassidus that are Davar HaPashut, Berzak. And at the end of the day, the Rebbe's answer always is Kach Allah B'Ritzoyne. It's Miyosam L'Chatchila Ariber. Right? The Tam V'das of the Rebbe Shmosei Eden starts from going to Gan Eden, going and meeting the Baal Shem Tov. Because when you really buy into Chassidus, you realize that there are no rules. There's nothing that's mucher. If Staka done it, a young man, having a grace of chassid, was here in the Mems. He told me the whole kufa there in the middle of the Mems was Memdal. When the Rebbe was speaking the Sprach, that maybe it's Tzimtzum Kipshute, and maybe his Havos is not his Havos Tmidis, and maybe you don't need Avtzons to create Elam Hazeh. There's kind of Farbrengen until Hadron Tavshem Menvav. Right, the Rebbe started speaking the Sprach with Golui. By the Farbrengens in Kayetz Tavshin Mem, Dvarim Tavshin Mem, Smasei Kitzer Dvarim Tavshin Mem, and then Mem Aleph, Mem Bais, by Shavuos, Mem Gimel, Mem Dal, until and Yale struggled with it. Yale struggled with it. Now, let's try Yale struggle with it. We're born after all these cities, yeah? So it's the Pashut. Yale came with generations of Chassidus. Yeah. And all of a sudden, the Rebbe was saying, the Rebbe was challenging the basic fundamentals of Chassidus. Like, without, right, every seichel, no matter how brilliant you are, you have to accept certain Yesoidis, because without that, then there's no rules. So Chassidus has certain rules. And the Rebbe came in the Mems and started challenging the basic rules of Chassidus. So Yale, after all these Farbrengens would taine, nicht das ist Pshat. So this Farbrengen, Tazrir Memdal, Chodesh Memdalid, is Chashos Tmidis. You can see in the Kevitz Iyar is there. Everyone gives their Nachman gives his shit, and Melech gives his shit, and this one gives his shit, and Yale argues against all of them. The Rebbe didn't mean it. Only Hadron Menvav, when the Rebbe was Magiyah, on the second Hagah, Yale got the Rebbe's Taka going there. The Rebbe Taka means it. The Charichud V'Emunah is Lav Dafke. Ha'umnom is Lav Dafke. Not Lav Dafke with Poil, Lav Dafke with Inyan. All the Yichachas Chassidus bring are Lav Dafke. But the Poil, Elamai, Norvas. Kachal B'Ritzoyne. You told me they were sitting with Yale then. And Yale, and the Hargasha was that the Rebbe was coming to a bunch of Lubavitchers, sophisticated Lubavitchers in the Mems. They already figured it all out, and Maskil Mechsidis. And the Rebbe came and told them, guys, Stan Ebstrafenveld. There's a God. Because when you learn too much Chassidus,
Forget the whole system.
I forget. No, he's in your back pocket. Like you figured him out. We know the system. You know the system. Remember, it was 20 years ago. So there's a guy there by the name Davening Shikon Chabad. His name was Rosenfeld. His father was a big Breslever Rosh Yeshiva over here in New York. He had a chavrusa with the Rebbe in the Yuds and the Chofs. So in different Yomim, you also see it as well. He was very, very close to the Rebbe. He was one of these chera that whenever they wanted, they just showed up and they had yichidus. And the Rebbe told Maskiris that when this guy comes, free pass. It was like a certain chevra that with them the Rebbe spoke often. Right? It wasn't the it wasn't the hashpa. The Rebbe was gesagt. Right? Even in Lubavitch, you had Zalman Garari's yichidusin and who else was there? Reb Nissen. The Rebbe would say what's bothering the Rebbe, right? What's going on over here? No. Zalman Jaffe is good, it's a whole different sug. Zalman Garari had his yichidus around the Chodesh Kislev, which is his birthday. I think the Chodesh Kislev episode. And he would come in every year. He would come in, and the Rebbe would download kindness. Some of them the following weeks the Rebbe would say by Farbrengens. Offload them. But this you will learn a lot with the Rebbe. Anyways, it was a very interesting. Anyways, he was telling me. So obviously we felt that we have a mitzvah to mekarev him in a hair. Anyway, so he told me he doesn't learn the Rebbe's chassidus.
Who is this?
This Chayron, this Rosenfeld. His father was learn with the Rebbe. See, his name is Yisrael Rosenfeld. He doesn't learn the Rebbe's chassidus. Why? Because one time Bachram sat down to learn with the Rebbe's chassidus. They were trying to learn Basi Lagani with him, right? And Basi Lagani Tavshin Yidal. And right off the bat, the Rebbe has a whole bunch of dargas in Shechina and 3 dargas koydem at Tzimtzum. The Arizal Zaktach as koydem at Tzimtzum is ganz in Pshitis. And it's kfira mamish. I was like, you know that the Rebbe quotes you the Rebbe Rashav. There's 3 dargas in Erkedim at Tzimtzum. It's not the Rebbe's chiddush. There's dargas at Tzimtzum. I can't. Since I don't learn chassidus Chabad, never learned the Rebbe's chassidus. Fine. But then he said. I remember if he was told us about his father. He'll name her that what? Yeah. You have the famous letter that's brought in Yisrael's Lekut Sichas that explains how could there be dargas koydem at Tzimtzum if there's pshitis, and the Rebbe gives a different ikudas of the answer. The Rebbe said it's al derech by Eved Pashut, the difference between mitzvahs and minhagim and the Iraisa and the Rabbanon. There's no chilukim. The chilukim are all. It's not real chilukim. It's all ein Eibishter. It's ein zach. It's the Eibishter diktzechis in different ifan. But anyway, one nekudas he told me. I don't remember if he was saying about himself or about. He's saying about himself. See, that he started learning ayin beis, and then he went on for a while, and then he stopped. He couldn't learn ayin beis anymore. Why didn't he learn ayin beis? He says because the Rebbe Rashab, the Rebbe Mosheidin, Pasha does a disservice to the Eibishter. And to use his lashon, I'm just quoting him. He says he pulls the pants down. In other words, the Eibishter has to stay
mysterious.
Yeah, mysterious. What are you doing? You're analyzing, and Altis Begalo, you figured him out. The moment you figure him out, then he's not the Eibishter anymore, right? He's your best buddy. He's in your back pocket. You have it all set up.
We've never seen a malach over here, but we figured it out. Atzmos.
Anyways, back to this guy who was saying that the Rebbe came in and said, "Chevre, you learned chassidus, you learned ayin beis, you learned the Rebbe's mamar and sichos. You don't even start beginning to understand the Eibishter. All these rules don't apply. All this askala, it's for our entertainment." Yeah, it's for us to feel we understand the Eibishter and have a kesher pnimi to the Eibishter. But the Eibishter is way beyond anything. It's al chatchila riber. The yisoid of chassidus is the chatchila riber. That the Eibishter decides he wants to do it this way. Chatchila riber. So derech zeh in our personal lives, it's certain akar. It's recognizing that the yisoid von alts. The Yesod von Alts is the Chatchila Riber. Because why do I have to call the Chatchila Riber? I'm a functional human being, and I have a brain, and I have a heart. I understand about Shuvah or a hippie has to go completely bonkers. He has to go Meshuggah, it's very nachassid. But I grew up with Timim. I'm part of the furniture. I don't need the Chatchila Riber. But the Nekud is, the moment you understand that the whole system, there is no system. The whole system is biratzen. It's alt biratzen. It's all b'chirasi yisbarech. So there's it by a man. There's it by a bacher. Come and say I'm 770 bacher. I was born in 770. I did 8 in 770. I'm already a few years in 770. I'm already part of the. I just go with the. I just follow this, whatever's going on. You're not bringing, I'm not sitting. But then it comes Bais Iyar, look at Chatchila Riber, and you recognize that at the Yisoid, what's the Yisoid von Alts? The Yisoid von Alts is Kach Allah B'Rtzeini Yisbarech. Kach Bachar B'Bchirasi Yisbarech. Ader Ze Ba'ayid. Alts Hebdon, are you in? It might be other niche. The fact that you're here, the fact that it makes sense, nothing makes sense. Today it makes sense, tomorrow it can make sense. Over the Tanzich you have Rotzin. At a certain, even with all your Tainog and the Tainog Tzitzu and all your Koiches, your Seichel, your Midas, you're invested, you're happy, you're having a good time. But at the end of the day, the Yesoid from Timchei Tmimim is always going to be the Rebbe Marash. It's going to be Ratzin. The Niflinu. Like, what's really the difference between a guy that learns 20 hours a day and he doesn't chuckle? Like, is that really what it boils down to? Like, they're comfortable with 20 hours a day learning, but he doesn't chuckle. Okay, so they have to start chuckling. What's the good of chuckling? The difference between chuckling and not chuckling is how long you've been in some 70 already. Yeah? That's what it boils down to. How comfortable you are. When you become comfortable, you're learning what you have to learn, but you're not chuckling anymore. Okay, I'm saying, Simcha, before you start quoting this, you don't have to actually chuckle. Yeah.
Shmuli, can you explain
What it means to chuckle? Yes, if you know what chuckling means. Other people are still struggling. What's chuckling?
What does it mean to shuckle?
The world is shocking.
Chuckle the hey.
The world is shocking.
Back to Pinto. Let me chuckle l'chaim.
Sitting outside with your shoes off.
With shleikas.
With your shoes off.
With your shoes off. All right.
Allah Panama. You're asking shocking.
Oh. L'chaim. Beryl, zog l'chaim. Beryl, zog l'chaim. Zog l'chaim.
Chaim Rav.
Ayena ya ma 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 ya na na ay la da ya la da ma 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 ya ma
In Iyar Memches, there was a mitzvah b'chol v'chechad de'el. Mitzvah b'chol v'chechad de'el. Look at the sikhs of Iyar Memches. Iyar Memches. Bahab, Agboimer. Kind of, the Mitzvah of the later years were some Kloli. It's the premise of Hakel. That's what Hakel is. Chaim Bach. In Sfarim, in Farbrengen previous to Torah, so there's a kasher between Bais, Iyar, and Lag Ba'omer. Because Bais, Iyar is Tiferes with Tiferes. Lag Ba'omer is Heit Shebehoid. But if you do L'maylo L'mata or L'mata L'maylos, then it comes for a ker. Right, so then Bais, Iyar is Heit Shebehoid, and that's Tiferes with Tiferes. Because if you do Maylo L'mata L'maylo. And by the Rebbe, this was when he gave Lepoil Eichit. Right, the Rebbe gave out coins on Lag Ba'omer. Was like Nunalev. The Rebbe gave out coins Nun and Nunalev. No, and by the parade, they gave out coins at the end of the parade. But Nunalev, if I'm not mistaken, on the Lag Ba'omer coin, it said Tiferes Shabbat Tiferes. Yeah. It was Bais Iyar, huh? It said Bais Iyar on Lag Ba'omer, and the kesher was because Tiferes Shabbat Tiferes, it goes both ways. It's Lag Ba'omer and Bais Iyar. Yeah, they were giving out coins on Lag Ba'omer, and it's Tiferes Shabbat Tiferes, Bais Iyar. We made the kesher of the Rebbe Marash and Ashbi. One of the young learning Chassidus, the Hemshich of Pesach Ayin Hey, and the Rebbe's Hemshich 40 years later in Tezvav. There's the Chafei 50 years later. So V'nigla Tezvav is by the Rebbe is one of the Meir Dikamayim. V'nigla and the Hemshich Shmini Tezvav. In label Sefer they have I think it was Mendy Groner Chazard V'nigla by his L'chaim. Ah? Couldn't find it? I think that's when the label came to Eretz Yisrael. It was the only time before Gimel Tammuz the label came to Eretz Yisrael. He came for Mendy's L'chaim. The Chazan was here. L'chaim. And Mendy Groner Chazard V'nigla. The Rebbe, when the label came back, the Rebbe asked label which Maimer did Mendy Chazer. He said V'nigla Tesvav. The Rebbe raised the hand. It made us a tnuah. Nigla Kedevayit Tesvav. The Rebbe nachas from it. So the Rebbe there speaks about the likus v'pshitas v'elim v'yitzchachos, right? Which that's in the whole sug of likus v'pshitas v'elim v'yitzchachos, and likus v'yitzchachos is from the Hemshech in Ayin Hey, in Ayin Bais. So the lashon the Rebbe brings there is right. The Rebbe Shmos says like this: there's the Avis, and then there's Moshe Rabbeinu and Rashbi. The Avis, Avram, Yitzchak, v'Yankiv are Eilemis b'Pshitus and Likus b'Yitzchachos. Because we see how did Avram Avinu find the Eibush there? Looked at the sun, looked at the moon. Right, he went through the Oilam. The Oilam is going klar by him. He saw Sda Avelt, and because of the world, he started asking questions. Where's the sun? Who's about? And he saw that the moon pushes away the sun, and the stars, and the whole. Girsa Yankasa, we learned in Cheder. Yeah. And through that, it's all Balabir, he came to the Eibishter, he found the Eibishter. So, Eilemes V'Pshitis, Elikus B'Yitzchachos, that's the obvious. Moshe Rabbeinu is Elikus V'Pshitis from Eilemes B'Yitzchachos. What's Elikus V'Pshitis, Eilemes B'Yitzchachos? Right, the Rebbe explained here, Matan Teira, Al Hein, Rabbi Kiva, Rabbi Shmul, Shoy Min Esanire, V'Roy Esanishma. That by Matan Teira, Yidin had a glimpse of Elikus B'Pshitis. Esanira, things that we usually, it's a nishma, things we only usually hear because it's ruchni, right? In sound is more ruchni than what we see, than gashmis. So things that we usually could only hear, we could only relate to beruchni is, we're able to see, we're able to take the pneumias, Elikus B'Pshitis, and Eilam is things that we usually see, were B'Yitzchachos. Mit Gehertweg in them. Someone told us about it. So Moshe Rabbeinu and Rashbi, there was Eilumis Mischachos, Elikus Pshut Eilumis Mischachos. In the Nigle, the Rebbe added, Al Derech Zeh Nesiyei Chabad. You have the Avos, Avraham, Yitzchak, v'Yankiv, and their Eilumis Pshutos Elikus Mischachos. Moshe Rabbeinu, Shimon ben Yechoy, and Nesiyei Chabad are Elikus Pshutos and Eilumis Mischachos. V'Nigle Tezvav. When the Rebbe said it was like these are the teams. Yeah, there's the Avos. That's Eilumis Pshutos, and then there's just Moshe Rabbeinu, Rashbi. In Chassidus, even with all the Tanoim and Amiroim, they nished.
They're good guys, but
But Dafke Rashbi, yeah, the Maimer Lovin Rashbi. Rashbi was unique. Elikus Pshutos, and the Nesiyei Chabad. Elikus Pshutos. But the Rebbe went weiter. Yossi Jacobson always says it was him. He said it so many years. At this stage, no one could argue with him, because at this stage you're going to be like, where are you showing up? But it's clear that Rebbe pointed at a kid, yeah. It was in Memhei. It was Bais in Memhei, yeah. No, it wasn't. Yeah, I think Bais in Memhei.
what?
Wie weiß ein Kind, das da, von wann ist ein Kind, das da Welt? No, a Kind, they said a Kind.
They're appointed? What appointed?
They're appointed, yeah.
They're appointed to kids to Van Veist a king?
Yeah. Yes, it was him.
Vanovic, and then
Me too.
the Rebbe pointed in Vanovic too.
In Anach auction is a Kind, I think.
No, again, and then again.
And then it said again, Van Beis
pointed him
do, yeah,
as-
Van Beis do. While he was busy tying the tzitzis.
This already, Yossi's.
So I'm saying Anach, what it says in the Sikh.
What was that?
Well, no.
The historians.
What was that?
That's what I'm saying. The Sikh is a Van Beis a Kind. I don't know, whatever happened after, I don't know.
What did the Rebbe say? What was
How does a Kind know that it's da Welt? Bereshis bara Elikim.
Since between the Anocha and now, a lot happened.
It's 40 years. Arboim Shneim.
Gvaxel.
It's Shnas Arboim. But it's not just in that Sikh. When in other Sikhs, but the 12 Psukim, they always spoke about the Bereshis. The Rebbe said the same word. When Van Veis a Kind in the Sikh, in the Sikh Yisrei Chilik Vav. In the Sikh Yisrei Chilik Vav, the Sikh of Al Hein Val Lav Hein, Rishmol Rebbe Kibbeh, Shoyimnes Nir, Royimnes Anishma. So here the Rebbe explains what's the pshat Royimnes Anishma. What's the pshat Elikus B'Pshitis? As vi veis a yid as do a welt, as tears up Bereshis bara Elikim. And the Rebbe points at a kid, right? So the Rebbe v'nigle kveda vaya tesvov. The Rebbe says not just take Moshe Rabbeinu and Rashbi and a Nesiyei Chabad, but by the Rebbe, nothing could stay by the Rebbe. Everything has to be shared. There's no such zach was geblieben by Nasi Adair and doesn't go to. Von wann weiß jeder Yiddish kid? By the Rebbe, every single Yid is only kus v'pshitis. Because Nasi Wakel. So if Nesiyei Chabad is only kus v'pshitis, every Yid is only kus v'pshitis. They didn't know about it. If you're like, oh, okay, so we'll do the 12 psukim, we'll give them bereshis. You know, it's only fascinating. The 12 psukim. So the Rebbe taught it in two segments. Erev Reish Chodesh Iyar, Lamed Vav, and like Baimer, Lamed Vav, yeah. So like Baimer, Lamed Vav, that Sikha, they found the Hagos a few years ago. Lahak gave it out. That was Magia, the Sikha of like Baimer.
10 years ago.
It's already 10 years. Oh wow, I'm getting old.
How's it sure?
Huh? You remember when it came out? Look at Tans, look at Shtori. But I think it's the last. Mendel, I think it's the last time that a full sikha was found mugge. What's the latest mugge sikha that was found? A full, so not a halbavarit and a sif, a full sikha. You know, even with things coming out, it was yotzim min haklal. It was to find the full sikha that was mugge. No, this wasn't. No, so one more different kind of sikha. That was for saying on the radio. That was usually kitzurim. No, this was a full sikha. There was started being magia and was left in the Rebbe's room or the library, whatever it was. Huh? Since then, Kinnus Sheikh Chabad. Oh, okay. I'm not even going to start with Sternberg. Those are the cause of pshitis elus v'schatshos and Rebbe said Chavdal Tevis Yud Bais from Benche as chutz von Eberstein und Lubavitch is gar nicht da. Gar nicht da.
Damn, you haven't explored it. I can't everything. Because previous and also Veld.
That's the that's the seam of the Sich and Chelik Vav. Shittas Rashi. That he takes Shittas Rakiva only halfway. Yeah. Velt. Yeah. Candy is with Shittas and only because of Shittas. Yeah. No, he already used 5 seconds. 55 seconds left. Yeah. That's the seam of the Sikha. But Shpet there, the Rebbe said even more extreme. It's after Chav Chesed Lamed Vav and Alikus. It seems the Rebbe goes even that Alikus is more Pshittas than Elamazeh. In the Sikh Chelik Vav, they're Bashva. But it seems the Rebbe goes even weiter. Anyway.
It's hard to break his water then.
So listen to this. So the Rebbe taught the first 6 psukim by the Farbrengen Erev, which Chodesh Iyar. So they found the Iyar Nisiv of that Farbrengen. The Rebbe wrote down the Teuchen of the Farbrengen for the Farbrengen. There's different Farbrengens that we found the Nekudas before. So the Rebbe writes the psukim. Was it written that day or a day before? Veisachnish. Usually it was. We know from sometimes it was that day, but it was the day before. And you see that the Rebbe didn't fully develop the idea of or what the psukim are. So the Rebbe writes here the Rebbe writes B'Ksav Yodei Kadesh like this. That there's going to be in Yorim to Chazer Baal Peh for Chinuch, right? It was right when the Rebbe came out with Shnas HaChinuch. Shnas HaChinuch the Rebbe announced on Shabbos Kadeshin, Shabbos Achrei. When was the Erev this year? It was on the Kviyas, but Tzemach Baimer was Tuesday. So it's 2 days. It's 2 days after us, huh? No, Shabbos was before Erev this year for break.
I 2 seconds. Chodesh Iyar given. It was 2 days of Chodesh, Shabbos. No, it does not exist.
Lamed Vav.
It was Friday Shabbos. Or the Shabbos twice, the longest people. 3 days Shabbos. 1 day.
I'm serious. So the Farbrengen was Thursday night. Yeah. And the Shnas HaChinuch was the Shabbos before that. Okay. So and then Bais Iyar was after, and the Bais Iyar Farbrengen was on Sunday or Monday.
Okay.
Anyway, so the Rebbe says like this. So the Rebbe writes the psukim. So the Rebbe starts like this. Teresh B'Chsav.
Kadeshim.
It was Erev Shabbos Kadeshin.
Friday was Lamed.
Yeah, so the Farbrengen was Thursday night. So the Rebbe is like this. Teresh B'Chsav, Bereishis Shema.
Bereishis Shema, okay.
Not Torah and Shema. Bereishis Shema. Over there, yeah. Bereishis Shema. Teresh Baal Peh, the Rebbe leaves Leidik. The Rebbe writes Teresh Baal Peh and leaves it empty. The Rebbe didn't decide yet which or however you'll explain it.
Why is not Teresh Baal Peh in the next few? Tanya.
You see, it's an empty space there. I'm pretty sure you see the Ksav. There it is, empty space. Huh? Mafteach.
No, I haven't. I watched it for the last thing you said.
Right.
Myself.
Tanya.
In Tanya, so it's like this. Tanya diyoyma, in order to know diyoyma, and the Rebbe says an option. Either Yitzias Mitzrayim b'chol yoyim, Perek Mem Zayin, or Reish Perek Mem Aleph, Vini Hashem Nitzav Olav. Huh? So by the Farbrengen, so it's very, very interesting. So Chatchile, the whole Dervadoir, the Rebbe wanted to use the Tanya one. It should be part of the Psukim of Tanya.
And in the
Perkem Zayin, Perkem Aleph.
Come on.
And the way the Rebbe's Mevar the pasuk always is the B'chol B'yim V'yoyim. That's not Gasha. The Poyel, the Rebbe used B'chol Dervadoir as part of Teresh Baal Peh, the Mishnah. So B'chol B'yim V'yoyim. And Kol Yisrael, which is not written there, and Tanya. So the Rebbe used Perkem Aleph, but Kikar, which is a pasuk b'chlal, as the Akdama of Tanya. But interesting, but the Psukim in Teresh B'chsav, the Chetchile, the Olam Machshave, like the Rebbe speaks about, the Chetchile, the Alter Rebbe's plan was to have Shariach B'emunah before, and that's why he left K'mosh Yisbor, B'kama Mekoymes. The original plan was the first pasuk was Bereshis. L'pa, the Rebbe changed it to Torah Tziva, and then like Boimer, the Rebbe added the next 6. By the rally, you see pictures of like Boimer Lamed Vav. The rally, you see 6 psukim hanging on 70. There's 6 psukim, and then Rebbe added another 6. So this Bereshis Bara, for Yeder Kind, what's Bereshis Bara? As Vivesa Yiddische Kind, a 3-year-old, a 2-year-old, a 5-year-old, a 10-year-old, Vivesa Yiddische Kind, das da a Welt, Bereshis Bara Likim. So now it's expanded. Moshe Rabbeinu, Rashbi, Nesi Chabad, and every single Jew in the Rashbi. Every Yid. Lashon of Chavcha Sivin and Aleph, Anoshim V'taf. Yeah? Anoshim V'taf. Alikus B'pshitis. Rubam Kechulam of Gdoili Yisrael. The Ovis, yeah? The Ovis aren't the chopped liver, yeah? The Ovis are the Ovis.
They have their job.
They are Oilumis B'pshitis. Alikus B'Yischachos. Und heint, jeder jüdische Kind ist Elikus B'pshitis, Elikus B'Yischachos.
Take the Abbas for Erstenveld. That was the whole work. They schlepped the whole world in Elikus.
You're missing the point.
Just answering his question.
But yeah, so Chatchila Riber, the Rebbe Marash and Rashbi, Chatchila Riber is ein Tag mit Lag Beimer. Der Rebbe auch gebracht zum Welt als bei jeder Yid. Bei jeder Yid. Something that until Dereinu was exclusive to Moshe and Rashbi. Yeah, Moshe and Rashbi, 2 people in history. Jeder jüdische Kind bei ihm ist Elikus, Bipschitis, Ve'elim ist B'Yischachos.
Yeah, that's
They have said what?
half an hour.
That's what? Later, how does a Jewish kid know? Huh? The girl was B'Yischachos? Fine. Elikus, Bipschitis. Okay, when we get to Rashbi, when we get to Bachrim, so in Birkas Abonim, Tafshin Nun, so it's not on audio and video anymore because it was already, the Rebbe already started benching Lich, it was after Memches. But B'Tzacheni, because it was after Memches and there was no Lich benching coming up, so the Birkas Abonim was able to be as a Birkas Abonim already turned into a whole Sikh. It's a Mugadik Sikh, Tafshin Nun. So the Rebbe read wegen Lifnei Tzadikim, the word of the Alter Rebbe, the whole parasha said,
It still went up on the wall.
Lifnei Rashbi Lo Nechra Bais, right?
Yeah.
The whole parasha has in the name of Alter Rebbe. That Lifnei Tzadikim like Rashbi Lo Nechra Bais. Now, who's Rashbi? Rashbi was in a Meire for 13 years. For 13 years, yeah. What did Churban Bais? The guy literally ran away because he was speaking against the Romans. But Lifnei Rashbi Lo Nechra Bais. The whole Churban didn't exist by him. So the Rebbe says in Birchas Abonim, the Bachrim, Val derech when you get to Bachrim and Timchei Tmimim, the Shiva Bachrim, Lo Nechra Bais. I mean, jeder Yiddish a kind, and jeder Yid, aber befragt Bachrim. Weil Bacher in some 70s, Lo Nechra Bais. Lo Nechra Bais. Elikus B'Pshitis. That's l'chatchila riber. That wasn't the seder till the Rebbe. That wasn't the seder till today. The seder was a runter. You start from Oilamis B'Pshitis, and you learn Chassidus, and you convince yourself. Sta Nebish der Affenwelt. Sta Elikus. Sta Emes. No, there were those unique individuals that you know, it's mechanisch darunter. Yeah. I think as we have the Burim, what no, Chassid. What's no? Who was it? It was Kutcher Lepler. Chassid came, Chassid left. What's the lashon in Russian? What's the lashon there? Huh? No. He would say that Chassid arrived, Chassid left. Yeah, Chassid da, Chassid gang. Huh? You can say whatever you want, because I'm not Russian. We're so in Papa when we need him.
busy responding that he is not taking my apartment.
You have a
No,
representative.
he's not.
So he would be Meshuggah. He would have. See, oh no.
I think it's with chalk and pre-show.
Uchok and Prisho. Huh?
So it's
I will never argue with this Altzman about Russian.
Especially Edom Perlman.
This is Altzman.
You can argue with Edom
Yes, and he would be Beiseiros. All of a sudden, so Geleichten by him, and he would go and he danced with the who was it with the mailman and emitting gas. As we can show, get a riber. But by the Rebbe is lechatchile a riber. Elikus b'pshitas. By jeder kin. The Rebbe took achrayis on Klal Yisrael and was megale in Shamis Yisrael von jeder Yiddish kind. Nach nicht eis where he grew up, where he learned, what he shayt, what he knows, what he doesn't know. As by jeder Yid vu nor is elikus b'pshitas. So what are we learning in Chassidus? What's learning in Chassidus and what's davening? It's all to take this elikus b'pshitas and going geluyim meichid. That not only in Etzem Nefesh, and not only, but Etzem says boichen geluyim and eichen yirkiches primim. But the Yesod by jeder Yiddish kind elikus b'pshitas. And that's the batlonis of Lubavitch of Deir Shvi. There's a certain
You accusing us of something?
Ich habe mal Yosef. Da was in Niflinu. You know, and the Rebbe said the Bais Iyar. It wasn't only a hira. It was a pashtus. The Lubavitcher Bacher is going to be. It's not about avoid. It's not about the avoid that you do. It just. This is the way the system works. The likus b'pshitas. By Lubavitcher is the likus b'pshitas.
Chassidus and not with it.
Ah.
Chassidus and not with it.
Even with their shlila, I don't want to, because even with their shlila, it's already giving place to Elon Subshitas. The shlila is already a some 70 bachrim, mishtokim Welt, leinechra Bais.
When he's married.
Oh, it's vegan.
What?
This English was just recently destroyed.
At Ber Lazar, you know the mice with Moshe Lazar and Iyar? Iyar, his father-in-law, Tzvi Meir Steinmetz. Can the mice? So there was a yid by the name of Tzvi Meir Steinmetz. His pen name was Tzvi Iyar, a poet. He would write poems. The Rebbe was Magia Kama v'Kama of his poems. He wrote poems about the Rebbe and the Rebbetzin. Very interesting character. And the Rebbe was Magia. He wrote poems about Yud Aleph Nissen. And about after Chafei Shabbat wrote all poems. The Rebbe was Magia the poems. It was printed in Shuris. It's around. It's out there. There was Magia's poems and B'diuk and how it should be Masma Pichsidus. It's any nifla b'yoyis. So this guy, to understand the character, so he came to the Rebbe. What brought him to the Rebbe? So he came after the war. He drayed by different Rebbes, and he was very. He couldn't handle doing by these Rebbes. These Rebbes were too close-minded and too holy. He came to the Rebbe, and the Rebbe speaking to him about Chassidus and science and culture. He's like, "Wow, this is the bomb Rebbe. I love this guy." And he came to Lubavitcher. That's what brought him to the Rebbe. He had 3 daughters, married Lubavitchers. Moshe Lazar, Tauber, Yankee Tauber, the writer, his father, and Yafi. Yafi, Massachusetts. Tauber and Yafi, they both live. I grew up on Crown and Kingston. They both live on that block over there. I'm sure they have some. All of them have 8 o'clock here, one way or another. I'm not sure who all the kids married. There's one on campus where we're on which campus? Anyway, all are shtickle intellectuals. So Lamaisa, so his daughter got engaged to Moshe Lazar. I think it was Tafshin Yud Tes. Now, that kuf, the Rebbe was still being Mesader Kedushin. But in the Rebbe's Siddur Kedushin, there were different kufis. Laser Z in Kaddish Yisrael gives a whole akdama there, the different kufis in Siddur Kedushin. From all the way before the Nesias, when the Rebbe would go to Chasnas and hang around by the whole Chasna, and sit and talk by the table. And then the Rebbe stopped the whole year of Tafshin Yod. The Rebbe started right after the first Yartzeit, the first Ilula. I believe the first one that Rebbe did after Nesias was labeled Posner, if I'm not mistaken. But then the Rebbe was Mechadik for everybody. Then there were new rules. And the rules also, it changed. So the rules were the Chasen and Kala, Shetel, beard. Those were the rules. The next stage was, not only the Chasen and Kala need a Shetel and a Bard, the Mechutanim also. If the Mechutanim don't have a Shetel and a Bard, the Rebbe was Mechadik Kedushin. The next stage was, this was about Tafshin Chaf, was only if you go on Shlichus, and that's why very, very few people that was like, and then the final stage was only Zalman Jaffe. Which was what? Wait, he didn't have a beard. He himself didn't have a beard. Yeah. Well, I think the last one was Tafshin Chaf Aleph. Shmuel Lu was Chaf Gimel. Kaitz Chaf Gimel. Eignet Kufa. Kufa Zalman Jaffe. It was his own Kufa. So this was, so here I think it was Mamish then, or remember it was a Chassan or two before it, the Rebbe started that it's Mekudah that also the Mechutanim need. Tzvi Iyar, it wasn't from Lubavitcher background, he's a modern Jew, he didn't have a beard.
His poems were in Hebrew or?
Huh?
His poems. Hebrew?
His poems were in Hebrew, yeah. You can find them. Huh? No, many more than two. Yeah, I remember, sure, it was many more than two. Maybe 10, 15, up some mamish. No, but it's weird to see the Hagoyes. It's mamish, like I'm a poem about the Rebbe B'chlal. Some of them wasn't Hago, the Rebbe had a response. Like, something about Yidalef Nissen, the Rebbe had a taina, the way he wrote. That's him? The later is had a beard. Anyway, so Moshe Lazar is getting married, and then he gets a message from Askiris that the Rebbe is not going to be Mesader Kedushin by his Chasna because his Shver, and the Yud, Liya Shver, doesn't have a beard. Like, am I crazy? I'm getting married, the Rebbe's not going to be Mesader Kedushin? So he goes to his Shver and gives him an ultimatum. Grow a beard, or the Chasna is off. The Shidduch's off. There's no Shidduch. Tzvi Iyar flips out. It's like, oh my gosh, like, oh, this guy's a nut. So he went to the Rebbe with the time of it. What's going on here? So the Rebbe sent a message to Moshe Lazar. You're getting married. I'm not going to be Mesader Kedushin, but you're getting married. You're not getting out of this. This is. Or the Rebbe gave him a bracha for the shidduch. You're getting married. Fine, he gets married. There wasn't Mesader Kedushin. He gets married. I think it was about a half a year later after the Chasna. So Steinmetz comes into Yechidus and he writes in his zettel that I have to be honest with the Rebbe. I'm walking around the last half a year, and I'm pushed sick. I'm pushed feeling disgusted, and what he did to me. Because I'm thinking to myself, Espiti nosati leish. I gave over my daughter. She's living with a nut, with a retard. So this guy was literally ready to destroy the shidduch because of the beard. I'm worried. Like, I don't know what's going on at home. I don't know what he's doing to her. Like, what kind of abuse is happening there? What's happening? I can't sleep at night because of the fear that I have. See, so the Rebbe tells him.
Oh wow! You can get Tower translate English. Poems.
Translate the poems? All the poems?
Some of them. It was brought to the Rebbe.
Yankee trained by him many years. He was very close to him.
It's an upside. That is.
He has the Agois there?
I don't see it.
Tzvi Iyar's thing, so Zalmanov, you look on Zalmanov Churis, many Zalmanov Chas, Zalmanov, she's a Lazar. Zalmanov printed all his letters and songs and letters. Besides for songs, he was very involved in Yoni Ashchuna and Shebro and whatever. If you want to know what's going on in Crown Heights and the Chafs, Lamens, and Mems, you can read his letters. You'll get the unfiltered version of what's going on over here. Anyway, so the Rebbe tells him like this. So the Rebbe tells him, "You're over. Calm down. Your son-in-law Moshe, he's a product of Timchei Tmimim. The Seder in Yeshiva is that our chinuch here is that we make them extremists. Then they get married, and they mention zechois. They like he. I know he said that. I know he did that to your daughter and to you. He was a bacher then. Don't worry. He's married now. He's fine. This is the Seder in Teim Chitmim. You know, this is the way the system works. We turn on the fire. We make them completely crazy and extreme, and then they say that it's okay.
Thank you, Shmuli.
Better, huh?
Thank you.
I won't ask you to explain that one. Aber als Bacher darf man sein Kitzain.
When the Rebbe was 50,
It's too late. Aber Zman.
when the Rebbe was 50, he said, "Ich bin der Rebbe Zabacher." And Tanschen Yudin Yidalef.
When who was 50?
The Rebbe was,
When the Rebbe was 50, you Bais, yeah.
or in the Yud.
No, what did the Rebbe say?
Ich bin der Rebbe Zabacher.
The Rebbe said about himself? When the Rebbe was a Bacher?
Something like that. So, it's maybe most of the Lubavitch.
Bacher after Shabbos.
No, I'll find it. I'll search it out.
After Shabbos.
I heard about it today.
One of the, I think it was a Chavav Farbrengen earlier, with Bais, with Gimel, with Daled. So the Rebbe said, some people say, in other words, we start with Bachrim that are extreme, and then they get married, and enter Elam Hazeh. So there has to be a bridge. So in younger years as a Bacher, you're up there, and then you have to slowly, in other words, until you get married. So there's the over the shit of the Rabbi was Punkt verkehrt. That a Bacher von Jahr zu Jahr he's noch mehr a Bacher. And then by the Chasana there's a
That's the second level.
huh?
That's the second level. There's that level. There's that one. and
So you this is good that a Bacher is toil, young man is tikkun. So when the Shviras HaKelim happen, it's when the Ma'avar from Toyu and Tikkun happens. But a Bach and the Kud is the Bach in Pashta Vert. The Bach in 70 is not over the hill. The Bach in 70 is on top of the hill. That's not it. It's on top of it. A Bach in 70 is the Yesoid. This that Gans Klal Yisrael is like Kus Pshit. This is because we have Bach in 70. And by Bach in 70 is Leinechra of Bais. L'chaim. Ya mama ya mama Since then, a lot of water passed under the Brooklyn Bridge. Seltzer? You left? Echt goed.
Is there alcohol?
That was Magia, it's Iyar's poems. It's one of Zalman Jaffe. That was also Magia, Kama Pamim, his diaries. Is he a man? Zalman Jaffe's, yeah. So one time he wrote, he was Matar Barichis, how often the Rebbe goes to the oil. Now this was before the Rebbe went twice a week in the nuns, in the late mems. But then already, besides for the twice a month, Tesvav and every Shchodesh, it was, I guess that was going more. When he's trying to be tired to the Olam, Michlal, is a man, his diaries, the Rebbe asked him for it. The Rebbetzin would read it, the Rebbetzin would give comments, the Rebbe, each time the Rebbe would tell him to be bigger, he told the Rebbe finally this year's diary, he would come, for many years he came for Shavuos, he was a Shavuos Yid, a Shavuos Chassid. From Mem or Malv, he came for Sukkot as well. The Rebbe asked him to come, it was Hakel, and then since they came
for Sukkot.
Why? Yeah, it could be even Mem. Since then he came for Sukkot as well. But he was always there Shavuos, from the Chavs. He was there for Shavuos. At least he tines, but it fits. It says that the Rebbe, in those years, right, in the Chavs, so the Rebbe Farbrengen Shabbos and Varchim, and the Rebbe Farbrengen Yom Tiv. Yom the Pagres, there were the 5 Yom the Pagres, the Kislev, Bais Tammuz, Chof Purim, Chayil wasn't, Chayil was Yud Yud Aleph, and then the Rebbe didn't Farbrengen for the next 20-30 years.
So what was
In the first 20 years, the Rebbe Farbrengen Kislev, Yud Shvat, Purim, Yud Bais Tammuz, Chof Yeah. Shvat.
What? What's this? No phones during the ring.
Ach, du bist doch Yud Aleph.
What?
Ich bin der Rebbe ist a Bacher. Oh wow.
This is level 3.
Okay.
At the bottom. 9 Al-Makaidish until Mashiach. It's serious business.
Chevy, you guys know better, yeah?
Nope.
By the time this party is over.
Oh, this is something, right?
What? Part-time.
What do you do all the part-time?
Let's go and support it. Whatever, I saw him.
Oh yeah, what do you do?
He researches the Bais.
For Herzl. He's half the Rebbe's Talmud, half Herzl's Talmud.
Wait one second, you were just talking about how
The Herzl's more.
you were just talking how often the Rebbe goes to the I like that, continue.
What was I just saying?
How often the Rebbe goes to the diaries of the
No, so it's one of Farbrengens now. I changed to Farbrengens.
We pause for a second.
So the Rebbe Farbrengen. So then it started that the Rebbe started also Farbrengen the Shabbos after Yom Kippur. So you have the Shabbos after Yud Shvat, after Yud Kislev, which would be sort of a shlom. The things that the Rebbe himself said, that things the Rebbe couldn't say by the Kislev Yud Shvat Farbrengen because the Ilum was there. The Rebbe would say on Shabbos. But so from when Zalman came, the Rebbe started Farbrengen Shabbos after Shavuos, and I think some years even the Shabbos after. Even the next Shabbos, huh? Huh? How many times are they referring to Bais Sivan? Boyded in Mamish. That was later. They were referring to Bais. Or remember Dal. The Rebbe said they have to erase the full Sicha. No audio, no video, no Hanach, no nothing. It was, huh? No, it was Lubavitch's Zach. It wasn't.
What was
I think it was based on him Daled, I think.
What was with the Sikha?
They never said that Sikh has to be completely erased from history. It didn't exist. It has to be
Right
erased.
after talked about
Okay.
You haven't finished it.
Mem Daled, yeah, what was it?
I remember we watched it, skipped it. Audio has like 2 more lines.
Anyway, so see, this is what happened. So when Zalman came and people the Bachrim saw the kesher Zalman has to the Rebbe, so they rated on Zalman and Zalman in Yechidus. So when the Rebbe should Farbrengen. So one year he asked the Rebbe to Farbrengen, the Rebbe there wasn't masking, it didn't happen. The next year it was Chazayin Chavches, then the Chavs. So he came to the Rebbe and he told the Rebbe like this. I know the Rebbe is going to tell me that he can't Farbrengen, and the Rebbe already told me that. Why can't the Rebbe Farbrengen? Because the Rebbe doesn't have time to prepare, right? Which was the Rebbe uses time often. He doesn't have time. So the Rebbe said, so he told the Rebbe, Churchill had gesagt. Churchill would say like this, and I'm not going to be medayik now exact numbers and minutes, but this is the Teichen Advar. This is what he tells the Rebbe. He tells the Rebbe. Churchill said like this: when he has to give Churchill Kiyadua, besides for what he did in Nazi Germany, he was from the greatest orators in the last few centuries. We haven't recorded history. So Churchill goes up to say,
Reagan, great communicator.
Reagan.
These are the boys.
Churchill. My father had all my with Chodikov, Churchill. You know this story? I'll say it afterwards. Anyway, so he told the Rebbe like this. He tells the Rebbe that Churchill goes up to say, when he has to give a drasha for an hour, he needs 5 minutes to prepare. Again, I'm not being medayik exactly. You got to look in his diary to write it. I give the drasha for an hour. I need 5 minutes to prepare. When I speak for 20 minutes, I need a couple hours to prepare. I speak for 5 minutes, I need days to prepare. Right? And for state, when you give a the shorter the drasha is, the more you medayik, you prepare every word. So he tells the Rebbe, I know you. The moment you come to the Farbrengen, you can't speak less than 5 hours. So you don't need any time to prepare. On the Rebbe Farbrengen, since then, the Rebbe Farbrengen every year, the next Shabbos. After Shavuos. So in his diary, at the end of the Chav, one of those years, Chav, so you can see it, he brings the story there. Huh?
Not the first. What's the story?
The Rebbe was Mekabel. The Rebbe took it. Like Boimer, like Boimer Mendalit, about this about preparing. So it's interesting. Besides that, we found, over the last 20, 30 years, they found different these tzetlach where the Rebbe prepared the Farbrengen. Coming out of the Rebbe Zera is you see the Rebbe writing it down. And other inyan. But I think that's it was Lag Boimer Mendalit. So Mullah Kaplan would be the guy doing the parades, simultaneous translation and giving commentary on the side. And then later he did it also in Hanukkah Live. One of his in Yonim. So he was doing it, and if you ever listen, it's very interesting. You have these Farbrengens that have manis doing the. So when you have earphones, so in one earphone you hear the Rebbe, one earphone you hear manis, right? So if you don't get without the something translation, you can just put on
two earbuds.
But somehow when you listen to the Farbrengen, if you just put in your right ear or something, you hear only the Rebbe, and you put in the other one, basically it splits between the earphones. Probably it's because of the way the voices work. So manis was already doing simultaneous translation. He wasn't doing it, and it was very, very hard. So if you've ever listened to Manis doing something translation, and this is not a knock on Manis in any way, but it's impossible because you have no idea what the Rebbe is going to say the next moment. You're trying to catch up. The people came there. I guess the simultaneous translation did something that you felt you're understanding what the Rebbe is saying, but you have no idea what's going on. It's a klepnish of word to word. He thinks the Rebbe is going in one direction, and then the Rebbe runs in another direction, and he just skips because he has no idea what the Rebbe moves. He skips 10, 20 seconds. He goes. But it's in English, it's in English. So
never listened to it. It's like available.
Listen to there's some of the Gem Farbrengens you have manis on it. You have it here. Listen to 10 minutes. Your mind will be blown. It's like, how did anyone think they understood what's going on?
It's a video. It's a video all the time. I think the TV is going around. They take a video of JJ doing it.
No, but JJ would do between the six.
JJ, yeah, also very impressive, but he was able to
between the six.
You see him finish.
He tries catching up afterwards.
Because it never starts in the middle of his drasha. Yeah.
No, but JJ's worse.
So Mullah Kaplan went to JJ and told JJ, "What do I do?" In other words, Manis was doing this every month, every other Farbrengen. For Mullah, this was once a year, or once every few years by the parade. This was somehow he got it. I guess mitzad JJ.
From Mark Twain.
What is mitzad Mark Twain?
It's from Churchill.
Wow, Seif Chenando.
Do my 63 weeks.
If you want to give me a 2-hour presentation, I'm ready today. If you want a 5-minute speech, it will take me 2 weeks.
This is Mark Twain. Okay, now can you do it that Avremel copies JB, which copies Churchill, which copies Biz Atzmos Samahos.
All right.
What was Mendel's line? There was
Reb Mendel?
Mendel had a verse, and there's not Sharaf, King Yudhus Kislev. And he said he wanted to quote something from Cook. So Mendel cut him off, and he's like, Ashasham Herzl, Ashasham Fersel, Ashasham Minach Made.
What was his name? What was it of Tel Aviv? The Mashpia Zislin. Sholdev what was his name? Sholber. Sholber. Which back in Russia, Shlomo Chaim and Shoya looked at him as God. You know, he was the direct mamshich from Greinim, and when he came to Eretz Yisrael, he became a Tzion. He had a Yerid. He did listen to Rebbe Shmosein. He had a Yerid. It was a whole zach. But either way, he was amazing orator, and it was a mahus. So one year to Kislev in Kfar Chabad. Kfar Chabad is the when Shober Zislim. So you see, Kfar Chabad is the big Farbrengen. All the politicians come and the big Rabbanim come. The Rebbe Kama Shonim. The early years, the Rebbe in Nittelnacht would listen to the drushes of Kfar Chabad Yitas Kislev. Later, the Rebbe would watch Beryl Levy's videos from Russia. I think it's a stira, but I think it's from a different kufis. This was later. This was Lamed Mems, and this was Yud Chas. Either way, and you see in letters in Igris the days after Nittelnacht, the Rebbe writes the Kfar Chabad about the drushes. It's very interesting. You see, like you ever just listen to it. So Ber gets up. So he was invited to speak. Lepoil, they give this politician and the defense minister and this Rav and Yena Kaker, and finally Shalberg is called up at 1 o'clock in the morning. And who's interested in listening to any drasha at that hour? So Shalber, a typish is an ishkeven. So he looks around, looks at the oilam, and he sees exactly what's going on and where the oilam is holding. So he says, Kol Yomai, I struggled with a steer in Amari Chazal. Mitzad echad steht, Tavle Mesav Tandu, Yoiser Masha, Ish roitza lisa, Isha roitza linase.
Yeah.
Right. So who wants to get married more, the husband or the man or the woman?
Desperate.
The Mekabel. But Liida Chazal say Yoiser Masha Egel roitza linik Hapara roitza lahanik. So the Mashpia wants more. What's going on? Very few more. The Mekabel and the Mashpia. I've never heard this question before. Elama kan be'adam kan be'behema, and he walked off the stage. Sicher bis maskim.
Not for you.
Since this guy's scared for the answer, it's 2:30 in the morning.
How does that translate into podcast language?
Which episode? Which episode are we holding back?
So we get to Churchill. So Mullah Kaplan went to JJ and said, what do I do? I'm translating the route. I think it was Gilman Mandal were 2 years in a row. So he just didn't remember because both years were on Sunday, the parade. So he says, I think that's what was Miyat and Mamdalit. So he told him, I tried it last year. It was a complete disaster. I have no clue what I'm saying. I'm trying to make up sentences, and the Rebbe just turns right, turns left, south, north. I don't know what happened. What would I do? So JJ tells him, I feel you.
And Mullah have to translate. What did Mullah have to do?
He would translate in between. The Rebbe would split what was the Seder in the rally? The Rebbe would split it. The Rebbe would split into 3 sections, right? That was the Seder in the rally.
JJ wasn't translating. Mullah was translating.
No, in between. No. So on. No.
Oh, Mullah was doing simultaneous translation.
Simultaneous translation on television. So yes, and JJ would do the in between.
Right.
So JJ tells him, I feel you, and I want you to know.
Why did Bob doing simultaneous to just listen to JJ afterwards?
Because because they're speaking for 20 minutes straight. What are you doing? You have to understand what's going on. You have to understand what's happening. It's simultaneous. You're not there.
What was the hour and a half second?
What?
The hour and a half second.
Memdal. Hey. So JJ tells Mullah, hey, I feel you. I want you to know, I don't do simultaneous. I do between the sikhs. So I have a half hour to write it down on. And I still have no clue what's flying. I have no idea how you do it. I don't know what I'm doing.
He did decent enough.
And whenever I had to do, he put in his own nishonis and he gave the Rebbe, he made the Rebbe smile. But either way, so Mullah asked JJ, could you ask the Rebbe for some help over here? So he says, I'll speak to the Rebbe. I'll speak to the Rebbe. So it's from Mandal. So he came to the Rebbe and he asked the Rebbe, could the Rebbe give, for sheer klali, Mar Mekaymis, so we could prepare, so we know what's going on. The Rebbe used to do for many years for the Rashi Sichis. Give Mar Mekaymis before Shabbos to Yosef Waldman.
You're
Nasan. So the Rebbe tells JJ, I would give it, but I think the lashon was they wrote it. Ad Eis Hadibur or Ad Eis Hasicha till the Sicha itself, I don't know what I'm saying. Chutz mirashpi v'amayre. All I can tell you is I'm speaking about Rashbi v'amayre. Anything else I don't know. The only parade from all the parades that ever didn't speak about Rashbi v'amayre was that year. And Nachman, the Rebbe spoke for an hour. And then the Rebbe spoke for an hour. So JJ came to the Rebbe and right after he told the Rebbe, what do I do now? The Rebbe spoke for an hour. I can't speak now for 45 minutes or for an hour. So the Rebbe said, the Iyar, the siyum about Geula. Now every darshan, the Rebbe spoke about every darshan finishes with Ubaltzi and Goyal, Ubalashon of Darshanim, Mashal Magidim, Ubaltzi and Goyal. By the Rebbe, it's Punkt Farker. The Rebbe gives an hour drasha, an hour sicha. And what's the Iyar? The last 5 seconds. Say the Teichen of the end, the Geula. It's Punkt Farker. The way the Rebbe runs is Kivim Gimel was a whole other with Mordechai and David, the whole other parsha.
Whatever. What was the Russian?
That's Tafshin Mem. There also the Rebbe spoke for a very long time, and then was what? In Russian. You see the Rashag. I remember Tafshin Mem started a new Kufa. They started saying Sichas in Russian. The Rebbe said 15. How many Sichas were throughout the Mems? 15 Sichas. This was the first time, and it was in public. And you see the Rashag standing there, Pasha pishing in his pants. Huh?
You know Russian?
Of course the Rashag.
He was scared of the KGB.
He was what? I wasn't there.
The Rashag is from Russia.
That's insane. You knew Russian?
Yeah. No, it wasn't. It didn't bother him, the Russian.
The whole thing. Was it
No, until Lag B'Omer Tafshin Mem, for 30 years, anything that Rebbe did related to Russia was under wraps. The Rebbe signed Zayde, and then it went through this guy and that guy, and the Rebbe would call people in the Yechidus 5 o'clock in the morning and try to get information and give them everything. And then himself said, I know that there were miraglim by the Farbrengen, and here the Rebbe comes on Eastern Parkway in front, the whole Brighton Beach came. Yeah, Menachem Berlitzky got the whole Brighton Beach. Before Shimon Rifkin, Menachem Berlitzky got a train straight from Brighton Beach. As Menachem says, Menachem called up the MTA. I want to speak to the head chief conductor of you think he's speaking to the KGB or something? Yeah? The head chief conductor, something like that. The head chief conductor of the MTA, and he got a train, like 3 trains. Every apartment building that you make yourself crazy on Hanukkah.
They all came.
Yeah, they all came on the train station. They're all sitting there, and the Rebbe, it wasn't an hour, it was also a very, very long sicha. I think then it was very ultimately.
Never told them ahead of time. Never turns around, never tells them it's going to be a sicha in Russian. Said, why don't they go find Moshe Chaim?
Moshe Chaim told me when he went up, they themselves didn't understand. They understood the way when JJ called him, and they said the Rebbe wants a Russian, Moshe Chaim Levin. So he understood that the Rebbe was going to say another sicha in Yiddish, but he wants Moshe Chaim to start to translate right away, so that way he could, or maybe just like JJ translates in English, he should say it over in Russian. You could see when he comes up there, and the Rebbe starts speaking in Russian, and JJ is just like his mind is blown. The Rashag is walking back and forth, all anxious, as if the world's coming to an end. The whole matzah, it's like they're saying the sikh, and everyone else is just completely flipping out.
Translate that?
That's why they
never called Moshe Chaim. That he should translate.
Translate to English.
So he wrote it down, I guess, whatever language, and who says it over after?
I think he wrote it in Russian also.
So who says it over? JJ says it over for him.
Make something up. I don't know.
And that's what he chazed. He only chazed with the Yiddish. But that already started a new stage where the Rebbe was said in different rallies and different sichos. The Rebbe said sichos in Yiddish. So it was just in Russian. There was. One second, something around now, these days, what did I just see?
Huh?
No, what I just saw, what was it? It was Sicha in Yiddish, not the rally. There was... Ah, no, I was just looking. Chav Ches Tishrei
I think behind there.
Mem Aleph. It's not, I just wanted to say, the first rally of Tzivos Hashem was also, there's this whole sikh in there in Russian. That Tzivos Hashem is legal al pi Chukei Medina of Russia. Yeah, that was the tikkun. All these sikhs had the same tikkun. That Yiddishkeit Tzivos Hashem, it's legal al pi Chukei Medina of Russia.
And if anybody tells you,
if anyone tells you it's against the Constitution from Russia. Isaac, you know, we did this before.
Of course.
He says that.
I never heard this Russian that never should say the never should. I said the never shop. Because mit Muslims sagen, dass wir leider nicht der Scham ist, because there's a saying it's like it's to my friends, so it's are you drinking tequila? Are you drinking tequila?
You're jealous,
You're drinking tequila? Give me a l'chaim for the mashpim.
You want tequila?
It should be normal. No, if I'm drinking tequila, it's only going to be in the Bahamas. Kurzahazen. In the pool on scissors. On the Machne kein Brache. Ich bin parted. Gott ist nicht da in the Bahamas. Wo ich gehe in the Bahamas.
The Rebbe read, when was it? It was, I think, Truman Malif. The Rebbe got pictures. One of the great Chassidim sent the Rebbe pictures of him when he was upstate in the country. And the Rebbe, no, this nageh the nomen and the Rebbe went on and on by the Farbrengen in their Shikta bill. You know, he sent it to the Rebbe, or he sent it to the Rebbe. Mizet sitzt dort und wie die Koine im Beis Hamikdash. Als die Begodim seine Mimosnaim adirechai. The Rebbe said over again, and the Rebbe said over again, Mosnaim adirechai. Mamish a Koine im Beis Hamikdash. Is also in the Aved in Beis Hamikdash. Mosnaim adirechai.
It's okay.
What was this?
Truma Mimalef. The tznius is for men also.
Yeah.
The Rebbe went on about the build that he got. Was Mazet from Spitz Chamad. Misnai Adir Chaim. Sending his bathing suit. Misnai Adir Chaim.
They never lost that fight.
Anyway, so Isaac is telling Lubavitch to let
You can buy my smicha. I'll give it to you for 2 nickels. And if you don't want to pay me of a milk.
Isaac, who gave you smicha?
Rabbi Hirschman, but he died. He goes, Isaac, it's great before he died. He goes, Isaac! I said, it's okay. I don't care. I'm not going to do anything with it anyways. I said, I want to sell it. He goes, it's not worth it. He goes, it's not worth it. The word like this, that the ancient word, why did it happen?
Isaac, no one wants to hear you.
By the way, you learn Sanhedrin? Who else?
Not this.
You have to hear what happened. Guy tells me he learned Baba Basra in 2.5 months. I said, you must not have such a jealousy to use. 2.5 months is 157 baht in 2.5 months.
136.
Say the pratim numbers.
Yeah, pratim, 157 and he goes, in 2.5 months, I said, he goes, Zicher, the guy with the Schleicher, Zicher. Of course. And there's a half and this guy should be a boy.
Isaac, you're an inspiration.
Yeah,
You're single-handedly keeping Lubavitch Batim alive.
The guy lives in Kocha, and the Kocha says, Vaydaver, I said, Rabbi, why are you asking me what to lose my murder?
Churchill. It's the mice.
I can send you, I send Benny coming out, I can send you directly. I send you your father first.
He only knows the end of the sikha? Yeah. And that's what he said. He said that. He said that he only translates the end of the sikha. He
didn't. Well, you can't drink tequila. Rob. You can't drink tequila. The tequila is made.
It's the way to Zara.
For the Bahamas. And Rabbi Shmuli, you have to go to the Bahamas. And though they should pay you like.
But anyway, Isaac, listen.
No.
10 seconds.
What's up, Isaac?
10 seconds. this was nice. So it was Tafshin Mem Bais, and it was the Rebbe's 80th birthday. So my father then worked on. So already in Tafshin Mem, starting from I think it was Chaf of Tafshin Mem, the Rebbe then spoke about Tiferes Skin Levi Yitzchak. So besides for the sichos that were translated into English, they started giving out essays. There wasn't just the Farbrengen translated or the Kitzer. The Rebbe got the Indian Farbrengen. If it was Indian Kloli that was Nagia for the Klal, so they would rewrite as if the Rebbe was writing an essay. And the Rebbe was Makabel, some of them the Rebbe was Magia. You'd Shvat Memalef, you'd Alf Nissen Memalef, you'd Shvat Tafshin Mem, right? So it was the month leading up to Yud Alf Nissen Mem Beis. So besides, they're going to give out a book called Celebration 80. And Celebration 80 is going to be 10, 15 essays of the Lubavitcher Rebbe for the Gans Klal, for the whole world. It wasn't Egel Shtika then. It was Membeis. So it was God in the public school. Prayer was before the Rebbe changed to non-denominational prayer. The Rebbe spoke about solar energy, all these Yonim Klali. And they gave it to a whole bunch of, I think it's Alan Posner and Emmanuel to look it over and make it all official. And this was like the first one the Bausch was thinking big, because a bunch of Bachrims in 70 to get the Rebbe's word out there, to print it in, starting with 80,000 copies, but then get it much more and get it out there to the entire world. Celebration 80, that was the book, that's what it was called. And now obviously, as my father was working on it, he wrote into the Rebbe. So he wrote into different things, different letters about different going on places. And one of them, he wrote each time about what's going on with this kovetz, and it seemed that the Rebbe was giving a bracha for all these letters. That wasn't, the letters weren't only about this; it was about other things as well. But the Rebbe gave a bracha. They went on and worked on it. They sent out a brochure. My father at the time, how old was he?
Yeah.
14.
No.
It was not one.
He was 24. He was 24.
24?
Yeah, he's 24-year-old bacher.
Like this guy with the had shlegas? He had shlegas.
Shlegisnish. Everything else was exactly the same. Everything else was exactly the same. He was already kicked out. He was already kicked out from the yeshiva in the revolution in Memalef. This was a year later.
I was also.
Those are the best. Those are the best. Got thrown out of yeshiva.
Hey, Isaac. So. And they sent brochures to the entire Lubavitch. This is what we're doing, and we need to fundraise tons of money. They tried to get at least $80,000, which was a nice sum at the time. And the vote was, we're going to print this in tens of thousands of copies, and for the first time, bring the Rebbe's words to the entire world, which didn't exist
Mail it.
before.
What was the plan here?
To mail it, yeah. I'm saying this stuff's 1992, but yeah, to get it out there. Finally, they had the whole kovetz ready, and they sent into the Rebbe a raw copy, not bound, kiragil, and give it to them. So at the time, the guy that was writing the sichos then in English was Yossi Lobenstein from Australia. You know any Lobensteins?
I know all of them.
Yossi and Yirmi, right? Two brothers.
Nice guys. Very good cricket players.
Yossi's married to a carp. He's a shvager of the carps. One day, Chadikov calls my father and Yossi Lobenstein to the office, and he wants to speak to them. Now, the way when Chadikov would call you, he was the ultimate dreyer. For 20 minutes, he would just dray. What's tutzich? What's going on? How's learning? How's the moisid? How's this? How's that? You know that he's trying to get somewhere, but whatever. Kilu likonasim ayekal likonasim imi b'dvarim. So Yossi Lobenstein tells me he sees, all of a sudden, 15 minutes in, he sees behind Chadikov, he sees that book, the unbound book that's sent into the Rebbe, is sitting there right next to Chadikov. He's like, uh-oh, trouble's coming. And then Chadikov tells them, as far as Achidas, Bachrim doing things without permission? So I don't remember the story. And he told him in the story, the story of Nachum Chernobyler. Probably someone here probably knows this.
Of course.
They took from his mother. What's the story? Stepmother, yeah. What? Huh?
What was the story?
What's the Maisa? Alei Netman.
That he was going to get anyway.
The kids are such a say with Tainas. He says, "You guys doing without permit? What are you guys doing? What do you think you're doing?"
You should be a rich man.
And my father and Yossi are there in the office trying to figure out. We sent this into the Rebbe a few months ago, or a few weeks ago, and since then we got. And every time we were working on it, we sent into the Rebbe. We asked the Rebbe, we got rishus. Like, what's the problem? So they told Chodakov, I don't know what you're saying. We wrote to the Rebbe, we got minus. He said, it can't be. He said, we'll prove it to you. So they left, and my father then wrote, and this I found, it's a 5-6 page letter to Chodakov, giving the whole Ishtalshus Advarim from when they started working on it, every minor they got, every time they wrote to the Rebbe about it, and the plan and how they worked on it. And I came back to Chodakov with the letter. So they came to Chodakov again. Chodakov is speaking to them. And finally, Chodakov tells my father, ich verstehe nicht. Du willst machen von Rebbe nach Churchill?
Churchill? You mean Winston Churchill?
No, Yankel Churchill. Winston, we're best buddies, yeah? We learned the cheder together, yeah? Isaac.
Drinking tequila.
Willst machen von Rebbe nach Churchill?
What's the matter?
Kilo smart stuff from
The Kilo, the Rebbe. So the way I understood from my father always was, Kilo, the Rebbe has opinions on current affairs, and the Rebbe is an orator. You know, the Rebbe's essays. But more than that, I saw. I was up a few years ago, and I saw the Taka for Churchill's 80th. They printed his top speeches. I don't know. So it's I guess that was part of it as well. The Kuda is, but I think the Vart. Now my father was never fully comfortable with it because in his mind he's like, I sent it to the Rebbe multiple times. I told the Rebbe about it, and I have the letters. I saw it. He tells the Rebbe about it, and the Rebbe gives a bracha. The Rebbe gives a regular whatever the regular nusach of minus, and he couldn't understand. So my father was never fully sure. Is this the Rebbe? Is this Chodakov? So I saw about a year later, Mem Gimel, my father writes to the Rebbe, a different project he's working on, and at the end of the letter he writes, V'adayin yeshli, I still have the essays.
Who wrote?
My father wrote to the Rebbe. It seems like it's not from my father that he wasn't fully sure.
Made it all up.
But the Rebbe didn't, and it was never printed.
What did
the likut of those. No, the Rebbe, I'm saying, but then it could, but Yossi Lobenstein told me that his own suffix from the Rebbe. Why? Because we only gave in the copy to the Rebbe, and he told me, my father didn't tell me this, but Yossi told me that he saw it on Chodakov's desk. He saw it behind. He saw it on Chodakov. So obviously the Rebbe gave it to Chodakov with a message. So that I didn't hear from my father.
So what's the
my
pshat?
father didn't see
Why
it.
is that answer with my grandma and all this talk?
I don't know. But Venus.
Yeah, but
contracted.
I need answers.
But take this vart itself. I think it's a very yesodistic vart. The Chodakov said it's a very yesodistic vart because the Rebbe had taken out. But the question: how are you presenting the Rebbe? If you're presenting the Rebbe as a political leader that has his opinions on geopolitical matters, then what are you doing? Nicht das der Rebbe.
The Rebbe's not Ben Shapiro.
The Rebbe, yeah, very good. Very simple. Very simple. You had to get very good. The Rebbe elikus v'pshitis. Uvemela shleimus haaretz. Uvemela miu Yehudi. Uvemela solar energy for America. Uvemela Iran. They're asking, right? This is the right. Which the Hainu, you could say the same thing, but where are you coming from? Or at the moment we present the Rebbe to the world as a psychologist and self-help and a geopolitical arena. The Rebbe schreit in Mulvadi. Uvemela. Who? What are you talking about? For you it is, but when you publish something, it's on this. publishing it. They were going to publish it to get it to the entire Yiddish world, even the not the Goyish world. Today we have online, everything's available to everybody. But at the time, it was revolutionary. It was like the first time Lubavitch was thinking, and who was it? It was a bunch of 21-year-old, 22-year-old Bachrim from 70. They decided they're going to bring the Rebbe out into the world. To bring the Rebbe to the Welt. And not as a Chassidish Rebbe, as a thinker. Right? Intellectual. That has opinions about all.
Pushkin's very bad, you think?
This is way before. I'm saying the mice what happened. I finished the story. No, it was never printed. Well, it was never printed. But I heard from my father a few years ago. He was like, you know, he didn't have he wouldn't go ahead and publish it. But he told me, in his mind, he was like, Chadikav screwed me over. But Yossi Kain to me, he says, no, I saw it. He says, maybe your father didn't see it, I never heard from my father. But he told me, I saw that the book was right next to it. So, and we only gave it to the Rebbe. So the Rebbe gave it to him. So whatever he was saying came to him. That's his Ich sag dem Meister Shahaya. I'm telling what happened. Interpretation, take it, discuss it on WhatsApp.
You probably didn't go down. Very slow.
Huh?
You probably like hearing about that.
No, he heard about the Nikoda. At the same time, he felt that he should have published it. No, the Nikoda he felt was richtig. At the same time, you have to understand, it was a moist of a bunch of 22-year-olds. He started at 20. That's what he was 24. The Nikoda is, they were in-house. So it was like for Unzerem Kuravim, for the hippies. And this was, they pushed Mashkia half a year, from the beginning of Bais, totally Dalf Nissen. They were like, we're now going to bring the Rebbe to the Welt for the first time. They did major fundraising. They had to give all money they fundraised, they sent back. They made brochures. It was like a massive thing. We're going to bring. I found. Someone showed me a few years ago some of the brochures. It was like a massive event. This is 10 years before Chabad.org. To bring the Rebbe to the world, to the Welt, for everything. And Chadikov came and killed it.
And not like he did it right. 6 months ago, after all the work,
all the minus, and they're ready, and they do all the work, and they edit it, and they send it to people.
I
can show you the letter. My father sent to the Chadikov, showing the whole process. It was like,
we got so successful that we have Yossi Matiel wearing a gray sweater with a fake,
now it's my drummer.
And we have Mr. Rogers.
Now this is the cooking show.
Have a Farbrengen, Mr. Roger Farbrengen.
What is the letter about something that came 30 years later?
We have
then was
You heard what happened? Hey, you heard what happened? There's a big Farbrengen. Two delts from Reagan. They had a
hey, yeah, da 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 da, yeah, 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 da 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 da, hey, yeah, 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 da 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 da, yeah, yeah. Oh, remind me after, yeah, 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 da 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 da, yeah, yeah. Ah, hey. Isaac, you have 90 seconds.
I have 90 seconds.
Yeah.
And Bedil. They're clocking you. There's a stopwatch.
I listen to everybody. I said, listen, I'm not listening anymore unless they say something that's meaningful to me.
Isaac, let's be honest, you never listen.
But they ask me questions, right? Yeah, when I ask them questions, just shut up. They say, when I say shut up, I say, okay, I asked the question. I asked the question, Thomas said, that's what I said, well, it's so bad with the Alter Rebbe, so the Lord and they said, shut up.
Benzel, you're counting?
So I want to ask you one thing. Like the Rabbi, that everyone knows that there is a Shoshelis here. That's a very funny Shoshelis.
Isaac, 45 seconds.
Oh, by the way, you see this? So you have the Alter Rebbe, Chachma, Bina, Das. And then you have the middle Rebbe, and then you have the Rebbe Shab, the Rebbe.
Yeah, we're still trying to figure out how from Chacham to Alter Rebbe we reach Hoyd of the Rebbe. There's no questions. There's no issues. But it's also das. He's also das.
I'm sorry. I said the Rebbe Rash, the Rebbe says. Sehr wenig wegen aber was is Balshanta's Mises, but the Rebbe said one story, and the only person don't think I'm not going to be into that bad. Kitaf Bais to introduce us to the Rash. And one of the things that I said about the Rash, that we know that Rash.
10 seconds left. Say what you want to say.
But it was
Always be simcha.
every person the same upon a Yafis Afrel upon it. So I just want to tell you one thing. Look, the Tchila is the Rebbe talks about the Tchila that's attributed to the Rebbe that we don't know.
Meir, Zogelheim.
By the way, hey, Schleicher, you call Mayor? I call Schleikers.
Isaac, you're already 60 seconds overtime.
I love Isaac.
Isaac, 60 seconds.
How can you?
So Zalman Jaffe.
Hey, by the way, hey, Jude.
Hey, Isaac, listen to this. So Zalman wrote in his diary, which his whole Yeman was Al Pi Hiras.
By the way, what are you? 2.5 months into a
Isaac.
You know, my father he told me, he said,
This is your last will and testament. Say it.
yeah, I said,
be careful what you say.
But no, you be careful, you listen well. I said, listen, if you're a nice guy, they always remember Mitzvahs.
Here's going home, Patrick.
They don't know, he said, he goes, he was very smart. He comes here, he's very smart, he goes, I don't know. I know he's very smart. I don't remember. But when there have been his statements, he goes, he was very nice. He did something nice. I don't forget. Hey, by the way, my brother.
In Matis Masin on Aleph,
You don't give me a
the Rebbe crossed out.
Oh my God. You should remember you about your ministers, not your mind.
I got someone who's Hill Paracher. That's a Machzedek said a Maimer. And then there was an argument between the Tzemach Tzedek's sons and Hill Paracher. They asked the Tzemach Tzedek, and he said like the pshat is like the sons. So Hill Paracher said, "Ader zokta Maimer, shchazot haGreine." But a beer in the Maimer, it's seichel.
It's the end of Grace. Hata Grace
But what was Lashon?
I didn't
No, the Lashon is that Torah, no. There has to be a no. What's Lashon?
You'll see.
It's Lefi Seichel Enoshi. So there's a hemshich to the story that the Rebbe never chazer. The Rebbe was never makabel the hemshich of the story. The Rebbe stopped the story in the middle. There are certain stories that were around before, and the Friedrich Rebbe said that the Rebbe cut them off in the middle. And then there are stories that the Rebbe added a chelik to. The Rebbe has his own version of Chabad history. So the Mashal, this story, the story the way it's brought before, all the Chevra, all Grainim, Talmidim, all...
Some stories change.
Some stories change.
Which story is it?
So the Hill Paracher said that what the Rebbe says in a Mayim Reshchen there is Nichreine, but the Shach Levitaria, that's the way the Rebbe was quoted. The Shach Levitaria is this Seichel, and the way Torah is given is they have to understand the Seichel Enoshi. So the Rebbe understands like this. I understand like that. So the original story, the way it's gebracht, is that when the Tzemach Tzedek heard that the Tzemach Tzedek said Petach Petach. Eric darf verstehen is a filo in Seichel Enoshi I win. I mean, exact Lashon in Yiddish.
Abaviz.
Huh?
Abaviz. Obviously.
No, because Hill Paracher was trying to taina that when it comes to the Dirikum Chaim to Dach, ich schweig. The pshat? No, not the pshat. Not the pshat that the Rebbe isn't smarter than him. If it's not Piseichel. The Rebbe never quoted that hat. In other words, the Rebbe was Mekabel Hill Paris. The Rebbe always stopped it in the middle.
Yeah.
Never accepted Hill's opinion.
The Piskam. But in Nun Aleph, in Matas Masi Nun Aleph, So the way the Sikh was written up, and it seems this was the Teuchel, the way the Rebbe said it, the Rebbe was trying to be mevar, the Rebbe was between a Maimer and a Sikh. That a Maimer is the rest nicht gerene. But the Shachla V'Tarya, like a Sikh, that everyone has their own. So where they wrote in the Sikh, Matas Maseh is a Hebrew Sikh, it's David. So where they wrote Sikh, the Rebbe crossed out.
What do you mean?
In other words, don't understand from that part of Hillel Paritcher that the Sikhs are any less than Ma'amarim. That's when they get to Ma'amarim and Shachla V'Tarya. It's not Ma'amarim and Sikhs. Because by the Rebbe, Ma'amarim and Sikhs, a Maimer is a Sikh is a Maimer. It's all. In other words, don't Nemish from the Maisa that a Sikh is any less than a Maimer. That's that. But then there's the flip side. The Rebbe Marash came to the Tzemach Tzedek in Tafrei Shches and said there's a ketz in Tafrei Shches, Tafrei Shtes. And there was a ketz in Tafrei Shches, Hayitach and Mashiach didn't come. What did the Tzemach Tzedek answer? What did the Rebbe Marash tell him? What's the makar of the Maisa?
Amen.
No.
The Frierdiker Rebbe. The second half of the story doesn't exist.
Also, who's
The Rebbe Marash never answered the Tzemach Tzedek.
Who was the story with?
The Tzemach Tzedek said what he said, and that's the end of the story until the Rebbe. The Rebbe brought out of the dead the second half of the story. Huh? I think it's not even the Rebbe Marash asked. It's the Tzemach Tzedek Mitzvah.
No, someone else asked.
Someone else asked?
I think the Tzemach Tzedek's Eidim or each of the Fikir says sorry.
But definitely the second half doesn't exist. The whole answer doesn't exist. And the Rebbe, how much the Rebbe would ask? And the Rebbe asked, Kama Pamim, what was the Tzemach Tzedek thinking? And what was the Tzemach Tzedek? And what was the Rebbe Marash answering? The Tzemach Tzedek didn't know that Mizrach Mashiach and Pashtus. Well, he really thought the Mashiach it's enough to have the Torah. That's Mashiach doesn't have to come. You need the Rebbe Marash as a bacher, as a kid to say Mizrach Mashiach and Pashtus. So the Rebbe Marash Tafrei Shches was 15. You need the Rebbe Marash to say the Mashiach and Pashtus. Until the Rebbe starts explaining that story is not recorded anywhere. Not by the Frierdiker Rebbe, not by the Sipurei Chassidim. That whole side of the story doesn't exist. Right? So certain stories the Rebbe took out pratim, and certain stories the Rebbe added pratim. However you explain it. Unan Re'esius. Okay, I don't want to say it. Zalman Jaffe had like this. Zalman Jaffe, so he wrote he was probably entire how that flow that they were going to the oils. They were starting going to the oil more, not just twice a week. That's cool. That was going even more. And he says, understand that the Rebbe goes to the oil a few times a month, and every day the Rebbe goes to the oil, the Rebbe doesn't eat. The Rebbe is starving, and the Rebbe comes back late at night, and the Ershten Dam's Mincha. He's trying to retire that flow of the Rebbe's Mesiras Nefesh. Right, this is you talking about in the Chafs and Lameds. Right, in the late Mem's Nuns, it's not the Rebbe's schedule in Bais. Sunday, there was going in late Mem's early Nuns. There was going to the oil Sunday and Thursday. So it was dollars oil on Sunday, but then dollars starting a bit later, and it went a lot later. Dollars was an hour, 2 hours, but then dollars was 4 hours, 5 hours. So the Rebbe started dollars 11 o'clock, would finish 4 o'clock, go to the oil 4:30, go to mikveh 4:30, go to the oil 5. And that's what you start having. The Rebbe came back from the oil at 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, Chaim Baruch, showing the Chaim Baruch showing the clock is like it's a whole, it's a limud, like they have to teach it in universities, the Indian of showing the clock, I mean, in and out, and it's clear. It's like you can make a whole study on it, a whole film on it.
It's very, very passionate.
Yeah. He didn't know. He didn't know how to read the clock. Zoomed in, zoomed out. You see it. You don't see it. You don't know what's going on there. It's like one day in Columbia University, it's going to be a study. It's Chaim Baruch's clocks. Yeah.
Maybe he wanted to show everybody his spiders.
We're too much psychoanalyzing Chaim Baruch. He's a lot more.
He likes Mashka.
He didn't know how to read the clock. It's a lot more simple than that.
He needed to count.
Anyway,
He needed to
He
count.
does the clock.
in out. How do you? He didn't know how to use a video camera. Yeah. Anyway, Lamaisa, what are they saying?
Saying how often, and the
That's
schedule.
why they switched the day.
So then they ever started going Monday, right? No, maids. I'm talking about Sunday was dollars. Monday, Thursday was oil. Instead they have a schedule. Sunday dollars, Monday, Thursday oil, Shabbos Farbrengen. In the later years, the time Kiviyachol that the Rebbe Kiviyachol had for himself. What you're talking about minutes? The Rebbe gave over every Monday, Sunday, Monday, Thursday was officially. Besides for that, and Shabbos. Besides for that, the Rebbe went Ribi Pamim another day of the week, or even another twice a week. Zalman Shaffi's writing this way earlier. The Rebbe went 3-4 times a month. When the Rebbe, so he gave the Rebbe the diary. So he came to Yechid, the Rebbe told him, your diary is misleading. Because the way you write it is, people will think that I starve before I go to the oil. But it's not true, I drink. The Rebbe wasn't bothered by the fact that you have to drink before the oil because of halacha, v'cholu, and all that. It's only, you're overselling. You're making the Rebbe sound more superhuman. Not the first one's superhuman. The more Mesiras Nefesh. I drink. So make sure in the next volume that you print, write a disclaimer, make a tikkun that I drink before I go to the.
I have a different shot. What's that?
If we know Zalman Ziman, he put the full kids into your own.
No, he wrote the whole Torah, the whole back and
Obviously.
100%.
It's either that or the flood in the basement.
How do I know this story? Because he wrote it.
Zalman started talking to somebody. So tells Zalman, I want to talk to you. Because you're going to put it into your own. So he puts the
He puts the story into the Yaman. And what Chadikov's wife told him. And of course, Mayor Avtzon, because in the later years, Zalman Jaffe would rent out the basement where Moshe Meir is, the basement of 760, and my Zayda was on the middle floor, and Mayor Itkin was on the top floor. So anything from like Mem Zayin and on, every Sukkos Yaman is about the Jaffe, Avtzon, Itkin Sukkah. With everyone cursing each other out. Anyway, yeah.
So I think,
Yeah. No, it wasn't.
whose shot is it that the Rebbe shouldn't have? It's just not like.
The way I'm saying when I read it, that's the way I understood what the Rebbe was telling me.
It makes sense, right?
No, that doesn't make sense. I think that's what the Rebbe told me. I have to see what the Rebbe said, but something like that. In other words, you're overselling me. I think that's the Lashon the Rebbe used.
Yeah.
You're making people think greater about me than I really am.
So what I thought-
I do drink.
I think if people think that going to hell means you have to contain yourself, they might not go as often the next issue. And Ulai, the Rebbe say,
I'm with you on the oil.
no, not
No, we spoke the other day. I'm with you, but let's not be missaris the stories. Let's not. The story could be a good story, and the oil could be the oil. It's not either or. It's not Sfatim. It's not Sfatim or Detroiters. There's a whole spectrum in between.
You're
Yeah?
misreading. So the Rebbe says it's overselling.
They didn't say oversell. It wasn't Lashon. Okay. I haven't looked at it now. Let's see the story. The way I remember it was the Rebbe was tining. You're not being. You're making people think that I do more than I do. That was the take in that part.
And Ulai, the kavanah is
Ulai.
that
Ulai
never wants people to talk.
Shefa
You're just making stuff up, bro.
Shefa Shalimadu Mashiach.
No, I'm very serious. Like,
Mayor, you understand how much you were saved by sitting in 770?
Pilukim b'Shefa Shalimadu Mashiach.
1 second. Rabbi.
Kibud kal b'shefa kaved. Kibud kal b'shefa
A
Mashiach.
lot of popcorn, like
There's a
what?
Farbrengen.
No, it's kibud kal
Light refreshment.
b'shefa Mashiach.
There's a Farbrengen in Parshas Yisrael, Tafshin Man, 30 years.
You gotta make a podcast on that.
It's a lot of popcorn. Shakman is like all popcorn.
You know what's bothering me? Tell you what's bothering me. You're sitting here with an agenda.
No.
You are. Don't lie. You say that. No. Zet zich weg, verbring, sag l'chaim, geh raus von sich. The Rebbe is alive. The Rebbe will survive. People are coming to the oil. Don't worry. Beryl. Daigenish. The Rebbe leapt. And the Rebbe has chassidim. You're not sitting with a bunch of Israelis over here. Don't worry. Beryl. Daigenish. Beryl. First thing, you guys don't have because it's not fear. Because I want the
Number
influence.
3. Wow.
Bro, you can't spot that.
Why? What happened?
Yeah, Beryl. So, Red. Clever, you guys know Beryl?
I know.
Oh, all right.
Can you give him some better?
Bro, I'm on your team. Don't worry.
Good. Oh, fine. So
I'm ahead of you too.
Good kazong.
So
He already gave up on what you believe in. That's what you're trying to say.
no. First of all, we all believe in it, and we're giving
100%, yeah.
Okay. That's the agenda, basically. Gula
Pratis, qualities, whatever you want.
No,
Whole
so
deal.
Gula Pratis, so in the Farbrengen Yisrael, Tafshemam, 30 years after. What does Rebbe say?
Huh? Place from Sonny, yeah.
Rebbe says that basically going to the aisle brings Gula.
Yeah.
Pratis.
Yeah.
And we see the more that Rebbe went to the aisle, the more that Rebbe speaks about Mashiach. And the more that Rebbe speaks about Mashiach, it leads the Rebbe to go back to the aisle more. So a Gula Pratis is directly related to going to the aisle, maybe even twice a week. Maybe even 3 times a week. There's a vicious cycle.
You're right.
It's real. It's very real. And we have 3 counts of Torah, Avodah, Moshe. And if someone has so much Torah in their head and the time implementing it, the Gula is not coming out, maybe they're just missing the Avodah.
Beryl,
Maybe.
you got mayor to say Muga Elena. It's like not going on.
So I think that maybe we're missing going to the aisle more often. Or if someone goes to the aisle often, they don't learn the Rebbe's Torah. Maybe they're missing the Rebbe's Torah. But if we're talking about learning a lot of Torah and talking about a lot of mitzvahs, maybe the only kola is going to the aisle. I'm asking that my premise should be aisle.
You're just not saying
You have to remember the Eibusher, Zikr B'Rachem, that he's the only one who's able to bring you to all the practice.
You know something? Beryl, I want to talk about the oil for a moment, for a minute.
On here. That's my agenda, right? I finished my agenda. The Rebbe's also, you just also one more thing.
Mayor, you know what I just saw? As much as the tzvat triggered you in when was it, Tavis? What Beryl just did to you now is 10 times more.
What happened?
We found a disclaimer. Found a disclaimer.
What are you putting?
It's Alan's disclaimer.
Disclaimer to what?
About
About drinking?
The Arabs explained to me that it's not quite correct. We learned it formally, and there are many and various opinions on the subject, but the Arab follows the one Japanese prohibits fasting when visiting a Baseo. The Arab has to drink before he leaves in the morning. He then partakes in neither food nor drink until he returns to the evening, sometimes at 9 p.m.
What year did you write this? And he said that the Rebbe told him, yeah? He was makdim it, that the Rebbe told him to change it, to give a disclaimer.
The Rebbe holds of the opinion that you can't fast. So
So you don't fast.
Okay, so
Look at this. It's Tzika Farbrengen. Within 10 seconds, they bring you fact checking and then.
it's good. It's good. It's good.
Unless you bring
Bro.
only on Shabbos, you can hack whatever you
In the
want.
Dark Ages, no fact checking.
Huh?
How else are you supposed to find no facts?
In the Dark Ages, there's no fact checking.
So
Back in the day, you sat here for a
Drink
break,
beer.
you said whatever you
They drank
wanted.
beer, they spoke to the blacksmiths, and they said whatever they wanted.
Huh?
Beer,
Like a
we'll
ring
start
Shabbos.
ringing.
I'll go back to the Dark Ages.
We'll start ring with beer. We'll go back to headphones.
No, we're Russian.
Now I wrote that for public grades. Invite me to Farbrengen Shabbos.
The whole world.
Have a ring, come Shabbos. Is it over this week? No, it's on waiver. Where's your chasna?
400 years.
His Bais Sivan is a dangerous day.
Everyone just drank beer.
You know, in simple English, I'm saying Shlomo Zarchi had it a lot easier than me.
God, say all the things he said then that were fact check are what the fact checkers are using today to fact check.
Fact check you and Shlomo.
Exactly.
By the way, the Bella not going to say Gillish, they're listening to everyone she has to say.
Mayor, you're in ecstasy. Let's open up.
Windows open. We have a large glass bottle for you.
Anything mamash?
Oh, no more? A malach knocked on the door.
Down the bottle.
Gave us a bottle of tequila.
That bottle
And asked his name.
Sorry, Mayor.
Rabbi.
This Rabbi. Hello.
It's gotta be hard.
I still have to finish. So I didn't finish the cup yet. Huh? It's also tequila.
It's silver tequila. It's a different tequila.
You're drinking till now. It was 7. It's
Buddhist.
I realized that I really went down the rabbit hole. It was a couple of months ago. I was praying with all Torah Bachrim. I come to Farbrengen and they have a whole bottle of tequila there. I'm like, what am I doing? I was like, what do you mean? You want tequila, no? I never met them in my life. I was like, oh wow, this is really.
Rabbi, you have a resume.
This is tough. This is bad stuff. Either way, we like to think between our Merkazis and Rabbi Levi Klein for a daiging that's just designed tequila. Levi gave it to me. I came to Farbrengen and he called me to the office and he gave me tequila.
Yeah. Amazing.
You were there, yeah?
18 points.
Shorts? What is this?
18 points for all.
And then people say the Hanahola here doesn't care, and the supposed to read man and not care.
See, the whole kids with the bucket in the yeshiva.
Very good, super. Where's Mendel Roth when we need him?
Oh, the last couple of drinks, the last room.
Chaim Bachram, Chaim.
There's like literally.
Oh, yeah, more
there's like four.
In the Bais Iyar Farbrengen, the Rebbe read like writing the Nusach in Makar Rachmim Al Pi. You darfst nicht Al Pi Marin. Mit darf ich geben der Rebbe Adressen, ja. There, here. You brought it up, so I'll bring it up.
What do you say? You say like me. I didn't say 5 minutes. So I'm gonna call
the oil is serious stuff. A day that the Rebbe went to the oil was under a tug. Not only from Mikveh, from before. The whole day was under. Or the Rebbe get up and see him. The oil is a different day.
It started from the night before.
In what?
I don't know what, but we know that there were some Hachanas.
Really? I didn't know that. What do we know?
When
From who do we know also?
from Yudel. The whole night when they were asked about if you went to the oil certain day, they should check me as your man. So later they came and told the Rebbe that yes, they stated that the Rebbe did go, so the Rebbe said it's too late because he didn't start from the
From last night?
Yeah.
Wow. B'derech ha'olam, familiarity breeds contempt, right?
Yeah.
This does anusach, yeah? Something you're too familiar with, you do too often, you lose cheshik for it. There's no.
Okay, can we for anything?
Huh?
Can we for anything?
But I'm saying this is derech ha'olam. This is.
That's for Moshiach, which like, doesn't get boring. No.
With the mall, that's it. Because the veteran mishachis with the mall. Hey, was mir that though? Here than a kudah. This is
Okay, sorry, I'm sorry, I messed up.
It's like b'derech ha'olam ein avavir shem kliyacha, but belikos shem kliyacha. I'm talking about derech ha'olam right now. Right, the teva ha'adam is something you're too familiar with.
You get comfortable.
Right, your roommate, you hate his guts. You've been around him too long. Time to move on. The next year, right? Dvarm shut. That's when you're getting goiness here. Dvarm shut. By the Rebbe, and as you rightfully say, as the years went on, the Rebbe became more and more, and he was a lashon, obsessive about the oil, right? From twice a month to a few times a month to twice a week to sometimes 3, 4, 5 times a week, right? As the further it was from Yud Shvat, the more the Rebbe went to the oil. And as the Rebbe says in the Sikh is around Yud Shvat, Yud Yisrael, Yitav Shemem, that became noch mehr zum Ziehen. But somehow, by the Rebbe, even as the Rebbe was going more and more and more, but the event, the halicha, didn't become any less kaddish, less halik, less hachanim, right? Less sacred, right? So, and it's not natural. It's not natural for human beings, because by us to say there is that the more you become comfortable with something, and the dogma chigdei 770.
I thought after the first time you said, of course.
I'll get to the oil soon. I'll get to the oil in a moment. I want to get to the oil in a moment. I want to get to the oil in a moment.
Yeah.
770. You know, when you're not in 770, when you're yeshiva bach, when you come to 770 a couple times a year, 770.
You ever sat right there, and it's crazy.
Yeah, and it is. You know, even in real time, the Rebbe sat there, and 10 minutes later, Baruch sat in the same spot, and people couldn't figure out what in the world's going on. But that's what they say there. The Rebbe would sit here by Mincha, and the Rebbe of Mincha, and people sat there and learned Smicha. Right? So,
Yeah.
Farbrengen here it is.
You know what Master told me?
Alles auf Folgen, gut Tages.
What?
Only good to
Someone was sitting there, yeah.
And then I came in, I guess. I was some fucker coming to ask me a question. The family wasn't looking.
Yeah.
Everyone was just like dead silent. I don't remember exactly. He didn't. I remember him telling the story. I don't remember the exact, but basically he was sitting there, and whenever came in, he was still sitting there. He only cops like afterwards. Someone else told me that he heard it with his whole drama. I don't remember him telling me the whole drama.
Is he show?
I don't remember him telling
I
me
don't
the
know,
whole drama.
After is almost El Chaim in this room.
But Meir. Carrying the Igrisse. Who's the Farbrengen Shebederenu?
I don't.
No, but you look like a Farbrengen.
He's trying to tell you have to pour him time.
No one has to pour him nothing. Lazarov, nem care von sich allein. But I think some 70 is part of the cheshbon.
It's a shul. It's a basic whatever.
The meaning. Some 70. It's the price we pay. The price we pay for 770 being our home, and Bais Chayenu is that just like in my house, in your house, you're dear with Achtoinim, and there's no levushim, and you do whatever you want. That's 770.
Okay, that's the price we pay, but the Rebbe wants what? That we should look at it.
I'll tell you the point I'm trying to say.
To be supernatural, yeah? Fine.
Like
Yeah.
expensive.
Good.
It's not healthy.
But this I truly believe. We cannot have the oil turning into 770. No.
Do it.
I don't mean what you mean. We might have the same askone, but we're coming from completely different directions.
Why do you think so?
It's from Inid
Oh, why?
Mavade.
Who said
This is
we're on
from
different
Inid Mavade, and this is from maybe another place. I don't know. No, I'm joking. Yeah.
Beryl, here.
Yeah, that's fine.
The oil. Here, Beryl, here's the kind. The oil has to stay halik. It has to stay pure.
I got to think we're on the same page.
We.
I don't think you know what Nothing here is obvious.
Once I'm not under the influence, I might regret the words that I'm saying.
No, we won't.
But we cannot turn the oil into 770. We cannot turn it into the place where we party.
We have to turn something into the oil. The same reverence.
But we're asking too much. We're asking too
I don't
much.
think so.
And 770 was never that way, and the Rebbe allowed it to be this way. Even B'Shas Ma'aseh, the Rebbe was in the room, they were partying over here. So that I'm not trying to make it more. But the oil, we cannot turn the oil into a drunken situation. The oil is.
Why?
Will you turn the tachten into a drunken situation? Exactly. In a chanami, the Rebbe's room is halik.
Right.
The oil is halik, and if we don't keep it halik, we're dead. We're dead.
What else? If we don't go, we're also
What are we doing? If
we don't go, then we're also
Can we take a deep breath?
See, you made that.
Beryl,
do you want to turn the oil to the next frat house? Is that what
Yo, anybody want to
He was torn by the Chesim into effing frat house. You want to do the same thing for the oil?
Anybody want to swimming with me?
He's very good at sending the tunnel to
So the
Anybody want to have a good time? Where's your time?
I'll tell you, for me personally, I'm thinking for myself. I don't know where everyone else here is holding. The day that for me, I feel comfortable at the oil, I'm committing suicide.
I understand.
I don't want to feel comfortable. Not comfortable as in.
You're home. You're good. You're fine. You're just. You're home.
No. That I'm.
Not
That ich zitter nicht. By the oil, I want to sit there. If we don't have one place in the world that we sit there, then what makes us chassidim? It's a colossal mistake what was done to the oil.
Colossal?
And it's all colossal, and it's all territorial.
Okay, we agree.
It's all territory.
We agree.
All the sharks.
I'm not talking about. I'm not coming in the name of any machane.
I'm coming in the name of myself.
I'm
who I'm representing.
Me too. Same here.
Very good. Geweldig. So we can have an honest conversation.
Right. Only.
Of course, a bracha daf gain daf in the
How often?
We got there in a moment.
Before we get to how often, I want to put me on there. A bracha was gain daf in ziehen, hat nicht kein Scheiches zum Rebbe.
What are you saying?
I'm just listening. Relax.
Something that for you is obvious, and other people is not obvious.
Why is? Okay, fine. Okay.
So I want to put it out there before we go right there.
Fine.
You don't go to the oil hat kein
Du
Scheiches.
hast a Scheich nicht begonnen.
Everyone has a Scheiches.
So let's just bring them into also.
As al chassidim, a bracha has to go to the oil.
By the way, I can't handle.
And a bracha has to go, and the oil doesn't mean going Erev Rosh Hashanah and Yud Shvat. Let's go to the oil. Let's go to the Rebbe. But leidach, what's this zach that the Rebbe's our best friend? The Rebbe's our buddy. The Rebbe's the guy that we chill with and we drink with. The Rebbe's the Rebbe.
To chill and drink.
Don't
not
go
what I'm
4 times a week.
That's not what I'm trying to do.
When you get drunk,
I'm not trying to get drunk.
I'm not saying what you're saying.
You heard what I said?
I'm not saying what you're saying. Beryl, here. When you get drunk there, and when you party there,
You have a good time.
and when you have a good time,
And you have a really good time.
and chassidus is a good time. Mach's noch a levaya.
Correct. Maski.
The oil is heilig.
Maski.
The Rebbe's tzimmer is heilig, and it has to stay heilig. And if that doesn't stay heilig, what's going to be holy? What's going to be holy? The shvil?
I hope so.
The tunnels.
I hope everything. I hope we're gonna have a shul. Fine. But
You know, sometimes, and this is not just the oil, it's something that happens, it's a cultural thing. We try to overhype something and we kill it by that.
That could happen. Yeah.
Right. So what I'm saying is,
Let's keep this in 10 emails.
the oil, you have to deal with the oil with henshikis.
I wrote for an email.
And what are we calling for?
What?
What's the call?
You're asking me practice how many times a week I want to go to the oil?
No.
You're talking to the wrong guy. I don't have time.
That wasn't the question. That wasn't the question. It was more for
gmail.com.
No, right.
That's for Abba Refs and ask
You guys
it.
could have worked this out.
No, you two should.
It wasn't.
The two of us. Take it outside.
Work this out over email. We'll continue for Farbrengen. I hope that's together.
It wasn't a technical question. The answer
If
is
your AI, talk to his AI.
more. I think the answer is enough times throughout the year that a Baba doesn't think and thought, ooh, maybe I should go. It's been a while since I went, and I hear that.
Fair enough.
No,
I'm cool with that.
okay, and I hear
Me
that.
and another response from the response. You know, that's great.
Right, Beryl, but your point won't be taken if you don't understand the struggle that's over here.
What's the struggle?
Shmuli.
The guy's not place to hang out.
The struggle is that I believe.
Shmuli, move on.
I
You're not gonna
believe-
convince anybody anything.
No, I'm not here to convince anybody. First of all, Beryl, I could convince.
No, you can't.
But I'm here to I believe.
There's no agendas here.
I'm just saying what I believe. You don't have to accept what I'm saying.
We're talking.
I believe.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, say it.
I believe that the place the hangout of Chabad has to be in 770.
Shabbos, good Shabbos.
That's the hangout of Chabad.
Good Shabbos.
Negate some Rebbe and Afinoil, but the hangout of Chabad has to be 770. Because the moment we
Turn it there. Put it there.
we're gonna kill the
I'm
oil.
gonna crash on the Kaaba track, right?
That's what I'm saying.
100% agree.
You're trying to be mafli the oil, but you're killing the oil.
Nachama?
You're trying to be mafli and expand the oil,
What is
but
happening?
you're killing
By
it.
asking people.
Chaim.
Hey, are you listening to me?
You're not being a good representative.
Mayor, you're playing as if you're, but really you just don't want to hear what I have to say. You don't.
No,
I
Rabbi.
could say what you're saying better than you.
Better than-
You can't.
Rabbi.
I don't think he's a good
And I can say what you say better than
What am I
saying.
saying?
And you guys are arguing with
Who didn't
Shmuli,
You had to put some love chairs and don't know how to have full arguments.
You have a convincing argument, but
It's the wrong forum. It's the wrong people. Okay, who do you want to bring
Guys,
here?
I'm not talking
Mayor
about-
Darren or Snare
don't
Darren?
take his
Which Darren twin should be here? Both of them together. All right, bring them over.
I can say we
Bell,
just
bring them over. I'll talk to them tonight.
All I'm calling
Some
for.
clowns, Rabbi. You don't need to seltzer.
Yeah,
A
What?
little bit more seltzer.
You're right. Mashka, it's not enough mashka, it's not enough seltzer. Oh, see, you bought into the sprach. It's too much. It's not the oil. It's 70.
I don't know what you're saying, bro.
Somebody
You lost me there.
Mayor, let's go.
Somebody
By the way, Grade Shmuli, I am on the same page about this. Grade and then whatever.
I'm not here to find allies or friends or enemies. He brought me. I bring what I believe in. I'm open to other opinions.
The last thing I'm gonna try. I'm not calling you to go there and party. Go and learn.
Why are we not talking about storming Russia?
Go there and don't even go inside.
Chutzpah.
Go and watch.
What's going on over here? I'll write your speeches for you.
You're right.
I'll write this for you.
What, the oil track? What?
It's hopeless. Like it's hopeless. It's not
My opinion is that Kapachim are tzfatim just with other. Mayor, you stood to make a change. Make a statement. Ich bin ein Talmud. Hi, Mayor.
We're all gonna go right now to the aisle, everybody. Why would we go to the aisle of Mashiach Kano? The whole will be bucked with Mashiach Kano, and it's all gonna come here. The whole cemetery will be. Why do you think so?
It's literally not. So because it's tough.
Either you guys take this outside, or we'll discuss this.
Literally a cemetery.
Mayor, you know it's not either or, it's both. It's gonna be both.
Either.
Barrel, Chaim. Put the ill on the side for a second.
How could you say that, Shmuli?
The conversation about the oil. Gereis von sich. It's a mispashed a bit. It's 70 years, not the oil.
I cannot.
You could. Yeah.
And it's real. It's so real to me. It's so real.
What the hell are you talking about?
Real. I can't not behave.
Yeah, better. But the Rebbe wants
brains fried.
The Rebbe wants. The Rebbe. Look at the Sikh. Mem test. It's all Farbrengen. Mechol Makim on Ebendik was 70.
Okay.
So you got to Farbrengen. No. Farbrengen doesn't mean that you're sitting here as they all.
You're like a wound-up toy. Somebody pushes you, you're gonna start running across the table.
In English, they call it "get with the program." Get involved.
Get
vulnerable.
That's already too much woke speak.
Tanz sich herein.
We're not doing that.
I'm trying.
I'm with you.
Killing the vibe, man.
I don't know. Beryl, I don't know. At the beginning,
vibes you're
4
trying.
hours ago. Whoa, 5 hours ago.
No.
We were?
4 hours and 40 minutes ago.
We were on the same team.
4 hours, 45 minutes, and 53 seconds.
That's good. That's okay for counting the seconds. It's extremely important.
So, my base, you know,
What was the last thing? No, what did they call the thing? No, what was the first word? Ein Minute.
fast eine Minute.
Fast eine Minute, yeah.
So,
In Deutschland.
Die Scheiß darf sein gezählt, and it was down.
Zählen Tag.
Gezählt,
Choice.
so okay, we're back there. We're back.
Dat is ook nog.
We gaan weer.
Zo ga je.
Dat was een beetje geest. Dat is een
Zo ga je. Gereis van zich. Het Bais Iyar. Schilla Rabbi. No. I don't need your MS and your second. Level high.
I'll be your after Shabbos.
I can drive.
Emails after Shabbos. You're really telling us about wisdom church.
I said all the story. I said some Jaffe story and some of my Wallace. Noch Hamaisa.
You're really telling us
Okay, Bichlal, we have to speak to Bibi. He's a big fan of
Churchill
Churchill.
was it translated as Churchill and they didn't like it. That was not so bad.
Oh,
Still 1-1.
that's hate.
This is the whole story.
Which means the. I'll tell you what. But what
This
does
is
it
the whole
mean?
story that is street.
No, but Idach. But didn't the Rebbe spend so much time in the
Why
Farbrengen?
is it? Why is
Oh,
that
hey,
sitting? They
oh.
were stagnant.
No. But didn't let me didn't the Rebbe spend so much time in the Farbrengen speaking about me Yehudi, Shleim Sa'aretz, Matzah Vashchone, Matzah Klal Yisrael,
Prison reform.
solar energy.
Solar energy, feminism.
But here's the Nakoda. Here's the Nakoda.
It's about the Nakuda. Where does it come from?
Democracy.
Kel Deis Havaya. And as Chassidus explains, Kel Deis Havaya, not Pshat the Devish as Das, oh, and we have Das Tachtin. Kel Deis Havaya. In Havaya, there's Kel Deis. There's a Chodi Loi Chod Tata. In the Rebbe's Farbrengen, there's the Maimer, the Parsha, the Rashi, v'chol. And then there's, the Yayim Shleim Sa'aretz, Mi Yehudi, v'chol.
The part where the Rebbe says, so base.
So you have here Dach, Mamorim. Think about the Mamorim of the Mems. No one had a clue what was going on. Who was retired to me. Remember Zoshal Perovich came in here. He was here during the year. And the Rebbe was saying Mamorim. In the middle of the Mems, right? What was the Rebbe doing in the Mems? The Rebbe was Chazri giving a sikkum of the Mamorim of Torah, right? Or Teres Chaim. And Zusha was sitting here by a minor.
And making them jumble.
And what?
Jumbling them up. You mess them up.
For what? The maternish to understand, to try to begin to understand what the Rebbe doing here. Right? Anyone, especially understand the Rebbe is not giving you a sikkum on Torah. For that you could have Avcats from Postville. The Rebbe is not here to give you a sikkum on Torah.
They are a sikkum on the mind.
Huh?
So the Zayr is a sikkum on the mind.
See, that's Tam Spitz. The Rebbe sagt etwas. The Rebbe sagt etwas. But it's so bekitzer and so dakostic that to even begin to understand what the Rebbe is trying to say. How did I get here? I was saying something.
Doesn't work?
Oh, so the Rebbe read Chassidus, the Rebbe get him Mamorim, tiefste Chidushim in Chassidus. And the Rebbe is speaking on the Yom. And the Rebbe is saying Rashi Sichis, and Rambam Sichis, and Pirkei Avos Sichis. No, the Rebbe had a Seder by the Farbrengens, the Teuchen the Rebbe spoke about. And each one of the Sichis, especially after the Maimer, had a Klolim. So there's Rashi Sichis, yeah?
Rebbe even says the klal.
So there's Rashi Sichas. So Rashi Sichas. So Fluya Bloy gave out version 1, version 2, and he's working on version 3. Version 1 had like 80 klolim. Version 2 had klolim connected the word Rashi, I think. And the next version he's working on is connected Rabban Shal Yisrael. It's like somehow there's 1,200 kloli Rashi that he's working on with his 80 klal.
There's only 1,100 Rashis.
Right, so there's hundreds and thousands of kloli Rashi. What's the number one? What's the main klal Rashi? Fine. Rambam Sicht, also a bunch of klal. What's the main klal of Rashi? Alachas. Pirkei Avos. What's the main klal of Milzah? L'kut Levi Yitzchak. What's the main klal?
There's a chiddush on the comes there chiddush.
What's the Hira?
The Tata Nishka had kein tint.
What's tint mean?
He didn't have ink. Or the gelos de ra.
You figure it out yourself. Yeah.
That's the klal of the Kut Levi Yitzchak Sichas. The klal of Kut Levi Yitzchak Sichas is the Tata Nishka had kein tint, and it's up to us to figure out that way.
Also, I have no idea what's going on in any of the this.
If you would learn L'kut Levi Yitzchak on Geras HaTshuva, you'd understand that the Rebbe presents a new Yiddishkeit.
Maybe
Drum roll, please.
I have not been zeicher to ever listen to it and be like, oh, that makes sense.
You don't have to listen to it; you can learn it.
Or that, yeah.
It's printed in L'kut Levi Yitzchak and Utah.
Oh, that stuff, yeah.
And not only that, 2 years ago, it shows our tongue spoke that we
No, we're talking about like
For 120 years of the.
But I'm talking about Lamachas, like Kut Levi Yitzchak stuff. I'm just whatever. No hard text.
You're talking about one of the men's, you're saying?
No, Nikud was saying was that. What did I get to that? So the Rebbe read L'mayla din Ketz, the tiefste in Yonim, the most darkest in Yonim, a sikum of Teres Chaim mit a Chiddush. So there's a very, very deep, there's a nuance there. And at the same time, the Rebbe read Shleim Saretz and Yehudi and Matzav HaShchune. What the pshat? By the Rebbe, it's all one. That's only certain years. By the Rebbe, it's all one. It's all one. It's als eine Kude. Kel Deis Havaya. Kel Deis Havaya. Das Tachten and das Elyon is Kul Echad. So if you take the Das Tachten without das Elyon, you're Stam Yossi Brook, a politician.
It's not that there's like.
If you take the Das Elyon without the Das Tachten, then you're living in Atzilus. You're not grounded. By the Rebbe, it's all one. By the Rebbe, it's Ayin Bais and buying buildings in Crown Heights. It's all the same. It's all one Kude. Pasach Eliyahu, Baruch Nisim. It's a Zelbe Eivishter. Yeah, it's one Eivishter. The problem is, if you open the Farbrengen and you only open the political sichas, you miss the point. And this is what Chalkov was saying. Machs from Rebbe and Churchill. Lidach, if you only learn the Mamorim and the Rashi sichas, but you don't know what the Rebbe wants in Elam Haza Gashmi, then whatever. Then go to Tells go to Parliament for the same price.
The main thing, obviously, is that the Rebbe is just filling the criteria
That's
of Melech HaMashiach.
you don't have to run that
He's
far.
like he's just trying to be Melech HaMashiach. And he's got to do all the things. He is, the fire. That's why. Shit,
Kunti told me I should marry the
he's the ultimate.
That what?
Kunti told me I should marry the Torah.
Oh, it's really?
Kunti told me I should marry the Torah.
You married the Torah? Shabbat.
If you need able to call
He didn't mean it like semi-fly. I had to tell him that Shabbat.
Where is Avner Gold when we need him?
What do you think happened with Shabbat Tzvi? Could be told.
Where is Abner Gold?
Canada Dash, open up a 24-hour family hotline. You need that one?
For whatever. Never read history. The guy never read history either. Chaim, l'chaim.
I didn't hear it, but I'm asking for it.
Oh, you're red black.
All my red black.
Everything.
Mayor.
You got it wrong.
What, your hoodie's good? About cookie?
Nothing ever says that. If he says something bad about cookie, probably not.
No, it
It's probably
Tell me about
worse
that.
than his leg or his leg.
Huh?
Bro, I'm actually so
I know, that's the issue.
Boys. Kinderlach.
Well, thanks to them.
The emes eminere.
JB,
Fine.
imagine if you were something that loves Rebbe.
What?
Luke from what is he called? Was an Israeli kid with tear in his voice.
Chaim.
So Luke, you'll tell him say, you know, like the kid with like emotion in his voice.
Somebody tell
Keep listening.
what's his face?
What's his face? AC
The Rebbe Marash, after the Stalkos of the Tzemach Tzedek, the Rebbe Marash didn't have a minion. Huh? He didn't have a minion. He wasn't popular. He wasn't from the Chevre. They didn't look at him as Halik.
Didn't give him one.
Due to technical difficulties, like the fact that he wasn't born yet. But yeah, right.
Well, what have given him?
He would have given him.
What did not?
Shlomo Zachar did not give him an endorsement.
The official wasn't given him.
An endorsement. I'm 100% sure Shlomo Zachar endorsed.
Pasha had to go out of the shul and bring a Araina at center for a minion. Today, it's natural. Alter Rebbe, Mittel Rebbe, Tzemach Tzedek, Rebbe Marash.
And then also,
The Rebbe Marash was the youngest child. He was the most modern child. So
he doesn't get it. This is something.
the Rebbe, he touched the Yud.
What's our fault?
So Chassidim that weren't here, and Chaver that the Rosh looked at it. They knew the Rashag because the Rashag wasn't thinking to me, and the Rebbe was in Shkola. The Rebbe was in university, and the Rebbe wasn't thinking to me. So those that were here got to know the Rebbe the last few years. Those that weren't here in France, in Eretz Yisrael, and other places, a big part of the Olam was with the Rashag. But very quickly, there was all he needed was one letter. Yitzchok Dubov had a big. Yitzchok Dubov was here from Manchester. He was here Yud Shvat. He's with the Rashag and the Rebbe, and he right away, he came to Europe. He went to England, to France. He probably more than anybody else. He had the most koyach hashpah, and he's the one that changed the narrative.
It took years.
I know we want to hate on this and Emina, but we don't have to turn it into a 20-year process. It was, within a year or two, the whole Olam came to the Rebbe.
My grandfather had Shamach on face.
Yeah.
Chaf Bais went to France, yeah. What?
He has trauma.
He what?
He has real trauma.
From coming to Nissen and Nissen still believing the Rashag?
Just listen, the whole
Say your trauma from the waters, even in paid bays. You don't have to go to. I was there. Samach Tess, and I have trauma. I don't have to go to Chaf Bays. It's not do the Rebbe and the Rashag.
Fighting for Chafal, fighting for talking about he has trauma.
I'm sure there was trauma, but.
Wait, trauma from what? Not what he's talking about.
His trauma is from Russia. No.
No, I read.
These things. This stuff.
Don't believe a word comes out of Mary's mouth. After he cursed me out like that, don't trust him.
So Nech Godel is Mishpacha, so be careful. It's my wife Zayda. I heard from Itzel Goldberg. You get to Yisrael Neach. Huh? No. So Levi told me the way he remembers always Lamed Beis. I remember it the way I heard it was Lamed. So Toshan Lamed, they came in here for Secretary Mashiach and the end of Bas Lagani. You try Toshan Lamed. They came Yisrael Neach from all of the Ziknei Chassidim the Fierech went completely to the Rebbe. But he never came to the Rebbe because he was sick and the doctors let him fly.
Before he was sick, he came and told him
He flew to Africa, but he couldn't fly to the Rebbe.
made a whole fuss. Was auch the Mitzvah Satan. Das verstehst du?
This is heard from Itzel. So they came back from Yeshiva Tavshin Lamed, and Yisrael Neich called him in. He came with one of the Bukovskis, I'm not sure which one it was, and a few other chavre. He's bad. No, he's younger. He's even younger than Zalman. No, he's.
Zalman's never good for anything.
It's sold is post Tavshin Yud.
Zalman was never good for anything.
He's a shlich koder. He's from the shluchim. He's after. He's younger than he's probably Berke or Fitch from France. So Fitch also. So Fitch Lokovsky in Marseille. That's three boys later. Anyway, so they came back and they sat with Yisrael Neich. And Yisrael Neich asked him for Chazar what happened. From Mashiach, from Bas Lagani. And Yisrael Neich asked them, how does the Rebbe refer to himself and to the Shver? And they said the Rebbe is continuing whatever he did before. The Rebbe the Shver. The Rebbe the Shver. Yisrael Neich got very. Yisrael Neich told them, Mele the Ershe 20 Jahre, the Rebbe the Shver. Aber jetzt der? Der Rebbe sagt noch, der Rebbe... Tot Tavshin Lamed. But the Rebbe is still saying the Rebbe the Shver. Mit der fahren zurück, darf gehen zum Reden. Und sagen, nicht Rebbe the Shver, du.
Fat lot of good at that anybody.
So Levi told me that the way he remembers it from his uncle was that it was Lamed Bais. Well, the Teichen is the same Teichen. That's it. It's time to move on. Time to move on from the Rebbe the Shver. But by the Rebbe was Punkt verkehrt. The later, the Lam is the Mems. It's more Nachmer Lebediker and Nachmer Starker.
30 years later.
In on Bais to Mordechai Eliyahu. They ever said Admor Shalita. It's Nun Bais, for heaven's sake. It's 42 years later, buddy. Get with the program. You know? You didn't get the map. You're going to the oil for 42 years straight. Admor Shalita.
What?
Buddy, get with the program.
Yeah.
It's good. If you work out, if you work for Bishlut.
Ich hätte an meins auch in dem sein. Say that we're all good. We're on the same program. We're all on the same.
And I agree.
By the Rebbe, the further it is from Yud Shvat, the more Lebediker it is. It's reverse psychology. It works backwards. Huh? It's further from Yud Shvat. It's more oil, and it's more Hu B'chaim.
Yeah.
The Rebbe doesn't buy into any party. Yeah, the Rebbe has his own track. The Rebbe has his own derech, and we have to.
Land of Israel.
There was a Farbrengen and Bais. Come on, it was on Bais. And the Rebbe spoke about in the Bais derech melichin eisi. Richem Zake. The Rebbe said, "Richem Zake eini idea Bais derech melichin eisi." And the Rebbe explained to him in Memorim and Sichis that his entire life he didn't have time to think about himself. Only now that he was dying, on his deathbed, he was able to think about Vu halter.
Personally.
But then he said, now the word it's a very tief and chassidish var, right? That was explained in the Sifs and the Mamorim. Maymer Yud Bais, Siva Shakela and the Sich and Chedet Zayin. Or Eliktish and Zich, right? But the Rebbe said like this: Rabbi Yechlam and Zakai. When push came to shove, he didn't know Be'ezi derech melichin eisi. Aber a chassid von a sidereinu is befedish yedeya Be'ezi derech melichin eisi. In that welche derech geht auf dem Waggon von a sidereinu. Huh? Of the best.
The music that I heard
What?
the music that I heard listening goes hand in hand. Okay, that's how far they are. Whatever. That then.
I was in Buffalo for Pesach, and the entire Pesach, they were singing in the back of the wagon of the best.
What's so?
I don't know. Someone was singing.
It's a song.
I thought you know Jewish music.
That's not Jewish music.
I don't know it. I don't know it.
I thought Eric's Jewish. There's no way this is like
What is it? Where can I find it?
I thought Sukkot.
Huh?
Thank you.
It's more Jewish.
Thank you, Hashem. I don't know.
It's okay for
this week.
Oh, thank you, Hashem.
Thank you, yes.
It's the mocker. It's the mocker. Thank you, Hashem. Chelik Zayin Kedoshes.
Right for the unit.
But now I'm thinking, if the Baal Shem Tov would have seen what thank you Hashem, he wouldn't have done that whole.
I posted a video on my channel, Dancing Mind Yourself, Thank You Hashem. I wrote the word Thank You Hashem. 5 per 1,000 views on this short.
5,000 views?
That's 11 minutes inside.
What? Why did you?
I posted a video of the dancing to thank Abishter for the miracles for the
Who's dancing? What's the video?
Chavim Mind Yisrael dancing. I didn't put no context though. I didn't even put any context. Some other shorts did. This one no context. A few seconds. Dancing. Thank you.
Simcha. Then you realize no one's interested in Shuri Chassidus or anything. People just want to see people dancing. People want to see people dancing.
People want to see me dancing.
Don't worry.
I want to see Thank You Hashem. People dancing. They want to see
Hey, no, I was saying something. What was it?
What did you say? You bathed like I've never started.
Oh, it's a Murdi Kavar. After all he went through, and Arboim Shana appeared as Yisrael, and with the Tzad, Rabbi Ben Zakkai. Someone told me he saw a Murdi Kavar of the Chassam Sefer on Ein Yidei Beis Merech Lichnesi. Right, so the story in the Gemara it goes like this: that Rabbi Ben Zakkai was dying, right? He was talking, and they came and his Chassid, his Talmud came to him and said, Rebbe, it's Rabbi Borchenu. There's no Borchenu. Oh, it's in Gemara. So Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai said, Yehei moira shamayim kemoira basar v'dam. So Talmidim told Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai that's it. So he said halavai, right? Because when people moira basar v'dam, they say shlo yirani adam, and halavai. Right? So what's how does this connect? What's going on over here? So I have to see the Chassam Sofer B'fnim. This is it has Murdi Kavart. Chassam Sofer says Chassam Sofer is lying there. So they came to Chassam Sofer and they asked him, or what was the Shiloh? They asked him, how could Moira Shamayim be Kemoira Basar V'dam? They were asked, what were they asking? They weren't asking about the Eibishter. They were asking him, after your Istalkos, how could we have Moira from you when you're in Shemayim, then Kemoira Basar V'dam when you were alive? How could we become a kosher? How could we have a year from you when you're in Shemayim? So what's the lashon there? What did they ask? They asked lashon there. No, they asked him. They asked him Barchenu, Rebbe Barchenu, right? You're about to be nostalgic, Barchenu. Give us a bracha. So Rabbi Zakkai told them, Yehei moira shamayim kemoira basar v'dam.
He was telling them.
Yeah, he was telling them. Sorry, he was telling them.
Cool. Wow.
He was telling basar v'dam. That after my histalkus, you should have a zayira, a pachad for me. In Shemayim, the same as Meir Basar V'dam. So they asked him, no, that's it. They said, so he answered them, and that's the pshat. That's the verse why he told them while he was on Mitas Cholye. And he said, you know, when I was alive, before you did something, you were scared.
Or even halavai.
They say in Ondalid, Oslo happened in Ondalid. So I remember one of them was scared him. It was Noam Klein. It said in Ondalid, the Israeli parliament. It was Noam Gimel. Noam Gimel, Israeli someone from the Israeli parliament, I don't remember who it was calling Maskiris to find out what's the Rebbe's health. Where's the Rebbe holding? Why? Because until Chazayin Adar, they were scared that whatever they do, the Rebbe was going to open his mouth, and the Rebbe did it in Tafshin Nun, and the Rebbe did it in Tafshin Nun Aleph, and Beishas Nun Bais, and when what's his name came, Katzav, came to the Rebbe Yud Shvat Nun Bais, the Rebbe was on 105 fever. The Rebbe was on IV during Yud Shvat. The Rebbe was speaking to him for 18 minutes straight, holding his hand. The Rebbe was mamish wasn't feeling well. They were all. This is what Shulamit Aloni. She was from the head of Meretz, the most left wing. And there was always a pachad. What will the Lubavitcher Rebbe say? So they called Maskiris. What's the Rebbe's Ma'amdu Matziv, Bichlal Gesund, and what's the Rebbe's speech Matziv? And when they heard that the Rebbe can't speak.
Because you gotta quit the government when you heard this.
Well, this part from Shlomo Dalani.
Yeah.
Basically, someone that quit the government.
That he wanted to,
Who's that?
Zalaski's in the story. He wanted to sell some official was like, I told us like, hour and a half of my schedule, I need to have a meeting with Zalaski. Like, I want to quit the government. Told them because they wanted. They did the
Gemara says.
I want to go against the Rebbe, and whatever. Because.
And then he said that, but he had to the meeting that she said that. If the Rabbi can't say it.
But Klein said that we saw the video of the Oslo Accords. I think they actually saw it, or maybe it was the first one when they met, and the Rebbe will watch the video. And the Rebbe gemacht to say, Tsar, Nefesh. But in Eretz Yisrael, in the government, they were trying to find out. Can the Rebbe knock us down? Can the Rebbe speak? They bring it there, yeah? No, but I heard it from. Heard it from Moshe? No, I heard it from Eretz Yisrael. I don't remember who I heard it from. Moshe Chazar this, yeah?
Nissan COVID.
What do you say? This
He
is
said the
the
story on this one.
Who called?
He flew next to for something. He met with somebody.
He met someone.
He met somebody, and his person told him this cabinet meeting. There's a cabinet meeting that confirmed that they won't be able to speak out against it or do it against it. Tell us to do it.
Spanish, no.
You want to know if the Rebbe will ever be able to respond.
But la'achar kol anal, and noch chav zayin oder, and noch gimel tamos, and noch alt, and the Rebbe has influence. So this I heard a few years ago. I heard it from Zalman Velovik. You ever heard the story? I heard from Zalman Velovik. Huh? No, so I heard the story from Zalman Velovik. So this was 4 or 5 years ago. So he says like this. So David Friedman, which is Zalman's mushba, so David Friedman flew into New York to meet Trump. Every single time David Friedman flew into New York, the first thing he would do, he would land at Kennedy, go to the oil, and then go to Washington. So David calls Zalman. He says, "I'm coming in tomorrow. Meet me at the oil." Every time he would meet Zalman at the oil, that was his point man. Meet me at the oil. He's supposed to come to the oil at 2:00. Zalman's at the oil 2:00, and it's 2:05, 2:10, 2:15. Zalman's waiting. He doesn't know what's going on. 2:30, David shows up, and he tells him, "I was busy." But he's rushing because he has to get to Washington ASAP. So he goes into the oil. He comes out of the oil. He goes to the video, and he sees in the video. I heard it from Zalman. He sees in the video. It's a video about Shleimus Haaretz, from Bais, and the word of Shleimus Haaretz that I was saying is that Shalom comes through strength, through toikif. I've given it to toikif. There, Israel belongs to Yid and So David turns to Zalman and he says, "Say that." There's a taxi or a limo waiting for him to take him to Washington. He goes to Washington. 2 days later, he flies back to Eretz Yisrael. About 2 weeks later, was Yudas Kislev, and Trump gives a speech, and he says he's recognizing Yerushalayim, and he's moving the embassy to Yerushalayim. But besides moving the embassy to Yerushalayim, Seder, Tziyonish Inyanim. But the sprach that the president used was Rebbe's sprach, as Shalom darf sein durch Toikev and durch Emes and not through Sheker. And Zalman, like every other good Jew in America, was listening to the speech, and he's listening to it, and he's like, "Okay, I know David. This is not Trump's speech. This is David's speech." So he reaches out. So he sends a message to David Friedman. He's already back in Jerusalem. He already went back a week ago. And he tells David, No. So David's already back in Jerusalem. It was 2 weeks later. He came in the beginning of Kislev. So he tells him, David, what was going on there? He tells him, he says, David called him a few hours later, and the guy's ecstatic. He's ecstatic. He's in a different world. So he tells Zalman, why did I take this job? And when he took the job and when he went through confirmation, the Democrats fought him. That's what I said. Why did he do it? He said, I did it because I figured that if I take this job, within 4 years, I'll be able to move the embassy. The Poil happened within a year. He says, Zalman, it's crazy what's going on. There's only Shechionu, Mishem Malchus, and how Farta Zionist. And now, the Zalman, it's 5 p.m. By David, it's 12, or it's even 1 a.m. So Zalman says, I asked David. I said, David, let's be honest. That's not Trump's speech. I know your sprach. That's your speech. It's not Trump. You wrote it, right? So David tells him, Zalman, it's my speech. It's the Rebbe's speech. When he was at the oil,
Oh, I missed this part. He said when he saw the video of the Rebbe at the oils, he turned to Zalman and he tells Zalman, you just set up this video, right? That I should see it. So Zalman tells him, how could I set it up? You're supposed to be here a half hour ago. You came a half hour late. Abba runs, and anyone that knows what's going on in the oil, Abba runs is completely his own system. He doesn't listen to anybody. So you went to Abba to find out if Zalman set it up. He says, no, it was then. So he tells Zalman it was my drasha. It was the Rebbe's speech. It was the Rebbe's words. I just wrote it down. He heard the video at the oil. He wrote it down, gave it to Trump. And Trump gerät zu ganz Welt. Heard from Zalman. The Kude is, what's the word here? When the Rebbe spoke in the Mems, and the Rebbe spoke by Farbrengens on television, the Rebbe spoke to Reagan, right? The Rebbe spoke to Reagan, and the Rebbe spoke to Khrushchev, and the Rebbe... Did they listen? Did they not listen? The Dvar of Choy V'Kiyom La'ad, you can have a president of the United States saying it 30 years later, chazing the Rebbe's Russia, chazing the Rebbe's Sicha. It's in the Nitzchi. Biden and Trump. The Rebbe wird durchführen. Der Eberster wird durchführen. Auf dem Weg, we lose some people. You know, things are tough. Elam Hazeh gets in the way. But at the end of the day, the Rebbe's going to win. The Rebbe's going to win. The Rebbe of Daniel the Welt. The day is going to come that what's his name from North Korea? King Jong-un is going to chazer. Is going to chazer. Vayeshem no Bais. I don't know who his speechwriter is going to be or his ghostwriter. It's going to happen. It's going to happen. And Putin's going to chazer the Rebbe. Maybe Ber Lazar will write the speech for him. I don't know. Or the Eden. The Eden. Someone's going to write it for him. The Rebbe wird durchführen. Because it's not. There's no two options. Either the Rebbe wird durchführen, or Einem Avadi isn't real. Right? There's not really that much of a. There's not that much daylight between the two options. The Rebbe wird durchführen. The Rebbe wird Dynam in the Welt. What's your name? Moshe? Or whatever.
You don't know me anyway.
Maybe I will. Huh? Forma.
You don't know anyway.
I know a Forma. I know a Forma. A Levi maybe? Is there a Levi? Your brother? How old is he? I know Levi from? You're South American. Of course. It's your Levi Forman's brother. Oh, okay. That I can happen.
It's a religious snack.
2 months later,
Where are you now? You're here? You're here? Where's Levi now? Shliach. I think, was he in Teres Emes? I learned with him in the same class. Same age. I told you I'll find the kesher with you. What's your first name again? Moshe. Huh? He did in 770?
There's one more mitzvah, one action.
That's all the brothers.
Then you come to the explain the shift by your personal long opinion.
I don't know how to go about it. What? On the one hand, we're 17 million people, but we're tiny. We're all mishpacha.
You know Miami, he's a rabbi. You know Stoic from Miami?
Stoic.
Nus's father? Yeah! I said Nus myself and 10 seconds later on, oh, I bumped him by our muscle. The next day I bumped him in the Asheville. I was going him again, second day in a row. No. Afterwards, like, Nus was up there. You know who he is. He's the head of the martial living.
From Nus's house?
I don't know, I thought a rattle, Hatler Schneider.
Ganze Welt is potato stuff.
Next time you by the way, Shmuli Unger.
Shmuli Unger? Shmilu? He's a divers. He's a divers.
Never forget.
איך קוראים לך? Wie heißt du? Come on back. The black man is spoken already. What's the white one? What's your name?
No. I mean, I'm not going to defend it.
Huh? Naka.
What was the back and forth? What's coming?
Argentina?
That is giving it 8 testimony that it's done.
Yes,
And you thought, I'm not going to buy it.
הייתי בארגנטינה לפני כמה חודשים. הייתי בארגנטינה לפני כמה חודשים. זה שמארגן את המניין שם של הצעירים. איך קוראים לו? מה השם שלו? טובי? הוא הגיע לכאן, הוא היה פה לפני חודשיים 3. עם משפחה, הוא הגיע.
Not really, even your personal goals over your job left.
נקה. מה אח שלו? כן שם שיעור חסידס. היי יו היי.
He's saying the highway with my question. I think it's like a finish. Everyone knows the score.
I'm ahead of you, don't worry.
The wife doesn't like it. And I used to stop it. Yeah, I don't think that. Nobody else is
No, just kiss my feet. Just kiss my feet, it's enough. I do.
No. I'm warning you. If not the feet said
for barrel, you have to make sure that every Farbrengen barrel comes here. This is free entertainment. Darren, Sarah Mayer, and Menachem. Darren, older brother. We need serious entertainment. The real. Huh? Mendel who? Who? Bemmens. At the oil? Who's on the captain? Suzanne? What? I know, it's one of his names. His brothers?
Sag jetzt.
Good. Simche, Firon.
Huh?
How much to go tired? You guys,
I don't have bread.
What's happening?